Welcome back to the second week of the NAL Playday number 4. And if yesterday was any testament to what you can expect here on this region, then today's going to be just a lot better. I do hope so. 5 best of ones coming your way. And you know what? Yesterday, halfway through the day, we had one of the EML people, his name's Fresh, in case you guys don't know, tweet, I am done watching the NAL. Don't really know what happened, but I think that kind of sums it up. I'm Ginny, joined with Foxay and Gabe. And you know what? Yesterday was really fun.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Fresh and you're coming from the worst region in Siege, the EML, and you're watching the NA, you wouldn't be able to understand the tangibles. You wouldn't be able to understand the level of play. So it makes a lot of sense that he would stop watching. It was too much for his brain.
All right.
Well, let's jump into the first game, this Cruelty Dark Zero game. I'd say the biggest highlight that came through of this game was actually Rovy's 2K from his Claymore. But other than that, that really was about it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. For game 2, we saw Cloud9 absolutely overpeak, give Shopify every single 1v1, and they delivered. Shopify, we had a Surf 1v5. I mean, everybody on Shopify was on a highlight reel matchup this game, and they looked solid.
Going into game 3, the M80 wildcard, everyone had this one being the game of the day in terms of how well and how close it was going to be, and it really did go down to the wire. This big clutch from Kino in round 12 is what kept M80 alive and kept them through into the fight to close out that series.
Yeah, Envy looking as strong as ever, though, still at the top of the leaderboard, obviously, bringing it very close to standby, but they had an amazing clutch themselves in that last round to be able to close it out, bringing back the retake.
Again, this was another one that I think everyone across the board, even including us here on the desk, thought SSG was going to walk away with this, given how many times these two have gone toe-to-toe where SSG always seems to be punching harder. That wasn't the case here. Oxygen came prepared, especially on those attacks.
Yeah, the standings, though, still Envy at the top looking strong, collecting a total of 9 points after 3 wins, which is crazy because that used a spot that Space Station used to be in, and they are currently at 3 points with 1 win and 2 losses.
Yeah, I mean, some teams have definitely gotten a good run of their teams that are coming up. Other teams, you know, still have to go through the gauntlet of playing the harder teams. So obviously everything can shape up, but every point matters. I mean, stage 1, the battle for 6th place was between 7 points. So obviously, the more points you get now, the better it looks later on.
That kind of is how maths work.
Right.
You know.
Wasn't my best
Mathematicians.
Crazy. Anyway, a little bit of housekeeping as well. There was a bug in the studio, so if at any point you hear me screaming or running out of my chair, you do know why. But the schedule for today, instead, the games that we're going to be looking at, starting things off strong, I guess, question mark about that, but it's Shopify against Standby LFO. The game that you said yesterday that you were looking forward to was Envy SSG.
Oh, absolutely. Just because we highlighted them specifically in the standings, SSG previously stage 1 champions, you know, they tapered off a little bit, looking to have their own struggles of being that top team. Maybe a lot of bit. Envy, on the other hand, since picking up Aiden, wow, top of leaderboard, 3-0. But today's their first matchup against a team that was in that top 4 from stage 1. So I'm excited to see how they match up together.
I would say a lot of the games are pretty balanced across the board. Maybe less of the first game, but I would say going down the list, given how well everyone's been playing, or maybe in other areas, not so much. But if I was to pick out one game that I am looking forward to the most, I'd honestly say the Oxygen versus Wildcard. Not to jump on Wildcard side here, more on the Oxygen. It was a very impressive showing from them yesterday, specifically in those attacks, where that's always been the biggest focal point of why we talk about Oxygen and where they lack. And the fact that yesterday they showed a dominant performance versus a team like SSG, I am curious if they bring that same tenacity into this matchup against Wildcard.
Yeah, consistency is maybe not something that is a strength of OXG, but this could be the stage where they prove us all wrong and they show us that they have some consistency. But the first game that we're going to be looking at is Shopify going up against Standby LFO. Shopify here is looking at a 4-0 start to the split, whereas when you're looking at Standby LFO, it's like the complete opposite of that coin. They're going 0-4, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, but when we talk about consistency, Shopify Rebellion is always going to be that team. I mean, individually, every single player on that team is a monster. I think it's just about the minute details to push them from good to great that they need to get over. As for Standby, they're still trying to get to good. And obviously, we've seen them keep it close. But, you know, one of these days, one of these games, they're going to have to cross that finish line.
Yeah, Shopify is a roster that we always highlight every single one of those players and continuously, time and time again, whenever we talk about them. And that literally has not changed.
No, nothing has changed from stage 1 to stage 2, realistically. They're still currently undefeated. They win today. They are going 4-0. They're keeping the streak strong in these best-of-1 series. Obviously, the big testament is those best 3s, but they're making a very good run so far to get back to those best 3s and right their wrongs when we do get to playoffs.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, when it comes to the rest of Shopify on that roster specifically, I mean, not only does it come from big heroics, but individually, every single player on that team is so talented, but it's about making sure that there's not too many cooks in the kitchen. They're able to calm it down and focus on that leadership from Canadian.
Yeah, you're talking about the heroics, and yesterday one player particularly really stood out because that was the clip of the week, maybe of the whole entire stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about yesterday, we're going to talk about again today. Surf's performance was paying dividends in terms of this overall success from the side of Shopify. And again, he didn't give himself credit when we talked to him in that interview because, again, I said this and it sticks true, it reigns true. He is the backbone of this roster. A lot of the team thrives off the being of how well Surf plays his position and allows everyone to excel in their own playing rights. And you look at his EPS, 209, 16-2, 100% cost. You couldn't ask any more out of this kid and what he's putting in terms of numbers. Again, Surf is a main proprietor as to why a lot of success really does come down to overall SR's continuation of these 0-4 records, or well, possibly an 0-4 record going into today.
You mean 4-0?
I mean, sorry, 4-0. Yeah,
I was gonna
you know what I mean. Not 0-4.
Speaking of 0-4,
Oh, yeah,
that was a good segue.
Yeah, speaking of 0-4, standby LFO. That is what they are looking at. This is a roster, though, that we have seen glimpses of what they can do, but they genuinely don't seem to be able to bring these games over the finish line.
No, I mean, despite their 0-3 start to the stage, it's not indicative of their talent, obviously. They have kept every single game close, and they've obviously played some very formidable players from very formidable teams. I mean, if we take a look at so far the teams that they've played, I mean, 2 of those 3 were Stage 1 top 4 players. Envy's currently the #1 team in Stage 2. So at the end of the day, it's only going to get easier for Standby. That being said, it's really a testament to how much they can learn from those losses playing the better teams and grow from it.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at LFO, I think something that we really wanted to highlight was just when it comes to some of the mistakes or some of the issues that we're seeing them commit consistently in these rounds.
It's the discipline at the end of the day. They have no real veteran leadership on the team, so they're trying to grow with it. But all of their issues in Envy's matchup was individually giving fights. They're playing strats, but I don't believe that the rest of LFO understand why they're doing these strats in the first place. They'll have rounds so easily won, but they don't get who's playing where for what reason. And the final round, yes, it was a 3v5, but they get the case down on bank basement. For them to be able to lose this because they don't know where the win condition is coming from. They think the dirt player has it, but they have 2 people on the hatch, both watching the flank. They're not communicating who's going to be able to cover the diffuser first. They put themselves in positions to win, to find success, but at the end of it, they don't communicate what the real win condition is. So they're in the right place. They just need to they need to understand what the right thing to do is for each individual player and what everyone on the team is doing. Not just play the strat to play the strat. They really need to fully grasp it. And I think the rounds will go a lot smoother, and maybe they'll be able to cross that finish line and have a 7-5 on their side.
There was a round specifically against Envy that we thought really highlighted a lot of the issues that we were seeing from the side of LFO, and that was round 12.
Yeah, it was round 12. I mean, we saw briefly at the end of those clips, and it was essentially just LFO getting the post plant. They are in a man-down deficit, but when you have the post plant on basement, we know you can just play from the hatches. They have 2 people upstairs on the hatches, but both players are watching flank. There's not a necessity for both players to watch the flank. The communication clearly wasn't there.
Yeah, and for the side of Standby LFO, I think it makes the whole map veto situation a little bit more complicated as well, because there necessarily isn't a map where they have done incredibly well. And you're going up against a team like Shopify, who is happy to take you wherever at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify really has the pick of the litter here in terms of what map they want to take Standby to. It really is going to come down to Standby, as Fox was saying. They need to come together with, especially in those mid to late rounds, of understanding where the win condition is, what they can do to make a round fall in their favor, and that's where they've been struggling, clearly. As for Shopify, again, they're going to feel comfortable here. They have every reason to put Standby in an uncomfortable position, given their performance so far. And again, especially after that Cloud9 matchup, I can't imagine going to Lair that this is going to be a great outcome for Standby. This is a slightly comfortable map for Standby. They did have a good showing versus Cruelty on it. Maybe, you know, you obviously chalk that up to, yes, it was Cruelty, but still, for Shopify, I don't think that this is a bad pick by any means for them to just try to make Standby feel uncomfortable.
Is it also safe to say that because we've seen Standby on this map specifically already, that it's just more comfortable for SR to go against them because they do have the resources to be able to put in the prep?
Yeah, I think when you look at the strats that Standby does, and even the VOD review that Standby does on their own, they don't really change up anything.
No,
so SR definitely can take full advantage knowing that Standby probably hasn't changed anything from the last time they've shown this, and they're probably just going to abuse the fact that they can just pick apart a lot of these sites on their defensive halves.
We've also seen in week 1 that Standby clearly doesn't pay that close attention to previous teams' footage. I mean, they played Cafe twice, so did M80. They literally did not look at anything that M80 was doing to try and counter. They just played their game and tried to run through the repetitions. Shopify Rebellion is not that kind of team. They will use your weaknesses against you. They will spend the time going through every little thing to make sure that they counter it. So when it comes to the question of experience, Standby is not there yet. Shopify Rebellion clearly has the tools to be able to understand how to break down Standby.
And I think that's the big thing versus experience versus inexperience, as you so candidly put, is when they're in a situation in terms of not knowing what they need to do or not to be doing, that's a matter of experience and understanding. You can't just follow a blueprint. You can't just follow the strat book down to the T. Things have to be changed. You have to be able to adapt, and that's where they're going to struggle. Where on the side of Shopify, they understand if something doesn't fall through in terms of their strats, they know how to correct it. Troy knows how to put everyone in a different position to make that round then come back into their favor. So again, this really is going to come on the backing of Bino to quickly identify where things are going wrong, but not just on Bino, the players as well, given their positions. If they lose, a certain power position, certain control of the map, they need to understand what the priority is after that happens.
At the end of the day, when we're looking at both of these teams, it generally feels like this is Shopify's game to lose. If anything, most likely that's not going to be the case because we've seen this team. We know the discipline that they have. We know the roster that they have in place. Everything should be working out for them. So for the side of Standby or Glisten, like LFO, what I'm thinking about is what can be their main takeaways from the game? What needs to be that mentality heading into this to set themselves up for success as much as possible?
I mean, I think the first thing is obviously trying to fully understand what the strat is and making sure that you're paying attention to everybody on your roster and trying to limit Spoit and Ambi's impact on getting those opening kills. I think it really comes down to that because Standby's biggest issue is losing bodies to positions that they should know they're exposed to. They should know is not covered. So if they can manage that, that'll make things a lot easier to grow from as Standby.
So prediction is Standby?
No, I'm going 7-2 for Shopify. 7-1 for Shopify. They're on defense first.
Okay.
I'll say 7-3. I'll give a little bit of grace given how well Standby has looked. Granted, they haven't crossed that finish line. I don't want to completely say that it's going to be a landslide given the performances that they've had, huh?
All right, you know what? Instead, we're going to be heading over to our casters because these two need to be put on mute. So guys, take it away.
Honestly, it's very rare for a caster to say this. You could just put us on mute because I think this is going to be a pretty quick one. If you want to just take a nap, maybe like get in the zone, meditate a little bit. I don't know if you're really going to miss all that much because Ollie, Shopify versus Standby on layer, I think this is just going to be a team diff.
I think the map really speaks quite a lot, doesn't it? Lair is a map that we know Shopify to be fantastic on. And I love watching them on it. I love watching them attack it, to be honest. I think they've got a very good understanding of that. Obviously, we're seeing them start off on the defense tonight, and I guess we'll get to see them on that attacking stage. It just really depends for how many rounds. Something that I was kind of going to throw in as like just a little curveball is that as good as SRR, we do often see them go into an overtime in games where it maybe is a little bit avoidable. Now, obviously, yesterday was very different. That was one of the most dominant scorelines you can get. A 7-1. It's only bettered by a 7-0. But I don't know. SR have got a little bit of a history for letting things go on just a touch too long.
Yeah, and I mean, so far this stage, last stage, both them and Dark Zero were almost flawless until the end. Obviously, that changed when Shopify won against Dark Zero toward the end. But Shopify were flawless the whole stage with almost all regulation victories, except like one OT win in the group stage. They've already obviously hit that 2 overtime thrust point, 8-7 victory over Wild Card, but then also 8-7 victory over Dark Zero. Now, I would argue that both of those are better than what I think the OT game was against Envy last stage toward the beginning. So definitely, I think better opponents, especially when it comes to Shopify versus Dark Zero. But as you said, they are a team that sometimes can take a little bit to get things over the finish line, but where Shopify have been so good is they're just still so consistent in getting it over the line. Whereas on the opposite side, Standby's consistency really comes in their standard of play. They don't change up a whole lot. They don't regress a whole lot, but they also don't really improve that much either. It's kind of with a lot of these teams when you have, you know, Eddie, Kixrow, kind of this core roster of players. Now, obviously, you know, Bino, Fens, Epic joining. We've always kind of seen the same level of play from them, no matter what the 2, 3, or 5/5 of the roster are. But anyway, as we get on layer and into the ban phase, the one thing that I thought of was what you mentioned, which is Shopify not only play this map a lot, they were similar to how they were one of the first teams to start bringing in Aurora, one of the first teams to really start bringing in Layer. I distinctly remember the first time I ever saw a team run a second floor defense with a Tachanka, it was Shopify, almost right after the map launched, and that's one of the default ways of holding this site. They were literally out the gate with some of what became the default ways to hold sites on this map very quickly, and if that's not evidence of how well practiced they are on this map and how much this map is like a comfort pick for them, I don't know what else could be.
Yeah, I think it's such a smart thing to do, right? As soon as a map gets it released into the pool, you may as well just adopt it straight away, because you're going to have to start playing it sometime. There's no point practicing further on maps that you've already got a good or decent understanding on. You may as well adopt that new map straight away. So I think it's a real smart move from them. Obviously, Lair is it's still the new map, although it has been around for what feels like some time now. It's like, still a map that a lot of people don't want to play.
It's like it's gone from being the new map to the most recent addition. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you've kind of got to make that distinction, right? Because you don't want people to be sat there going, "What? A new map came out this season? I don't remember that."
It's like it's no longer new, but it is the most recent map to join the pool. And you know, you do still see some teams who are, say, like Virtus Pro, for example, who is that kind of team where they've got their 6 maps. They love them. They're big fans of them. They're always hesitant to kind of add in something new to their pool. Okay, I think it's like 7 now at this point, to be fair.
I thought it was like 5.
Okay, it's 6. It's 6.
It's actually nice for once that someone from NA isn't just dunking on EML.
No, I will dunk on EML as a meme, but like I didn't really like EML. Like I like Virtus Pro, I like Falcons, really like G2 right now. I like Secret. Joom,
there's a lot to like.
Great dancer.
Ooh,
oh,
epic.
I don't like that.
You've just droned this. That has literally just been droned, my friend.
That's okay. That looks like a counter and a half right there. Well, we've got a couple DMR shots in a softball directly looking at a double door that Epic walked in without really being worried about. That definitely was a counter by Shopify, and goes to the Desk's point that Standby don't change a lot, and clearly Shopify are ready for it. Probably also evidenced by the guy who is, Canadian, who's like inside the door basically with a shotgun around the corner. Seems like Shopify are more than prepared for what Standby are going to do.
Yeah, they know exactly what they need to do right now. Canadian's not worried about anything at the moment. He might have to start worrying about Bino, depending on how these things go. I think he's got Surf there for a bit of protection, but it's not a great deal. But at the moment, Standby are just getting snubbed out. The barbed wire is the early warning system. And yeah, we've got somebody playing deep in there, although Bino is just going to be allowed to de-shield. I kind of feel like Rexon's dropped the ball a little bit there.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a Rexon not calming or a miscomm between the two and Canadian not hearing. I don't know. That definitely should not happen, but at the same time, I mean, it's a 4v2. Canadian's the only guy that died. Rexon is in a bit of a difficult spot. He can't exactly fall back, but the wall's still open, and again, we're splitting hairs. Standby have done, by and large, nothing to dislodge the Shopify defenders. That wasn't completely given to them. In the case of Canadian prone on the floor. Rexon, Spoit, and Surf, I believe, are all holding this position. Rexon even kills Bino in the process. Yeah, no, like, could we talk about the Rexon Canadian miscomm? Sure, I don't care though. It was not.
Just bait
not
him,
material,
honestly.
Really, yeah, exactly.
Just bait him. Like, Canadian stats aren't going to suffer too badly. I wouldn't feel too hard on yourself there, Rexon. You just gotta let him be the carrot, and you can be the stick. To be fair, I think Canadian used all 3 of his toxic babes just on the doorway. Like, his part in that round was played.
It's also like
even if he gets back to
site.
site. Yeah, even if he gets back to site, I don't really know if it does anything too significant. That's probably one of the weaker attempts at an attack that I've seen of that top floor, to be fair.
I was about to say...
Nothing happened.
I was about to say, I think I made this joke on the SAL broadcast. I was like, this is the first round of Rainbow Six history where nothing happened. I actually think I was wrong. I think if that was the first, this was the second. But if it's like a matter of degrees, I think this was the first. Like, genuinely, nothing happened that round. And like, I'm not just saying that to like, you know, like do a bit and have fun, right? I mean, what happened? Epic walked in, immediately got shot through a hole in the wall. Then a minute and 40 seconds pass, or I guess an extra minute happens after that death. And then Bino walks at the hall, shoots Canadian, and they're stuck at that door, and they all die.
Do you give him the benefit of the doubt and say, well, you lost the book straight away, maybe we didn't get to see the full plan, but then you think about it and you think what the book's actually going to do? I don't think it's going to add that much.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think the vert pressure, like, adds something on this site, but I've never seen it, like, make or break an attack or, like, really save the attack, except in some maybe, like, very, very rare instances, but it's not that strong. Or it's not that strong.
Well, Standby are going to have to book their ideas up a little bit here. Otherwise, the desk may be right. But it is still very early days. Only round number 1 played and into round number 2 now. Downstairs to the basement, we turn our attention. SR, their stall is set pretty clear. They just want to try and deny time and space. But fortunately for Standby, they do have some tools that they can use to try and make this a little bit easier. Something they will have a trouble with, though, is destroying those Vulcan packs. They're going to have to use those nades and hope that they get some either fortunate timing or some good bounces as those nades sail down through the floor. A bit of info there as to Rexon's position, but he's not too worried. He's got a beeper on his door, which he actually very kindly points out for us there, so we can see that he's got just a bit of an early warning system going on. Fens is concerned as Ambi looks to be on the prowl with a little bit of information on this mid-floor.
I think definitely a possibility Fens is worrying about, though, whether he knows Ambi's flanking or not. Just good foresight. Keep an eye on that flank, especially since Fens will want to turn his eyes downward at some point, but ooh, oh no. Dear. Eddie wraps around, Ambi ready for it too. Good trade by Bino with the roaming from Shopify. Much more lethal. What timing on that? Spoits just set the pipe to burst, walks away, and Bino, I think everybody's still learning those timings a bit, still getting used to these destructible ingredients. So another 2v4 that Standby don't really have a good way out of, especially since Spoit is still threatening a flank. Just something that once Fens or Kixrow look to move down, he'll strike, go for the backstab, or at least based off the sound, give the people on the site information as to where they might be pushing. If he hears something, say, hey, they're by me. If not, hey, they're clear. It's just incumbent upon Shopify not to peek at this point. All Standby have to go off of are these gunfights. Doesn't check around the corner. Good off angle held by Surf. Maybe going for the second. We'll find it. 2 in a row for Shopify as another defense where I don't think we can really complain all that much.
No complaints. I think Spoit's probably hit the flashiest kill we've seen without a bullet, let's say.
Especially because he killed a guy that then shot that and walked away.
Like, did he turn around to shoot it again to make it explode quicker, or had he just got the timing of the gods?
I'm pretty sure it was just timing of the gods, to be honest with you. Oh, no, he did shoot it. You're right.
He shot it.
He did shoot it.
That's
actually...
That's even better. Like, because those things, I haven't worked it out yet. I'm stood next to one of those things, and I'm like, I don't want to go through because I know what's going to happen. But if you shoot it again, it's going to explode quicker. Genius. I love how he knew that he was going to get chased as well because it was the BB. It was just there's some moments in Siege where you just think that you could not have made a better play. Like, that is genuinely the best play you could have made.
There's actually, it's funny you say that. There's another really good Shopify moment involving a shield. God, when was it? I think it was at Montreal. I don't remember who Shopify were playing against, but Surf was roaming on Nighthaven and there was a blitz chasing him. And he goes down through basement, hears the blitz chasing him, walks into, I think it was like It wasn't assembly. It wasn't tank. God, the call it's escaping. What's the room next to the site? You know, the one you'll like place a mirror window on to watch the assembly breach.
Oh, it's like a control room or something, isn't it?
Control or something. I don't know. Either way, he runs into that room, and the Blitz ADSs start shooting through the wall. So instead of continuing, Surf anticipates that the Blitz would try to pre-fire him through the wall and peeks back out, like re-peeks the doorway he just ran through and shoots the Blitz in the head. And it's just like moments like that where like you really see players understand the behavior of somebody who uses a shield. Not even like that specific player, just like the general mentality of Bino in that case or whoever it was in that Surf example I just gave. It's always satisfying when you see somebody anticipate player behavior like that and make the right call based off it.
Standby needs to start doing a little bit of that because they aren't getting very many kills.
They need to stop
with
standing by.
Guns, so yeah, they need to activate. Back up to the top floor. So, sorry, into the mid floor. So, Fens, hello? Is this a new strat we're seeing? He's just sort of, he's got himself quite deep. He's knocking on the door of the site. Might be able to find himself one. Ooh. Obviously we have the outlines, but they don't. Zami needs to be careful.
Gap. That's a good gap from Fens. Could definitely get overlooked by the defense. Of course, there is the factor you always have to consider, which is this vertical hold. How are teams going to deal with it? Are they just going to bait pressure, then rotate off? It seems like Standby are looking to create some new angles to try and directly counter them. C4 goes out. How does Epic not even take a little bit of damage from that? Still, quick feet get him to evade the brunt of that danger tossed out by Rexen. There's a four-man hold up top. That Azami we were worried about down below, exposing her self-defense, has now moved up, joined the rest of the defense upstairs. Well, 60% of it at least. They know this player's around the corner. You see that Z-ping. Bino, at least I think, is aware of it. Yeah, still getting pinged. Gotta know that Rexen is just around the corner. Plus to charge out will force Rexen. He gets the kill on the fall off. Swings again. Thankfully, Bino finds that one. Not often we see direct clears up top work, but Bino also anticipating. Surf to go for the reswing, challenging the fuse. Switches to the pistol. Oh, it's a matter of degrees, but Surf, shotgun in hand, makes it work. I don't know what the hell Canadian just did. That had to have been a fat finger. Just gets on cams in front of him. Been a bit of an oddly placed round, but Surf just smoked that guy as we had to turn the TV off. That shot was so nasty. 15 seconds left, 10 seconds, excuse me. And while Surf falls, it's just Ambi with only 5 seconds to go. One drops down the hatch. Will the next join soon after? Yes, they do! Feed them to the UMP 1 by 1. And in the 1v2, Ambi gives Shopify their third.
Strange round. I was looking at that attack from Standby and I was thinking, what have they got that is going to be able to be used to burst into this site effectively? And the fuse cluster charge wasn't on my list of things that you would like to have in that position. It does a great job, but Rexen, because of the activation time, he's got there's no sort of consequence to swinging and picking up the kill. If that was a Yin Candela, if it was a smoke, if it was fire, it's a lot more immediate. The fuse is very much a telegraphed piece of utility. Standby did do a very good job of trading, and to be fair, it was one of the more effective ways of taking that top floor. It was a little bit weird, though.
Yeah, it was good.
Canadian hitting a prone, and I don't know if he thought he was dead, or I think at least the player that shot him thought that he was downed because he went to prone. I'm not sure why he'd flicked into the cameras. Maybe he was just immediately recognizing, well, I'm dead, so I'm going to go in the cameras and start flicking. A little bit of a weird one. Standby, we've got to give him a little bit of credit there, though, Lynx, because they had an idea, and to a degree, it did work. And let's be honest, they're in a 2 versus 1 at the end. There's a lot of times that you win a 2 versus 1, just not often when you're up against Ambi.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's not just against Ambi, but Ambi in that position with that time remaining, like, Ambi knows what to do. If both players are on the second floor, and they gotta get down to the bottom floor as quickly as possible, where are they probably gonna come from? The hatch. So he just sits there below, waits, and sure enough, one comes in. And doing this, that's exactly what you should do in this position. Ambi's a very good player, and as you said, Ambi in a 1v2, even if things were harder, is the kind of player who's gonna win those situations. But it didn't exactly require a lot of brain power for Ambi to do just now. It just kind of had to be, okay, I've been here before. I have all the information. I can put the pieces together well. And of course, Ambi's good enough to put those pieces together, not trying to like diminish the accomplishment completely. It was, you know, a good 1v2, good thing he won. But because of the actions and the way that round had transpired for a standby, it was a very easy calculus to make, I think. And so Shopify very much just playing the team and playing the game in front of them right now, and it's one that I don't think is demanding all that much. They are playing the layer they've been playing for a while. Both teams are, and for Shopify, I think at the moment it just is a layer that is a cut above standby.
It's a little bit more refined, isn't it, on the side of SR?
Which I would hope it would be, to be clear. And if it weren't more refined, that'd be a warning bell.
But the refinements come as well as some nice little adaptations. I think round 1 was a great example.
Right out the
I'm
gate.
actually looking forward to going back and re-watching some of Standby play in Lair and see just if these entry points are to be challenged so heavily. Look at this. Never want to shy away from a fight. And I think that's part of the confidence as well that players like Spoit are going to have today, because they are genuinely going to feel like they are the best player in the server. They're not worried about going up against anyone for a fight. Not that they usually are, but I feel like it gives them that little bit extra level of freedom.
Especially if you're coming off a game like yesterday where Surf hit that 1v5. Like I would hate to be any team that's playing Shopify coming off a game like that yesterday, where it just so clearly looked like you were the better team and the better players individually. I mean, Spoit had a 3K, Surf had multiple multi-frags and a 1v5, Rex in 3K as well. Like, it's just one of those games that the 7-1 is obviously great, but even especially for a lot of the players that we see doing well right now, which would be everybody except Canadian, it's going to give them so much more confidence, as you said. I mean, half the round in, what's happened, Ollie? Like, genuinely, what's happened?
I don't know. We're watching a Blackbeard run across the roof to a Lion that's also on the roof. A hop in, maybe? Well, I guess it is. Kicks throw straight on him, but with this layered level of defense, there's not a great deal that they can do with it. Caught in the Banshee, needs to try and disable that.
Nobody to trade him if he goes down, by the way. Yeah, no, he just hops out.
He can't stay. Like, the floor to Rocket Stairs was a little bit open. Obviously, you've got Eddie playing there, but there's always the possibility of a retake. Oh, dear.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, this is what happens when you start to rush and make mistakes. Like, that's just a pure freebie. You never see an entry kill with a knife, by the way.
Just stabbed him in the back, shotgun around the corner, Epic. Ooh, okay, we'll find a big kill. Charging up the hole, only a 3v3 at the moment, but Epic has secured control of the bathroom position. Waiting for somebody to peek, also has the opportunity. I'd advise both parties to choose that engagement carefully. They've got plenty of time to pick Fens back up, so now it's Shopify, not only the man deficit, but Ambi also on 1 HP. Even if the rest of this attack isn't clean, there's a very clear angle for Standby to close this out. Spoit 2 stuck on the opposite side of this breach, can be flashed and pinched by the whole attacking lineup. Ambi still gets a kill. Spoit still works his way out of this mess. Smoke's landing at the exact right time, so Bino's got to move to the off spot. And Shopify continue perfect play on layer. A clinical 3v4.
You got to feel bad for Shopify in some ways there, because that could have been, I don't know, it could have been a lot cleaner. I think from Standby's point of view, you look at that and go, if you hadn't just spent so much of the early round doing, let's face it, not a lot, this wouldn't have been too much of a problem. But they have just been rinsed on every single part of their information. I would have liked to have maybe seen some Bs from Eddie just to check that the coast was clear there. They didn't have any drones left when when Kicksrow hops in and gets stabbed out by Surf. It's one of those. It's an unfortunate one. But Shopify are going to play, especially at that time point in the round, they're going to play a little bit further up front. They're not going to be really tucked into the site because they've got time and they've got a really nice layered defense. And the layers just, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because they're sort of working for Shopify in some ways because it gives them somewhere to play. But at the point when Standby are running through them, they just don't care. They can't afford to worry about where's got a line of sight onto where and what piece of utilities. People are tanking laser gates, they're walking through Banshees because there's just no time left.
which has been one of the themes of this half. Aside from the first round where Rexon was holding a pre-placed angle at an entry point that Epic has clearly used before, every opening pick has happened with less than a minute, 10 seconds left in the past 2 rounds. Less than a minute left entirely. Standby have clearly been working through their options and not just committing to the first thing that comes to their mind. But they're struggling to find any good options. They're struggling to come up with any good plan. So Shopify know that if a team is struggling to do that, the best way to give them a leg up is to give them openings and gunfights. And well, I was going to say they're not doing that, but Ambi
what is
does
that assumption?
Yeah, Ambi, oh my goodness. He even re-peaks that. That's the confidence I'm talking about. It can burn you, it can work, but Ambi goes 1-for-1 against the Dokkaebi. I'd still make that trade, but the point I was going to say, if you are going to take those fights, that's what you have to do. See where the intel is, try and find a gap between the intel and the follow-up, and then you take the fight. Does Ambi have to take that gunfight? No. Probably could just like play a little more passive, and that'd be the safer bet. But if you're going to do it, that's the way it should have been done.
Unlucky on the bars there from Fens. He's able to start trying to remove some of that site utility, but they're going to have the same problem that they had previously attacking this site, and that is that Spoit is out there on the prowl. There's a good bit of information available. At least know where Rexon is, but again, it just feels like a carbon copy of round number 2 at the moment, save for that interesting opening pick. A little bit of info on the site as well. Bino. Got something to work with there, and dependent on how successful Fens is up here, it could be good, but we know that Spoit is hanging around, and look at all the tools that he's got to play with. He's even got a mirror window up there on that second floor as well. Yeah, you can push the site all you like, but Ram has opened up the vert, and that's just going to give something for Spoit to play with later. It's a case of now either dealing with him or entirely ignoring it and hoping that you can overwhelm. There it is. That's the important kill of this round. Everything now should be opened up. There's no threat of a flank, no worry from above, and Fens can just operate now in this vert that he's made.
They also have the Blackbeard to make space and the guns to follow it up. My only worry, Bino with the diffuser, I kind of want the Blackbeard to put the pressure on in this situation, and maybe somebody follows up behind him and puts the diffuser down. But then again, like you said, they have the space, they have the opportunity, and the shield will still provide some very necessary protection. Right there, the case in point, but Rexon still finds a way around the corner, shoots Bino despite the Blackbeard doing his best to shield that damage. Surf domes Fens around the corner, but Eddie's got the time to make it into the post, saved by the bell, or by the guns of Kixrow, as he covers the planter and gets the final kill. First round on the board, and boy, does it take a hell of a while to get there.
I would have had a big problem. There would have been a roll call. We would have had to need alibis as to where people were when that plant went down, because how was he able to get that kill? I have no idea. He just appears out of nowhere and disappears into the smoke. That plant should be going down with the amount of cover that was available. I can't believe he's just peeked out there. Fortunately for Standby, they make it happen. Kixrow with a nice 2 to end it. There would have been a serious steward's inquiry if Standby hadn't won that round. We would have been going back over the VAR. Now, I do want to talk about the opening pick. If you're droning and you see Vigil spikes on your drone, you can't assume anything is clear. You can't just think, oh, it's okay, he'll be above, or oh, it's okay, he'll be below. He very well might be in the room that you have just droned. And that is today's lesson. Let's just everybody learn something from that. And especially if you're playing against Shopify, and especially if you know that Ambi likes to play Vigil. Just don't do it. Don't take that fight. Give yourself a little bit more surety.
Standby get one on the board, though. And we can forgive that, well, at least I can forgive that opening with the closer after. The 4-2 half wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, I suppose. Could be okay. It might be less than a Shopify that, okay, we had our fun. Let's chill out a little bit. Especially on a mid-floor defense, we know what works or what can get us the closest to our victory, which is holding that top floor, running that extension back. It's the exact same lineup across the board from that previous Bunks defense in round 3 down to the positions. Shopify are not trying to get things too complicated. It is quite literally the exact same defense. We'll see how Standby try to wrap their heads around it. They bring in a Ying this time instead of a Fuse. But still some damage exchanged early on. Spoit losing quite a lot of health. And Standby, by and large, still not worse for wear.
I think the Ying's a much better pickup than the Fuse for this take that we've seen Standby like to go for. Ben's, unfortunately for him, he'll lose his life quite early. Getting a little bit antsy at the breach there. A bit of a problem because the Deimos is a really nice tool to have when clearing out this top floor. Not only because you get the shotgun, but also those death marks can just give you a nice little pinpoint as to where people are, and an extra body is never a bad thing. Haven't seen those Candelas used just as of yet. Kickstro just hiding out in display room window at the moment. Is going to hop himself out. This is what we talk about with Standby in the stall. Especially when you look at Epic's position right now. He's like ready to start knocking on the door of the site. He's at the top of Rocket Stairs and his two teammates, well, they're not in yet. They're not committed. Still hanging outside of display. Only now we start to see Bino hop in. Don't forget, they haven't got the extra man to help watch things here either. Shopify doing a really good job of burning the clock so far.
This is the recipe they've employed for basically every round up until they started getting, like, basically once Ambi started pulling out Vigil in round 4, Shopify individually were getting a little more liberal with their play, and now it's all back to use an Ollie phrase, belt and braces. Just chilling, just vibing, not trying to get things too crazy. Spoy and Ambi just win the fights presented. Bino, that pistol will at least find one, maybe a second. Nice little flick on the surf there. Don't want to see a huge throw from Shopify, as you have the winning formula. They do have intel on one player directly below the bomb chassis, though. Might be able to see that leg if you can find the angle. They'll go and make the hole. Okay. We have something here now, especially with Spoit on such low HP. Candelas go in. Both defenders still on the top floor, but a BP looking directly at Bino. So while Epic's concerned with the fight coming from below, he gets Spoit through the wall, but they still down the planter from the vert. Shopify with another close one, but still one that moves over the line. 5-2-1.
It's a real shame that the BP was there from a Standby point of view. It was a great piece of utility from SR's point of view. But such a shame because that round and that take, so successful. The addition to Ying having the machine pistol now, it just opens that operator right up. The 612 shotgun has been a meme for the longest time. And whenever we'd previously seen it used, you'd do a sharp intake of breath and you go, oh my goodness, why is this person bringing this? Now that Ying has the machine pistol secondary, it's so viable. And it's a really nice tool, as demonstrated, just ripping through the floor, close range engagements, whatever it might be. It gives Ying a little bit more of that sort of bursting into sight. You feel like you can play off the back of your own utility a little bit better when you've got the shotgun. Brilliant play from Bino himself there. 3 kills on the round. Just unfortunate that the time was where it was at. I think that was the big problem in that round. And again, it comes down to the Standby stall. You know, they do put themselves into standby in that middle portion of the round. And all that as well. And they were a man down. They'd lost Fens on the Deimos really early on.
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
I don't even remember how he died. Like, I'm watching the game the whole time. And just like these rounds, those 6 rounds went by just so monotonously. I don't even remember how he died. Like, what did Fens' death, like, did it further anything in this round? No.
Oh, he died on the breach. That was it.
And like,
he was peeking the breach.
If you didn't see him die at the breach, could you have even told me there was a breach?
No.
That's what I mean. Anyway. We'll see how Shopify fare on their attacking side. Standby are familiar with some game of one-side, well, I suppose, one-sided games on layer in terms of, I don't know, the word's not coming to me. Basically, they played a game against Cruelty last stage. They went down like 5-1 on their attacks, came back 1-7-5 on their defenses. So they've been in this position before. Different opponent, perhaps. Maybe they just have
Only a little bit.
very, very strong defenses. Got the Tachanka on our 6 room. I was talking about it earlier. A zombie playing a bit more aggressively to contest ops. Kicks row around the corner, playing the Kobe lax position. Can fight the single window, throw a Grzmot on it, or swing around on a rocket stairs. Not a bad setup.
Since when did Kobe Lax get a position?
I mean, I don't know if it's his position, but I just associate it with him now. I'm an NA. I can do what I want.
People have worked hard. People have worked hard forever to get positions.
You don't think Kobe Lax has worked hard?
Oh yeah, but like not for long.
I'm not going to start calling it Kobe Lax, just to be clear.
Ooh.
Nice.
Opening pick for Surf. Bino taken down. The smoke removed. This is a close range engagement for a Glass, but Kixrow comes off better. Ella Scorpion. Great weapon for those close range engagements. The Glass DMR, not so much. Ambi, struggling to find success on the vert, but eventually puts an end to Epic. The Azami playing behind the desk is always such a key linchpin player on this site. Eddie does have the Shumikas and can start to send those out there. There's 45 seconds or so, and he's got 17, so this doorway really ought to be flamed off for the majority.
We'll see it bounce out of the frame. Kixrow pushes up deep off the back of it. You can see Shopify, I was about to say, putting themselves in a little bit of a tricky position with the time spent, but they've at least traded sufficiently. Surf ties up the final 2, 6-1, and that desk prediction just 1 round away from a perfect score. Well, not perfect in terms of 7-0, but perfect for the desk's purposes.
Be a big week for SR as well, won't it? They go 14-2. I mean, okay, look at who they've played. They've played the teams that they were expected to win, but still, that is a serious scoreline.
I don't care. Plus 12 on round diff out of this? Like, I don't care.
That is a serious scoreline.
I mean, it would be, yeah, because with the game yesterday, if they won at 7-1, they'd be plus 14 round diff. And also, like, obviously they played Cloud9 and Standby right now, but they played Dark Zero game 2 and Wildcard game 1, who are like, you know, a top 6 team you got to worry about. They've already played some difficult games, and still coming away with these first 4 with a plus 14 round diff is going to be crazy.
Yeah, they've had a nice mix, haven't they, really?
Yeah, honestly, it's like, it's been a very...
They've had 2 difficult games, and, I mean, all the games are difficult, but they've had 2 difficult opponents. Then they've had 2 opponents which you've just got to be really careful of because anything could happen. This being one of those games. I think it's a great start.
Honestly, looking at their schedule, it is very well balanced. We got Standby today, we got M80 next week, followed up by OXG. So again, another, you know, top 4 contender, another kind of top 6 adjacent team. Then we got NV, which is a bit more kind of the standby category, though they are 3-0 right now.
Best team in the league.
Shut up. But then SSG and Cruelty, like honestly,
it's factual.
Kind of a crazy balanced schedule from Shopify. Maybe a bit of a stacked, like I don't know, not even really a stacked mid game. I don't know. It's kind of like good week, bad week, good week, bad week.
Surf dusting off 0 for what could be the final round here on Lair. We do love a bit of 0 play. Plenty of Argus cameras. Get those sent out there and have loads to watch when you're in those. There's going to be a bit of an initial focus right now at just trying to clear out some of this utility. Get rid of some of the Lucy Banshees. Already, Rexon is in above. No ram needed for Rexon. He is he's an enjoyer of the book. He's an old skill, but a good one. Get that skeleton key out and rip open the floor. Seems to be doing it fairly self-sufficiently at the moment as well, with the rest of his team just operating in and around the site. Canadian just pressed up against the mirror window. Fens. Doesn't take much for him to find an angle there and to pick that headshot. That's really gonna slam the brakes on any attempt at some sort of speed for this attack. And I think the SR are gonna have to pivot.
They might need to with losing that blitz. That kind of operator that always gathers a lot of attention when the attack is thinking where to play. Fens finding the next. Surf, good trade. How has this happened? Oh no. bit of a wobbly position that Shopify and Standby find themselves in, as 5v3 seemed all but guaranteed, and yet immediate answer back. Malusi, Castle, and Tachanka now go down. Epic holding an aggressive position. That Spoit just pre-fires, just swings with all the confidence in the world, and now Shopify have the advantage. They can reset. They still got drones. 3 on the board. Who knows if they're active? Who knows if they can be used? But still information they could gather. More time to calm, figure out where they plant. They find their way in. Nowhere for Eddie or Bino to take an angle aside from that C4. Yet Surf, whether he gets aggressive or Eddie swings, it's still Standby who put Rexen in a tricky spot. Almost let it slip away, but Standby recover. Put their second round on the board. And if attacks look like that, there is a way back in. Not a short one, but there is a way.
Yeah, a couple of things really need to be tightened up there, I think, from SR's point of view. You've got Canadian pressing himself up to the mirror window. No one really there to take immediate advantage of it. And I don't really know what the idea was off the back of that anyway, because he'd already smashed it. He already gathered the info. Just an unfortunate repeat. It was a brilliant kill from Spoit. At the point where Spoit gets the kill onto Epic, I'm thinking this is on. Like, he doesn't care, he's got no health. He's just going for it. But then the C4 lands, and it becomes a very difficult 1 versus 2 for Rexen to try and battle with. Still, all not lost for Shopify. They have a very healthy buffer right now. Standby are going to be moving into the mid floor. As is norm, we will be going for a top floor defense. They brought the Warden along this time, and they've brought the Solace. It's a very shotgun heavy lineup as well. Both Epic and Eddie, and Bino for that matter, with primary shotguns.
I mean, it's something we see a lot on this top floor. Well, obviously not top floor site, but when the top floor is being defended, is you have a lot of really close corridors, you know, kind of tight right angle corners, you know, over by Rocket, for example. New Bridge being, I think, another, or in top of green being another very, I guess not New Bridge, top of green, another very common position where you can swing around into the hallway, swing around at the single door where we saw Canadian playing at the beginning of the game. And most of those gunfights, if you have a shotgun, you'll be the advantage party. So I think it makes sense, since even though they're not defending second floor, you're always going to have 3 to 4 people up top. Just a good part of the map for shotguns. Probably the best part of the map for shotguns, being honest.
Yeah. And we see the Solace again. Obviously, its uses are fairly limited these days, it feels, but if there is a plant going down, then you can, of course, see the planter. So maybe Epic playing the long game there. We'll have to see if we do get to that portion of the round or not. Early drone information from Spoit is going to call a little bit of utility in the site, but the majority fairly clear. If that nade lands, oh, unfortunately didn't get the Vulcan pack. Did get the BP. There is still that small matter of the Vulcan pack, and as Canadian can see now on his drone, there are going to be a couple more kicking around as well. So a lot of attention at the moment being paid by Shopify in the drones particularly as to what this site setup is. They know that there's going to be Vert, that's fine. They know there are going to be Vulcan packs, they just need to know where they are. Then they can start to try and chip away at them with these grenades. Another attempt there from Spoit, and he will in fact find one this time. With Canadian's position, and another nade going in, this could shape up into quite a quick site push, and we might see Solace using the gadget a little bit earlier than we anticipated.
Could be forced into that position. Surf also in a very powerful spot on green. Not necessarily because of its threat to the site, but if somebody does decide to flank, could swing up, take that fight. Having a really good weekend, 11-5 at the moment, and yesterday against Cloud9, 16-2. It's 27 kills in 2 days for Surf, all on that hard support position. Doing really quite strong. Epic almost smokes that guy off the face of the earth, but that EE1D and the utility being used is what Canadian needs to get in. Look at how everybody on the top floor is distracted, and that's exactly how Shopify slip in unnoticed. Unfortunate timing for Rexen. Backs off right as the gunfight's taken, but he sets up again, holding that long angle. There's one. How about the second? You feeling lucky, Epic? It all comes up him today, but that's the only kill Standby will achieve. 1v4, 1v3. Upside down repel in the post when you're up 6-2. Oh my God, these guys want it so badly. And they'll get it. 7-2 scoreline for Shopify. The desk is not correct. No 7-1. That's just a -1 in the round diff. Shopify come out still flawless from the weekend and up 13 in round count.
Full 6 points for SR this week. They're going to be very happy with that. Just got to say, what a player Rexon is. Single-handedly causing that much disruption, so much so that the plank can go down. He was the only person on that top floor from SR. We're going to hit a break. After that, we'll be back with our desk.
Him on ping.
Drop. Oh no, Jimvert.
I have flight vert. Just play the post.
I have eyes on bomb.
Please.
I can call
Come
bomb.
rotate green side, Willie.
You can even go
Take
back
green
above
side
it.
for the bomb.
Alright,
Bomb.
after.
He's dropping hatch.
You swing
no,
when he
just
drops,
taking
bees.
vert.
Drops, go swing, bees. Good shot.
Dude, easy game, guys.
Good job, guys.
Shit.
Good job, guys.
Good job, guys. Good week.
I don't think.
Easy game, good week. That pretty much sums it up so far for SR. A 7-2 win against Orgless. I mean, what can we say besides the fact that we'll just speak to one of their members? I believe we have Spoit ready for the interview as well. Congratulations on another successful week. I mean, okay. I don't know what that was, but someone's like...
That was Troy. That was Troy.
I've never heard Troy make a sound like that in my life. That was
He's
yeah,
really
Troy's
excited.
getting crazy out there.
All right.
Yeah, he is.
I mean, celebrations are due. Another week, 4-0 start to the NAL second stage. What would you say is the biggest difference between the SR that we're seeing consistently right now and the one that we were seeing in stage 1?
I just want to say, first of all, props to the team for the hard work they've been putting in over the past, since the season started. We came in with like just a week of prac into the whole stage, so it was kind of shaky, but we managed to figure things out, and it's looking good so far.
Yeah, it absolutely has been looking good. And I guess like from your perspective, when you just obviously have Surf going crazy yesterday, you always have Ambi to rely on. How much pressure does it take it off of your shoulders to individually perform? Are you just worried about that at all, or are you always just focused on the strat, the job?
I mean, you named it. I have some insane players on my team. Like, I be getting carried, man. Like, I be getting carried some games. Like, I just do my part, and they just pop off. So it's good that we have a team that everyone can pop off, and everyone has their games. So it's good. It's a good system, man.
Well, Spoit, I want to say congratulations. You guys are keeping the streak going in terms of in best of ones. I kind of want to talk about picking Lair for the matchup against Standby. Was that just due to the fact, obviously, you saw them beat Cruelty, you understood that they don't really change a lot of their strats, and I'm just curious, through your eyes and the prep that you guys had, did they really change anything from the last time of whatever you guys may have VOD reviewed or prepped for?
So we haven't practiced LFO on this map for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't really know what we were going into. Like, are they gonna show something we've never seen? Probably not. So we just focus on our own game, on our own team play, because that's the important shit, man. Like, just focusing on yourself. Yeah. So just focusing on yourself, working on the team play. That's the key for us, and that's what we always try and focus on.
And then just a follow-up question. Obviously, we know you guys are very dominant in the best of ones. What are you guys kind of doing now to prep for getting into those best of threes again and kind of right the wrongs that not only went through the regular stage, but then even into EWC?
So an issue we had was that we, some of our maps that we would, play in best of threes and stuff weren't as strong going into EWC and stuff. So that's something we have, that's something we attack every day. We practice, adding more maps, figuring out certain stuff on this, on the maps that we have right now, like what needs to be changed, what needs to, all that stuff. So, you're just taking it day by day.
For sure. Well, you guys are looking clean.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and with Beast calling this game, he was the IGL. It's looking pretty good, man. Looking pretty good.
It is looking great, but I also would like to know, looking forward to the future in the NAL Stage 2 for SR, what can people be expecting?
A group of guys that will work hard, for sure. We will try our best. We will always, like I said, try our best. We're gonna continue doing our stuff, playing hard Siege, keep winning them best of ones. Like, I don't even know what win streak is now, like 12 maps in a row, something like that. I'm not sure. 13. But yeah, that's pretty much a wrap, yeah.
All right, well, that is a wrap for the interview as well. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations once again on a strong start to stage 2.
Yeah, they're definitely having a strong start. I mean, again, we already know how dominant they were in the best of one series throughout stage 1. They're continuing to do so here, and especially in even these last 2 games. I mean, dominance is clearly running through these guys. It was a 7-1, 7-2. Does that mean going into next week we see a 7-0, 7-3? I don't know, but they're definitely on the right path of getting into those playoff contentions already, just winning every single game so far.
I mean, it's the same situation as stage 1. First game was like an overtime double OT game to Envy. We thought that Shopify was human. They ended up going undefeated up until playoffs. So obviously similar storyline here, close week 1, but now looks like they're in full form, just getting the reps under their belt of playing backtop, being online. And obviously, it was just another day for them. I mean, we could highlight every single player. We could highlight the strategy of what they were doing. But honestly, it'll just be the same things that we keep saying. From my standoff opinion is Standby. I mean, it still looks like the same issues. Obviously, they're losing so many gunfights in positions that should be washed, or they should understand, okay, this is a risk area. I can die from these angles. I should know what's covered, what's not covered. It just looks like Standby keeps showing up day after day, and it looks like, oh yeah, they're gonna have improvement, but it's still the same issues of lack of awareness, lack of understanding what their teammates are doing.
Yeah, it's frustrating because, again, you know, the first 3 play days that we've seen from them, it's been like, okay, yeah, you guys are looking good. Sure, you maybe not crossing that finish line, but at least, you know, you're keeping it competitive. And then you come into this matchup, which, again, SR, they're a very formidable opponent. They're very dominant. They're outright. But to put up a performance like this, and then also to just look completely disjointed, even in that last round in that post plant, 2 players are trying to fight someone outside. They can't really have any coverage too much over the bomb where they can more focus on the player's insight and worry about that outside factor. And they're more focused on trying to go for this 2v1 fight that realistically isn't even helping the round in that situation. So it just goes to show, I mean, whether it's lack of VOD reviewing, whether it's just lack of prep, lack of adapting, there's still things that LFO can and needs to work on. It's not over yet. They still could possibly make playoffs, but they need to start ramping that up faster than we've seen it now.
Yeah, it's a long way to go for Standby LFO if they do want to make those playoffs and if they just want to continue going. I mean, it also just gets to a point, right, where you're continuously hitting these games where you're so close yet so far, and maybe this is like that final hurdle, that mental barrier that they have that hasn't allowed them to really show up today. Next week, again, a new week for them to start from scratch, so hopefully they do better. But from our side of things, we have another game coming up. Envy against SSG. This is the new top dogs against the old ones coming up after the break.
Standby, and this is One Word Siege.
Just one word, right? Ooh.
C4.
No way, bro. Gadget.
Impact.
Wait, I'm gonna guess it.
So after 3 tries, you can steal, yeah?
It might be cooked if I have to guess that one line.
Lasers.
Claymore.
Yeah.
Bang!
Is it 1-1?
No, 1-1.
Wait,
But we got it first try,
We should
yeah.
get more points for getting it first try.
No.
No. Cameras.
Valkyrie.
My man, my
Okay,
man.
They better get something harder.
Trap.
Capcan.
Staircase.
Fenrir. Proxy Mine.
No.
I got to steal.
I think I got it.
Join what you
Barb?
steal. Yeah, Join got it. No way, bro.
Birds.
Bro, what? Are we serious?
What's the timer on the steal here? 'Cause I'm ready to go.
And now my last
So-
hit was ability.
Is exoskeleton?
Buck Skeleton P.
Bang!
Exoskeleton?
I thought that's what it's called. I forgot what it was called.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to the NAL Playday 4 with our second best of one of today. We have Envy going up against SSG, and this truly is an insane matchup to be looking at because we're looking at Envy that is currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard, and this is the slot that SSG had last stage. But they are now flipping the script because they're at the bottom, which is a little bit of a sad position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, the tables have definitely turned. I mean, Envy, 10th place at the end of last stage, where SSG was at the top. Now completely role reversal. Envy sitting at the top where SSG is at the bottom. I would have never thought this was going to happen, but hey, this should be a good matchup.
It should be.
Should, hopefully.
Absolutely. Hopefully. First roster that we're going to be looking at will be Envy. And this is a roster that they made a change and we're like, okay, how's this going to look? What's going to happen? And if anything, it's paying dividends.
Oh, yeah. Aiden's been absolutely tremendous for the team. He's been a big part of why they've been so successful. But I really want to contribute yesterday's success on the shoulders of JJ Blast, just because of his problem-solving ability, the way he's been able to fix things for Envy. I feel like he's been really coming into his own as a rookie IGL, and he's been just that player that he was so scary yesterday that Standby had to ban all 3 shields to pretty much counter him specifically. He was in their heads.
Yeah, and Envy as well has been really good at denying the plants specifically for their opponents, which is just another thing added to that list that makes them so scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it goes down to, is the IGLing and just the game plan of plant denial. They're not worried about time. Look at everyone playing very passive. Why? Because we have the Echo drone. Everyone is staying alive, stalling the timeout, because we know the Echo is the last resort. And this is something that, you know, even veteran teams struggle with because the time gets really close. And to have this much trust in your Echo player is something that some teams definitely struggle with. But look, nobody's making a move until the Echo goes for that denial, and that's when we see a push come out to be able to protect the Echo. And then on to the last round. I mean, the denial didn't go in planned. It's okay. Envy's definitely learning. The plant goes down for Standby. That's Chanka does not hit any of the fires. Standby falls back, but what does Envy call? A 2-man split, 2 upstairs, 2 downstairs. But this is the genius of it. The 2 upstairs players know that they don't need to get the kills. They actually just stay alive after flanking up white stairs. They're maintaining this position, focusing both Standby players to watch for the flank. As JJ Blast is breaking it down, that's exactly what he was doing after they retake this site, because the 2 players in site are able to go for the defuse, get the pick on the downstairs player, and again, the players upstairs were able to stall so much time that Standby was unable to help from the hatch, bought them enough time to be able to get that defuse, and that is something, again, the trust that all of the players have behind not only the call, but each other to make sure that we're just following the game plan is something that is so beautiful to see that a lot of teams, even at the top, struggled completing.
You know what I love more than a winning team? A team with players that have a personality.
For sure.
Because that is so great to see. And it goes very long way. But also the fact that they have 100%.
Yeah, the number 1 team right now in entry conversion. The only team with 100%. So obviously they're doing a very good job at once they get that opening kill, they're playing it slow. They're really following through with the preparation. And that extra practice has been paying dividends. Everyone's been saying dividends today. So
you really wanted to like be part of the crew and like put it in there and just like you didn't want to be left out.
Wanted to be a part.
You're doing great. SSG though, that's the roster that they're going up against. And if this was stage 1, I would be like, oh my gosh, Lax, they're going up against SSG, scary. They're gonna test them, they're gonna punish their mistakes, they got it going on. But it don't feel like that no more.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like there's a lot of gas left in that tank of SSGs. And, you know, it's not to say that SSG isn't a good team by any means, because when we look back at stage 1, we look at EWC, they performed exceptionally well. But hindsight is 20/20 in that sense, because when you look at SSG's performance throughout stage 1, you have to look back. A lot of that came back crawling back through a grueling overtime matches where they would win that 1 round that would set them apart from the other team and advance them. So if you're looking back at that, had that 1 round win in the other way of whatever team that they had lost or beat, then maybe we're in a situation where we aren't talking about SSG in the same sense and looking at them so drastically from stage to stage, performance to performance, because this is the stage 1 where you're seeing where they were at a 63%, and a stage 2 is a huge drop off in terms of, you know, you look at their attack, their defense, their entry, everything is plummeting. So again, it leaves the question of had anything went different during stage 1, had they not qualified for EWC, had they not even made playoffs and got knocked out sooner due to those overtime resilience that we talked about time and time again, maybe we wouldn't be looking at this so critically like we are now, but especially given that this stage, they are not looking too hot. Everything has tanked since, and going into this matchup, which theoretically should be a win, we need to see some sort of life come out of SSG because we aren't getting anything that we've been seeing previously from stage 1 and, like I said, into EWC. So again, I really need to see all the players on each side really ramp up their performance.
And this is something that when a team gets to the top, they always have struggles with, is being at the top, because every single team is gunning for them. They're paying attention way more drastically to their strategy. So obviously, this is where great teams will separate themselves. If SSG can slowly pick themselves up and bounce back, they'll be in a good position for playoffs.
Yeah, and today really is that chance to do so. And starting things off, obviously, with the map veto specifically. Again, if this was stage 1, I'd be more worried for Envy when it comes to the maps that they're comfortable with. But what are we expecting here?
I mean, I think SSG just needs to stick to one of the smaller maps. I really do think the way they play is drastically based on the map. So I don't want to see a Lair. I don't want to see a Labs. Thank you. 2 bans right out the gate. I'd love to see a Bank ban as well, and then go to one of the breads and butter of SSG. Let's go to maybe a Border. Let's go to maybe a Clubhouse. Let's go to potentially a Chalet, because Envy is going to challenge you on those maps as well. But SSG, currently, historically, has the players that are able to... No, Bank. Oh,
Everything
brother.
you said just went down the...
It was looking so good. I was about to make the prediction of a lifetime. I don't like Bank for SSG, in my opinion. I know they can get fast on it, but they're that team that they're jumping down the skylights. They're pushing from all around the angles. I don't know. Envy's been really good at matching that head-to-head aggression on the 1v1s and also focusing on their teamwork to make sure that they're getting that advantage. So I don't like this for SSG.
I don't necessarily disagree with your view on Bank, but at the same time, I do think this does play into an SSG's favor, because when you look at last stage when they even played LFO on Bank, it was nothing but aggression when LFO tried even getting into the building, especially on that defensive end. Granted, they're starting on attack here, but that's the nice thing, is they are starting on attack. They can get the flow of comms going. They can make sure everything's, you know, crystal clear and concise in what they want to do, and then just fall back on that defense. So I'm not entirely against the aggression side of things here from SSG, but it is going to be on Envy to be able to match that aggression and also be able to tame it and control it when it's being implemented.
So when we're looking at the predictions here from both of you guys, are we leaning more Envy or are we leaning more SSG? I think this is SSG's chance to really come back and prove themselves.
Yeah, it definitely is. I feel like Envy has the momentum. I really want to say I was skeptical picking them before seeing the map, but now knowing that it's Bank, I'm confident with that. I feel like SSG, their attacks can be hit or miss, but their defenses, that's where they're going to struggle, because they're not really a utility-heavy team. So if Envy is smart about that, rushing those plants, SSG is going to find themselves on the back foot on the easier side of defense, and that's not what we want to see, especially with starting on attack. They need to get as many rounds as possible, or else it's going to look grim when the sides swap.
And which I think for SSG's side of things, you know, given their performance yesterday, understanding where things went wrong on their defensive halves, that's the beauty of being able to start on attack, is that, you, like I said, you can get the flow of comms going early. So when you go on that defensive end, everything should be up to snuff. Everything should be up to par. So for me, like I said, it has to be SSG, just given the performance so far. Envy, I think even in their matchup versus LFO, it was really close than I thought it was actually going to be, given especially the performance from Standby today. So it doesn't leave me too confident that that was really the best testament for Envy, whereas today I think we'll really get the bigger picture to see where Envy is going to lie here. But I do think SSG overall does take it.
Okay, I like that there's a disagreement finally on the predictions between the two of you, so we'll see who is more right or wrong, because we are ready to head into our second game of today with our casters Extroika and Lynx, and maybe you guys can also let us know who you think is going to take this away.
Ginny, thank you very much indeed. I'm unsure at who will take it, but what I do want to stress is that this is the most important game of the night. Without a doubt, a match of the day here, Lynx.
Oh, definitely. And part of the reason why I think that is because SSG, obviously, if you haven't been paying attention to the schedule so far, only won one game, and it was a 7-5 over Standby back on day one. And the two teams they've lost to could be some pretty tough competition in the top 6. Wildcard and OXG, both teams who made it in only at like the 5-6 spots into playoffs last time. So we're at a point where SSG have Envy today, Cruelty next weekend, and then Cloud9 after. These are games that, based off last stage, they should be picking up, that they should be winning. But if they start dropping games here or dropping a lot of rounds like they did in the standby game, they could find themselves in a really difficult spot where they're fighting for like 5th, 6th by the end of the stage. And then all of a sudden, they got what? What's the first one? They got Dark Zero, then Shopify, then M80 as the final 3 games. They really need to start bouncing back here, because if they start dropping a game against Envy, this hole they're in, which happens in the first 4 days, might get a whole lot deeper.
I think it starts filling with water. Big old problem. SSG need to come out and they need to perform here. But on the flip side, I'm so pleased for Envy. I genuinely am. To see that team and where they've been inside of stage 1 to where they are now, okay, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It's play day 4. Like, they haven't faced the most difficult competition. Obviously, the Cloud9 game, for me, that was their best result so far. Obviously, they also got the win over LFO Standby yesterday. We've seen the stamp of the LFO Standby team, and I think it's fair to say that Envy should be beating them. But for them to currently be sat at the top of the pops, 9 points is very impressive indeed. And regardless what happens here tonight, they have made a very good start to stage 2. That being said, Space Station Gaming, they're a team that I always feel like they're a very brawler-based team. I think they do some of their best work when they are fighting with their back up against the wall. And it's not to say that they've got their back up against the wall here and now tonight, but it is one of those situations where they do need to be coming out and they do need to be putting on a good show for us. So we're going to be kicking things off on Bank. SSG on the attack. Very early track there onto Snake. Looks like Nuers isn't really looking to slow down. He will take a moment to drone. Nothing off that initial death mark placed onto Snake, but it has enabled some very quick map control to be gained right now.
Love the initiative from SSG. As you said, a very quick map control required. Benja already inside of Tellers. Newers already all the way on the 2nd floor. Logical consequence, Envy will start backing up. If you're not running like a castle or full extension setup on the mid floor, not a lot to be gained by staying here for a long time, especially if you don't have all that utility giving you cover to sit behind, giving you ways to slip out of engagements if the attack tries to get aggressive. So Envy play things right. Cade also left up, as I think was mentioned in the chat earlier, and no EMPs at the moment brought by the attacking side because they have a Maverick. They can just cut through them, which is what the Zoda will do. Cade 2-Brow, quite a common lineup. But no Goyo will mean that a lot of work is being front-loaded on these hatches, and the burden, by and large, is falling on JJ with the Tachanka and Emilio on the smoke.
I think leaving Cade up's almost a bit of a bait, isn't it? Because you're going to play Maverick anyway.
Yeah.
So it kind of leads you into that position of, well, it's a bit of a dead pick. And like you say, you'd maybe be a bit happier with something else. Maverick's work in this round now is done, but we face what has become quite a hot topic. Tachanka on lockers. Obviously, in conjunction with a smoke, it does a fantastic job of some serious area denial. You can see that JJ can sit there with little consequence aside from Ashen hopping up. Now, Ashen's died for that, but that is by far and away the most important pick that he could have gotten, and a great way of dealing with that Tachanka. Now there's 25 seconds for SSG to convert this.
Such an SSG strat, just sacrifice your life to take down the Tachanka, and they go to the off-plant spot for extra security. The C4 and the smokes all go to default. J9O doesn't lose a single bit of HP, and Benja gets 2 kills on that execute. What a well-thought-out strat by SSG, starting off with, I think, a play that could only be made with the confidence these Space Station players have.
I absolutely love that from Ashen. There's one player that needs to die, and he's the one to do it, and he's going to lay his life down in the process. And he knows that without that play, the round is in tatters, because that Shumika can just rinse the rest of the time. Brilliant use of the smoke. Even more so because the smoke comes in and you're like, okay, now they're going to plant. Let's start sending everything through. And one of the big downsides with Tachanka, as good as that kit is, and it really is, it's fantastic. The area denial, it's second to none. It isn't the same as Smoke with Smoke's very specific plant denial, Tachanka, you won't typically deny a plant with it, you'll more deny an area with it. And if you can deny the area in through a breach or in through a doorway, then you're doing a fantastic job. Where Tachanka really falls down is that you've got to pull out a whole different launcher, a whole different weapons platform to deliver that Shoemaker. Whereas for a smoke, for example, it's a quick throw, detonate, and you're back into your SMG or you're back into your shotgun very quickly. There's no way that JJ can win that gunfight because he's got a Shoemaker in his hand. So even if he could see the glass, even if he got a glimpse, he's still not able to land the kill. Really is a sitting duck, and it's one of the only ways of dealing with him.
And I think we even, but not just to add a little bit extra to what you said, I think we even saw somebody like do that exact thing last week, and they were trying to take like the long fight instead of that close one. There's really, really good stuff from Space Station.
Located a bomb!
Now in the second round, Ashen not on glass this time. Instead, trying to spot some things through the floor with this IQ scanner. Sees the yokai, sees the player on cams by elevator. Just good. The entries from SSG have been so quick, not the kills, but just moving in so fast. Oh, you could see Ashen hungry for it. I don't think he can quite get the angle, but he'll open it up, throw a nade through the floor. He's got no idea. We'll force him out of elevator. And Rival's not going to retake that position. Just a small, clever solution. And Rival, no, you got out. But Chain, I know, ready for the retreat by the Echo. SSG really looking savvy on these attacks right now, as these solutions are ad hoc and yet so creative.
I was going to say, the only way that would have made that Ashen play better is if he got the kill.
Oh my god.
Benja will be taken down. Not finished off just yet, though. Still a chance right now for a flawless. Tachanka, next player to fall, and there it is. Ashen with the final two, just walks up those spiral stairs. Benja might have been downed, but he was not out. A flawless round for SSG. They've seriously done their homework, and Envy are back to looking like a shadow of their former self. They look like stage 1 Envy right now. They've had very little to say in this contest so far. It has all been SSG.
I've just loved everything they've done so far. I mean, it's just like, to be fair, I will say, you know, we see teams do like that glass smoke play, right? That's something I could also see M80 doing, and would be very much in their wheelhouse. And so part of it is that SG are also being given a lot of great opportunities by Envy to show why these kinds of plays are fun. Like why throwing a smoke right there, waiting for somebody to peek, is an action that, I mean, people have done since Glaz has had the ability to see through smoke. But it's something I think we've seen a lot of teams really do more consistently in the past 6 to 12 months. And plenty of teams do it, but SSG are having opportunities, and it's basically winning or working for them every single time. But by the same token, like going below and throwing that nade through the hatch, we see it, but it's just very rare we see that coordination work so perfectly between Ashen and J90 on the window. Just a couple, I think, after what was, you know, let's be honest, a bit of a slow, bit of a boring game to start out. It's already been a really fun couple rounds, and Space Station are just making it a joy to watch at the moment.
Round number 3, back to the basement we go. Very different lineup from Envy this time. No denial. No Goyo, no Chanka, no smoke. Instead, we have things like a Scopos. We have a little bit of information in a Valkyrie. We have some frost mats. But very quickly, SSG have gotten themselves in to that server room, and they can start to see if they can catch anybody. Now, with these players off-site, it's all about that finding and that discovery, and a lot's going to be down to... Oh, hang on, Fultz is getting the plant down?
Okay, what? What's going on? Fultz getting the plant down. There's literally not a single bit of fight by Envy. They just found an opportunity, walked in, put the diffuser down, and that is that. The round's not done, of course. Envy can start fighting back, try to challenge Newers inside a garage. 2 different players consider taking that engagement. Very wisely, the Dokkaebi just backs up. Ashen waiting for a retake around blue. Rival full swings printer window, and that's the first bit of success Envy have. We'll try to go for another counter defuse. Saw a big play here yesterday. JJ will try to stick it. JJ will stick it. He's making it, and he gets it. No, he doesn't! Ashen with the buzzer beater DMR clip. 3 in a row. and just barely bring that one back.
Ashen got into server with about 15 seconds gone off the clock. Next thing you know, Fultz is in there as well. The breach is open, and there's a plank going down and a load of smoke. Like, Envy, hello? SSG are running rings around Envy right now. And let's be honest, Envy are just running through the motions. Like, yep, they've tried a very heavy denial-based round, didn't work, tried to roam a little bit more, and forgot that they just left the biggest gap ever. And SSG are a team that really don't care about taking some fairly risky plays right now. Like, they'll just make that play. Because guess what? Sometimes that happens. Timeout right now for Envy. Need to do a little bit of soul searching between themselves at the moment, because this isn't something that they've really tasted so far during stage 2. We've seen them play well. We've seen them play a lot better than we saw in stage 1. But have we seen them come up against that same level of adversity and arguably their most difficult opponent so far of stage 2?
Yeah, they certainly have come up against some adversity, period, against C9 and Standby, 2 games that went all 12 rounds where they were tested. But as you said, this is definitely the best opponent they've faced so far. And this is the time where, as the desk said, is really going to be a big test. Okay, how much of that is strength of schedule and some good play combining as well, but strength of schedule, undeniably a factor, though it's not even necessarily the primary factor. But how much is it that? How much is it the play? What's the ratio here, and what does, admittedly, just this best of 1, but what does this best of 1 against SSG signify? And at least at the moment, as Envy tried to run bank back after their play against LFO or Standby LFO yesterday, SSG have some great answers and some great ideas for what to do against these Envy defenses. Open area next up in Envy's site rotation. Not a sight we've seen so far, as Envy have tried basement in rounds 1 through 3, CEO in the second. This will be the first time today, at least, we see this mid-floor defense.
It's a very standard lineup from SSG as well to deal with that open area site. Going to be taking a lot of soft breach. Got J90 on the shield. And you've got to take this top floor. Snake has got a really tough task ahead of him at the moment. You can see the drones starting to work their way through. Gets a freebie, but misses his chance. Benja smashes that shift key for all he's worth and drops down there on the rappel. Snake with a bit of a risky rotate there as well. We've already seen players suffer to that angle, especially now with the Monty coming up these stairs. Not going to be somewhere that Envy are willing to hold for too long. They are going to retreat a little bit deeper back in toward that janitor area, in and around stock and those marble stair.
J90 just trying to juggle all of these different bits of information, both those positions. Will move past the marble player. Bit of a tricky spot for the moment, but both defenders back up. Newer is on the rappel. With that information provided by J90 and the angle he created down Snake, who's not really in a position to be revived by the defenders. His top is cut off, and Newers can watch the beepers position. And so there you go, J90 moves in for the finisher. Still a couple more players on this top floor. At least there were. Might have fallen back at this point, as, yes, drop back down the hatch. Full vertical and control of space station.
SSG in that driver's seat once again. J90 can continue to work on through. He doesn't know that Aiden's there. Oh, it's the second time tonight we see a shield player just get stabbed in the back. Aiden doesn't even get punished for walking out there. Eventually should fall, but no. Benja with a kill onto Emilio as the next refrag. Aiden still at large right now.
Aiden still just catching SSG off guard. They finally feed enough bodies that Aiden is caught in a position where he cannot fall back. It's a 1-for-1 trade in that immediate instance. So SSG retain their advantage, but JJ has all 3 of his smokes. Rivals got that C4 and Zotos as well. With this low time, not a bit of utility that Tuberhouse often have this late in the game, but means that once SSG start moving in, whether it's moving into the site to put the diffuser down or taking a gunfight, it could be thrown and they're slowed in the process, and that makes you so uncertain as an attacker. They won't even need it though. He's got all three. It's a 1v1 for Benja. 5 seconds to go. Has the intel on the two-brow. Flashbang out behind the printer. Takes a little bit, but Rival gets the kill. Envy withstand and hold on against SSG.
Big round there for Envy. It's unusual to see Benja not win those, but a lack of time and a lack of information. Eventually, Envy break what has been a very dominant performance so far from SSG. Even in this round number 4, I feel like the tipping point was Aiden just ratting out and being allowed to survive. Getting that second kill was just so crucial. He should never even gotten the first, to be honest with you. But to be allowed to get the second, that was the big nail in the coffin for SSG in round number 4. Envy, I guess, now can breathe a sigh of relief. Their tactical timeout has worked. They've been able to get a round off the back of it. Still, basement is going to be a problem site because we've seen them defend it twice in 2 very different ways and not have any success there. But that's a problem for next round. They are going to be defending the top floor right now. We see a little bit of Denari action coming in as well, Lynx.
Yes, we do. It is something that Envy brought out yesterday in their game against Envy. Also something we've just seen on the second floor generally. And it makes sense. I've not exactly seen this gigantic triangle right outside of stock, but we have seen teams on bank run those trips and try to lock off the hallway, and Janitor also try to lock off stock generally. Really just to try to make that stock or position outside of stock behind the shield in the hallway a lot more playable. And I want to say when they brought Denari yesterday against Standby, it actually wasn't on CEO, if I recall correctly. No, it was. Never mind. They brought it actually one time on each side, coincidentally. But they did run I believe this exact lineup, except instead of a mute, it was a smoke yesterday.
I've got a bit of a slideshow thing going on at the moment, so I'm not much used, I'm afraid.
Well, that's fine. You don't need to worry about it. It's a CEO hold. What's going to happen? Okay, well, that happened. Aiden, I think, got lost in the sauce because of that flashbang and ran in front of the window. So while you only lose the castle, you do go down to the 5v4 with nothing really gained in the process. SSG focusing on the util clear. On this side of the map on the rappel, Rival just swings to the other side of that Kiba. Yeah, you expect the Azami to be playing in this position where that castle was. Rival on low health, I was about to say, one firebolt goes out. You die to that, or you die to the bullets. That's the choice Rival had, but death was certain either way. SSG are just getting kill after kill at the moment, all by sitting on rappel. I'm really worried if this stock shield falls, things could get really bad. But honestly, the bigger worry might be whether it even matters if it falls or not.
Well, SSG have got an advantage right now, but it's difficult to see how they're going to be able to leverage it. There's no real denial at the moment in the hands of Envy. But their position is very well telegraphed. They're all on the rappel. The only player that is in a slightly better position could maybe be Newers. J9 are going to start to drone up these spiral stairs. There's still going to be the barbed wire at the top to deal with. Newers very worried about what's happening inside of stock at the moment, and Fultz with no cameras to watch isn't a great sign. 38 seconds, not a lot of time, especially when you start thinking about the location some of these defenders could be, but this is going to be a skylight drop in the midst of fire and smoke, if ever I've seen one. Nade goes out, that's going to remove the player, but Newers down, not a good one.
No, not a good one, but still one that SSG, always the chaotic team, ever the scrappy bunch, will get the kills required. A lot coming down to Benja's run up main, or Marble, excuse me, working. The stock player being distracted by the push in from square, so Benja can get the kill behind him. J9O also getting one kill of his own, I believe, over on the rappel. I'm not entirely sure. But it came down to that late round push, despite the buffer created early on, despite the advantage gained. I mean, a really strong clear right there in the first half of the round. Comes down to the final 20 seconds to J9O and Benja getting these couple kills, but Benja specifically with that run at Marble. It was well coordinated. Again, like I said, you have the distraction and Benja being the closer coming in from Marble. But not quite how I thought that round was going to end when I saw how good the setup was and how good the beginning of that round was.
Yeah, strange one, really. I think SSG did a really good job of salvaging it. But that's the kind of team they are. Like, they don't look at 35 seconds left on the clock and start panicking, do they? They know that they can operate in that amount of time. Envy on the flip side. Back down to the basement we go for a third attempt. Again, another attempt in another lineup. We've sort of gone for is it a bit of a halfway house this time? There's not quite the same level of denial as we've seen previously. There's only a smoke. Still no Vulcan packs. But there's not also a wealth of roamers. It's not like they're playing the Scopos where we saw, you know, in round number 3, they tried that and that just left a huge gap. It's like they're probably sat there wondering what do we do? Because if we roam, we're leaving a gap. If we stay on site, I would have personally gone back to the first option because I think that Tachanka is super viable and Ashen doesn't hit that shot every single time.
Also, like, if you want my opinion, which, I mean, it doesn't really matter if you want it or not, I'm going to give it. I'm talking. But a lot of I would say some of the key operators we see banned on the defense aren't. Not that the SSG's bans are bad. They're perfectly fine. But, like, Castle Azami's still up, which are two of the most important operators if you want to extend it to open area. And then, like, Goyo, Smoke, and Tachanka are all still up, which are two of the most important, or, like, some of the most important operators to run on, like, a traditional basement turtle. So, like, important operators are taken off the board by SSG, but a lot of, like, the mainline holds of basement are almost entirely still intact. I mean, even something like Fenrir is up, too. It is a bit strange that Envy are kind of going for this style of play specifically, because when you look at the objective they've achieved, they've plugged up that hole in blue. But was the hole in blue really all that impactful? I mean, well, yes, it was. They won the round off of it, but, like, did we have to dedicate so many resources to blue specifically? Maybe it'll work. It could. It's an obstacle they have to overcome, and you can clearly see SSG are struggling with it. And I think if Envy have really good success here, they'll be very glad that they ran it. But yeah, SSG figure out a solution to the Azami behind server real quick.
It's a little bit strange, isn't it? Aiden now in a pretty impossible position.
All the smokes used.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you may as well use him because he's probably going to die here. It really is only just a matter of time at the moment. J9O finds a kill over onto Snake. Snake having a bit of a stinker. Another knife kill.
Dude, we have seen how many knife kills have we seen this season? We've seen so many knife kills this season. I don't know what's going on. It's literally just chance. We've seen so many knife kills. This round's done, by the way. Like, Emilio is not winning this. I'm just going to call that now. Yeah, there we go. Somebody on the hatch, diffuser down. Require a pretty monumental throw by SSG, and they won't give it. 5-1.
SSG, what can you say about this team? And the thing is, it's 3 very viable ways of defending downstairs as well. Like, full plant denial is a viable way. A little bit of a roam game, it can work on its day. And then holding servers with an Azami. I mean, that's something that teams have been doing for ages. G2 love that one. Doki playing the Azami inside a server on the stairs can be a great little spot to play. And each one has just been taken to bits by SSG so far. Great first phase for him. Adesquia maybe didn't give SSG as much credit as they've come to deserve. Obviously, hindsight is a wonderful thing. But they have dominated that first phase. And now they've given themselves quite an easy jog toward that finish line.
Yeah, I was worried about them. Well, not worried that they would fall into the hole. But like, hey, there's a hole they could fall into, and SSG were like, we're just gonna step over that. Not worried. Not worried about it. I mean, bouncing back quite nicely after their 7-3 loss to OXG yesterday. Of course, that loss came on Border, a map that we've often talked about as a stronghold for Space Station, though. Kind of the heyday of their time on this map is a little bit.
You know what I think about the whole Border SSG thing?
Before you say it, I do think it's a little bit of an old talking point now.
I think it's an old talking point, but I also think it's a good thing that they're moving on from it. Because I don't think that being good at border is the mark of a good team. Because it can be very 50-50, it can be very random. I think I'd much rather a team have a great lair, for example, like SR. I feel like that's worth more than a great border. Just because on the day, anyone can pop off and it means that you have a good border. I think it shows a little bit more character and a bit more depth that, you know, maybe that is a map that they've potentially outgrew a little bit.
And also forced to outgrow it when teams ban a map against you for so long, or you don't bring a map for so long. I mean, it's kind of natural that, you know, your skills kind of atrophy on it. Not saying theirs did. It's just kind of like that. Kind of a consequence that happens when you don't play a map on game day a lot. Then you focus on other things. It's kind of a natural consequence of the other team's fear of bringing you on. I think it's something similar happening with it was like Sonic Chalet back in the day. You know, got banned against them a lot. Stop playing it as much, and eventually it gets brought back out. And at that point, it's having you win it, or you start losing it. Then if you start losing it, it gets played a bit more. Anyway, this is a whole tangent. But we'll see how Envy managed to do on their attacks. Fortunately, poor performances across the board for the team at the moment. It's been SSG's game through and through. And fully dedicating themselves to this turtle hold. I mean, we got all the pieces we were kind of talking about. The Goyo, the Tachanka, no smoke, but Tuberal, very common. Echo, not uncommon, certainly. Warden, very normal on blue stairs. This is kind of, this is not the default, but this is certainly a default basement hold.
It's a better one, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say different, I think a little better than what Envy were doing. You don't bet so much on a server.
I love the addition of these yokais to assist as well, because, yeah, you might expect there to be a yokai, but you don't expect there to be a yokai in square stairs. And look at what Ashen's able to do with this. He's constantly getting fed this information. He might even go for a challenge here, knowing Ashen.
Oh, knowing Ashen, yeah, he goes for, oh, well, he goes for a challenge, but unfortunately, I think he underestimates the fuse time on that nade. Thankfully, it's only 45 seconds left, so if Ashen's going to go down, you'd like to see him take somebody with him, but a lot of time has already been spent clearing that out. And there's plenty of utility on site that can do the talking for Space Station. ROU projectors blocking off these angles, but look at all those lineups Jane I know has. Still that Vulcan pack, no Twitch being brought by Envy. No nades, well, 2 set of nades, but used on the blue stairs position. So all these Vulcan packs are still there. It seems like Envy will try to go for an off spot. Not close to the wall, but instead all the way up on the rack. Yokai trying to find a way in. Folt's unable to do so. And Envy will get the post plant successfully. No kills done in the process. It's not flashy whatsoever, but as long as they can hold on, keep these angles intact, Envy have a very solid start to their attacking side. There we go. 5v1. Yeah, this is not happening.
Fultz, 18 seconds. We've seen some great things this week in NAL. Unfortunately, this isn't going to be one for Fultz. Just not enough time to get the job done. And JJ can swing on in and pick up that final kill. Envy doing a really good job of getting it done there. I love how they committed to dealing with Ashen. Regardless of the amount of information that Ashen had, it's all kind of worth nothing. You're just sort of a spectator watching your teammate die at that point. Because the hatch is open, because there's nades coming through, because there's bees getting sent at you. If you look at it from the Envy point of view, it was a brilliant way of dealing with that player on blue. And it was a very safe way as well. Nua's getting taken out by Rival as he attempted the flank. I mean, once the plant's gone down, you pretty much have to flank because there's no way that you're going to win the post fighting up through those hatches. So good job from Envy. Keeps SSG away from that map point. They've got to do it again and again and again if they want to try and level things up right now. SSG, they're not going to be feeling too hard done to at losing that round downstairs, and they're going to stick to their rotation. They still have a timeout if they want to use that as well. And I think a surprise at this point is we've not really spoken about bans much tonight. Obviously, it's become quite a predictable sort of topic of conversation. But you look at the bans with the Bandit and the Cade, it's very centered around making that locker site very safe. Sorry, the Cade and the Blitz. It's very centered around making that locker site very safe. but it doesn't do really much to help you as an attacker when you're attacking this top floor, because you're not really going to use a KD. Yeah, the mirror is. The mirror's a great UPC utility. But I maybe just feel like Envy have sort of tunneled onto something a little bit more there. And as we saw with SSG, just play the Maverick.
Not a complicated solution, is it? Just run the Mav, bring the torch. Job done.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple. It's kind of what Envy are trying to do, at least keep it standard. Kind of know what the game plan is here. Thermite those office walls and run the Osa in, or Osa repels in on the CEO windows. We've been here before. We've seen this novel before. Focus on stock a little bit too, you know. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science. So they will do their best. Just do what SSG did. I'll be in a different position. Just probe a little bit, throw some utility, see if Newers decides to get aggressive, and then make something happen after the fact.
Really nice also shield from JJ. I like that getting into the top of square. Good bit of information being gathered again. Fultz is a menace on this Echo. Gets those yokai drones all over the place. And JJ has taken a little pinch of damage from that info as well. It's going to be shaping up for a very square-sided push at the moment, though. Emilio could look to try and move in and start to get something open right now. There are going to be a couple of impacts, though, so an impact trick is on the cards. I'm not sure that Fultz is in the right position to do it. He's still entrenched in those cameras. Instead, it's going to be a drop from Benja. He does have a C4. It's a hefty C4 lineup here from SSG. And he's also got a little bit of information to assist him as well. Fultz is just running laps around the map at the moment in these yokai drones.
Honestly, SSG's setups on attack and defense have just been so well thought out. You can see all the protocols for every eventuality. But let's see if it works. Oh, right on cue. I couldn't even get the question out. Benja already gets in position. Sure, I think gives himself up after that. But detonates the C4, diffuser down. Yokai already in position to deal with this. The Thermite does spot it, but there's another one! He's moved it into square. There was a guy down there, and they miss it completely. Newer's now wrapping around, going for a flank. There is critical redundancy after critical redundancy for Space Station. That's a crazy shot from Aiden. In a crazy moment we find ourselves in. Fashion just around the corner. Oh no, he gets it. That came a whole lot closer than I think it warranted, as SSG have thought all the way to plan Z in these rounds.
They're going to have to start using numbers as well, because you can see Call Out typing frantically there. He's like, it wasn't good enough. We didn't have enough redundancy there. We need to start going through not only plan A to Z, but we also need to start adding some numbers into the mix as well. Really close stuff. But again, it just comes down to that redundancy, and often that's what Siege is about. It's about having a good and solid backup plan, because the first plan, it's only ever going to work for so long. Eventually it's going to get found out, and sometimes it just plain isn't going to work, and you're going to be forced into making that adaptation. And there's no better adaptation than preparing it early on in practice when the stakes are far lower and you can make much better decisions and understand how you want to use it. Fultz's use of Echo tonight has been fantastic. So much so, for me, it would warrant a ban playing against SSG on this map. Like, I genuinely think it would be worth removing that operator from him, just so that there's a lack of information because of how valuable it's been, not only in the previous round, but in others as well.
Honestly, you know what my takeaway is from tonight so far? Just like, just a masterclass from some of our top teams.
Yeah.
Like, really, I look at the Shopify standby game. Obviously, you know, you could focus on standby, you could focus on MV right now. But the thing that, the highlight for me is Shopify so put together in a game that they should look well put together in. SSG looks so well put together in a game they should be well put together in. They have great adaptations on their attack, great gap spotting at the beginning, showing a variety of ways to take sites. Here, on their defenses, they're showing multiple layers, multiple contingencies, given whatever situation they face. Ways to make those plans more likely to succeed, especially revolving around, as you highlighted, Fultz's Yokais, now in this case, while he can't move them, the black eye cameras will still give a lot of information. It's just really good stuff. Just the top team is looking very strong at the moment. And by at the moment, I mean on this particular day in these particular games. Oh, no.
Did feel a bit risky, that JJ, from turning his back onto that. Ashen, surely a freebie.
Yep, there we go. How about another?
He gets another. Oh, he nearly got the next one as well. I don't know why JJ just turned his back to it all.
Didn't see Newers walk in. Unfortunately, got a little too loose with it. And JJ's got to be careful right now. He's lost his support. Rest of the attack's on the opposite side. There's nobody to trade him if he pushes up too far, so he's got to be careful. SSG are likely going to fall back in this position, and indeed they will. So Envy have full vertical control, but Benja isn't satisfied with a good thing.
It's 12-4 at the moment, Benja. He's having one of those games. Like, I think Benja's come under a little bit of criticism as, you know, in terms of just getting lost on this roster. And I think it's because of the quality of players that he's with, but also he hasn't been himself in some ways, and some of the plays that we're used to seeing him make. Tonight, he's definitely looking a little bit better, and he's going to have to be better in this round in particular, given that SSG have lost 2 opening deaths there. Fultz and J90 both down. Benja trying to get a long shot over onto JJ there, but just can't land the finishing blow. More drones working ahead of JJ. Can move through now. You can see he's pinged out where he wants to try and put this plant down. I'm not sure if he's going to be given the space to do it, though.
Oh, that's a big fight for Ashen. Rotate into Tellers on the back line. There's one. Neither goes his way. He's still running under the vert, still finding these weird little moments. But JJ backs up ADS. Newers on for 2. No way he wins this in the 1v1 on time. Rivals upstairs! That's it, 7-2. Newers with a 1v4. And our top teams tonight just cannot be beat.
Ashen might be the smartest player in the world for that play. There was so low time left, and he recognized he was just caught in absolute no man's land. What's the best thing to do? Just run at people. Just run at them and scare them and make them think that you're an absolute lunatic and buy 1 or 2 seconds for your teammate in Newers. SSG, a great win there over on Bang. We're going to cut to our desk.
Going to the door, inner door.
Flag on him, peek, hop on flag. Flag, BB.
Top down.
Mini edge. Oh, you're the goat.
Nice.
Dude, I just started
Go,
sprinting
go,
with a
go.
fucking deagle, bro.
God damn, bro. Good shit, boys.
That's how we play.
SSG bounces back in a dominant fashion against Envy after 2 losses in a row. This is exactly what we wanted to see from the roster, and this is what we got. So let's bring Fultz over to have a little bit of a conversation about what has been happening so far here on the second stage of the NAL. First off, congratulations. A very great, dominant win against Envy. But I would really like to know, like, what's different between the SSG that we're seeing right now and the one that we had in stage 1 when it comes to that consistency?
I think our issues so far this stage have been like trouble like getting the ball rolling. Because I think we're a very good team when we have the momentum, but something we're trying to work on is, you know, finding that spark and getting the momentum going in our favor, even when, you know, things aren't going to plan.
Yeah, I mean, you guys definitely had the momentum today. I would say it looked like there was a little bit of, like, you know, not disrespect, but you guys didn't necessarily, you were playing confident. You know, you didn't necessarily think in the way you guys played that the other team was competing against you guys. I just wanted to say in that position where it feels like you are just, you know, in that moment that you're so much better than the other team, how do you keep yourselves from, you know, having little mishaps like, you know, maybe a Monty walking past the guy in a corner? How do you guys reel that in so that doesn't happen often?
Yeah, after yesterday's game, we kind of talked about like how we need to remember who we are. Like we have like one of the best rosters in the whole world talent-wise, and if we really just simplify things down and play the game at just like a fundamental level, and, you know, not force the aggressive stuff when it's not there, there's like not really many teams that can beat us. And then to answer your question with the lower teams, I've been spanked by lower teams too many times to not give them credit they deserve. So I kind of treat them all the same.
I was going to kind of ask something similar to that. Obviously, losing to Wildcard, losing then to Oxygen, following up, I was curious like if that kind of sort of created a mental block in terms of your guys' performance of like kind of losing the identity that we all know and love from the SSG roster, which, like I said, is the, you know, the tenacity, the ferocity, the constant aggression you guys have. Where, yeah, I mean, that kind of really was the question, was did that kind of, you know, impact the overall performance from day to day? Then today you guys felt like your normal selves.
Yeah, we've been a roster, at least aside from newers, for a very long time now. And when you've been a roster for this long, there's so many things you want to add and like keep evolving. But once you do that, sometimes you fall off with, you know, the fundamentals and really like lose sight of things. And I think that's kind of some of the things we talked about earlier today. Just, you know, going back to the basics, staying in sync, and you know, just continuing to improve every day without losing sight of all that stuff, because it's just as important as, you know, trying to do meta changes or pace swaps, whatever the case.
For sure.
Yeah, today was a step in the right direction as well for you guys. So my question then is, the final one here is, when it comes to next week, what's the prep for that looking like?
I think we're going to work on, you know, just kind of getting things smoothed out on our end, on the defense side especially. We've had some tough defensive halves, so we're gonna smooth some stuff out, and then maybe, you know, a couple of days before the matches we'll start to look at prep. But the biggest thing is kind of fixing the mistakes that we're making.
All right, well, thank you so much for your time, and once again, congratulations on the win here today. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you around.
Thank you. See you
Bye.
guys.
You were wrong. Like, your prediction was wrong.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what'd you think went wrong for Envy?
I mean, I think what went wrong for Envy is, you know, they kind of look like they just got torn apart.
I think it came down to actually playing against an opponent that was not going to let you get away with a lot of the things that you could get away with a team like Cruelty, that you get away with Cloud9, that you could get away with a team like Standby. But again, going up against upper echelon rosters, you're not going to be able to walk away with certain things.
There was still some areas where Envy tried to do a lot of stuff like that, where they just had individual players holding positions alone, trying to play almost rank-esque, but obviously SSG was quick to respond to it and quick to take advantage. Yeah, this is the round I was talking about. I mean, I think, like, obviously when you're up 3-0, sometimes you're skipping corners. I feel like the SSG confidence definitely carried the momentum throughout this game, but at the same time, those little mistakes need to be limited because, yeah, Envy was trying to go for all kinds of plays similar to that, hiding in corners, trying to just buy time, individualize. It didn't look like the Envy that we're used to seeing, yeah. But at the same time, I do say that there is glimpses of Envy's individual performance. Like, their confidence is there to be able to keep up with a team like SSG. I just think their discipline lacked a little bit.
I think what's kind of frustrating is similar to a sentiment with Standby is not switching up things that you just recently did from map to map. Like, you just recently played Bank the other day, and in a few of those defensive rounds from Envy, they were repeating the exact same setups, the exact same movement between the mid to late rounds where SSG was just ripping them apart. And that's kind of the experience versus the inexperience.
100%.
Is yes, you're going to go with what makes you comfortable, what has been working, but the reality is when you're going against a top team that knows how to adapt, that knows how to change up their play style, that can fix, that can problem solve, this is where you're always going to lose to. You're going to lose to yourself in that sense because you aren't taking that initiative to correct those mistakes. And honestly, sometimes it's just moving one piece of the puzzle around, bringing a different operator, changing one thing in the setup that really can throw off certain attacks or just even throw off a blueprint that a team has on you of understanding, okay, this is how they're going to play it. And I think that's honestly where Envy fell short more than any other part in this matchup was just their lack of being able to adapt and identify being able to shift things around.
Yeah, and for Envy side of things as well, this is like one of those games that you can look at and be like, okay, these are the mistakes that we made. This is what we need to tighten up when it comes to the next week. Because, of course, like SSG is not going to be the only upper echelon team that they're going to be going up against. There are quite a few still down on that schedule that they do have. So a learning opportunity for the roster here as well. But for you guys at home, Rally specifically is going to be starting from September 19th. And there's going to be game nights every week from Friday to Sunday where you can participate individually and you'll be queued into teams, gaining points on a leaderboard based on your own performance. For team participations, there is going to be Rally Cups every 2 weeks on Saturdays specifically. And the rally points from the finals will be played on December 12th. Something to keep in mind, 2 teams with the top 10 players from the individual leaderboard of the regular season will be competing for the $10,000 prize pool that's going to be distributed against the game nights, the rally cups, and the rally point finals. If you want to find out more, make sure to join the Discord, or you can get more information on radiant.gg/R6 rally point. And this is at this point where you two say what you always say.
Did you find a team yet?
Yeah,
or
there
are
we
you
go.
still out of LFT?
Anyways,
You guys are trying to
for you
find a
guys
team.
at home, we have another game coming your way. The third best of one of today, C9 against Cruelty. Both of these teams are towards the bottom of that leaderboard looking to gain some invaluable points, and that's going to be coming up after the break.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Get your binoculars. I see you looking. Who they wanna be? You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then it comes with a prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
welcome back to Playday 4 of the NAL, our third best of 3. We've had some pretty quick games today, but Cruelty against C9 shall hopefully be a little bit more competitive, as both of these teams should be a little bit more equally matched. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined with Foxay and Lax has given me the most bombastic side-eye after I said that they should be more equally matched. So, Lax.
Should be.
What?
I was in agreement. I mean, I think that these two should rightfully so be able to put up a good matchup. I think they are evenly matched in a sense, but on paper, at the bottom. But on paper, realistically, Cloud9 has, in my opinion, the better players. But for Cruelty, I mean, something's got to come alive for these guys. They got to get on the board at this point. I mean, you're 10th in attack, you're 10th in defense, and you're 10th in overall ranking. You need some sort of points here. And as for Cloud9, we've seen glimmers of hope from them, but not enough to be able to hold on.
That shook you so bad it got you stuttering.
It honestly, like, I swallowed and it didn't fully go down. Like, it definitely, it's rough. It's a rough spot to be in. For
you know what? It do be like that sometimes. But C9, actually, as we said, also towards the bottom of that leaderboard. And this is a roster when they did make that change. We're like, okay, how is it going to pay off? Is it going to go well? Are we going to see great things? And the answer so far is no.
Yeah, I agree. We could just leave it there, to be honest. It really is just, did it pay off? No. I mean, not only did they lose their leadership, which is in full display in yesterday's matchup, but they didn't get this firepower, and now their one player that brought the firepower, Kobe, is also struggling himself because of the lack of leadership.
Yeah, it just feels like whenever we're looking at C9 specifically, we're seeing a lot of this coordination, disjointed fights, they're not on the same page, someone's saying A, the other person's going B. It just doesn't feel like this is what you want to see from a team.
There's so many individual fights. I mean, it goes without saying their matchup against Shopify Rebellion was quite embarrassing. I mean, even when they try to coordinate together, look at this. One person is supposed to take the main attention while the other one peeks. Discoordinated. The second person, everyone's just throwing their bodies out for free. Then, this 1v5 that everyone saw, Surf in this situation. Why are we hiding here in this situation? Half the team's hiding, half the team's going for fights. Why not do it all together? Or all of you all together not do it at all. And then again, we find ourselves in this situation where it's another 2-on-1. Okay, easy, let's both push him. He can't shoot two people at the same time, but look at how they're fighting. It's so timid, it's so scared. Neither one of the players wants to be the one to die, so they're all hiding, just hoping that they can get him out in a position. You give Surf an opportunity like that, he's gonna take it. But that's the biggest issue with Cloud9 is even when they try to do things together, it's very scared. And now, in this situation, they're holding basement. The whole point is you want to be able to hold the VIP area. Their players getting ginged out, pushed. Look at the reinforcements. One guy swinging front door. Another guy swinging whiskey bar. Chickens with their heads cut off. There's no ideology of who's looking where. How are we going to 2-on-1 this? Everyone's in the same area. They have the right idea, but individually, everyone's doing it on their own timing. Nobody's trying to really think about where their teammates are, and that is a clear lack of leadership because you might have the right idea on preparation. Cloud9 had that, but if you can't execute on it, that's because whoever's IGLing in the server and all the players are not all on the same game plan, and that's the biggest issue with Cloud9 right now. So we either need Dream to step up in the IGLing department, or we need the rest of the players to just individually be better, and hopefully that could at least get them a win against Cruelty.
Or we need both, and that would be the perfect world to live in. But Cruelty is also a roster that is struggling quite a bit when we are looking at them and their performance. I mean, we just saw the stats. I don't really know what else to say.
Listen, I tried to give them credit when, you know, all these roster changes were happening. Their experience in MXPL, they know what they needed to fill into this roster and remove. But then as time has gone to show, it really then makes you question, was that roster change actually worth it? Especially removing a player like Ivan that statistically was one of their better players. And then again, to have the performance that we've been continuously having, there's a lot of question marks.
Yeah, and especially when the heat is turned up a little bit for the side of Cruelty, that is where everything just like falls apart.
Yeah, and this is still something that plagues this team. Doesn't matter the roster that it is, it's just a lack of understanding. You know, we're talking about Cloud9 being disjointed and not being able to work together. It's the exact same scenario here on Cruelty. This is a 2v1 retake. Why are we peeking into bomb when the other player is getting set up to even get information where NJRs? They throw that round, and then it's just time and time again. They just lose the plot. There is no sense of urgency in certain situations. They get this first pick. It's great. Things are looking good. They have the man advantage, but these rounds doesn't just immediately fall apart, and I think it goes to question the lack of communication that's actually there, the lack of understanding the urgency of where something needs to be held or where you need to put pressure on. Right here, they have the control that they need. They have master control. They have hallway control. They have German control. But what happens? Nate just walks all through Master, gets these picks for free, no trades coming out on the side of Cruelty. And again, this is time and time again. This isn't just a stage 1 problem. This is continuously being a stage 2. And then we talk about the roster changes. You're removing Skimzy, which kind of makes sense. He was their lowest performing player. Then you remove Ivan, one of your best performers. Then you bring on Caden, and sure, like maybe back in MXPL, he was doing well. But as of right now, he's one of the lowest rated pickups in terms of performance overall from this stage. And then it just makes you question again, why are we making these roster changes if we aren't even looking like a better team? And when you're in a best-of-1 league, you need to be making these roster changes make sense. And so far, none of these roster changes have been making sense. And then even when we fast forward to Mutombo, which has been with the roster, that wasn't one of the players removed, even again, he is the least rated on this player, on the side of Cruelty. So for your Shield player, going 0-7, being the big support player that he is, not being able to find success, not only can you not rely on your front line, but you can't find comfort in that back line.
It sounds like both of you have a lot to say about both of these rosters, but not necessarily in the positive light. So let's just shift the conversation a little bit more towards the map veto, because as much as both of these teams are towards the bottom of the leaderboard, I'm hoping, or at least expecting, that they can take us to a map where they just can rely on the fundamentals and at least do that properly.
Well, that's the thing. Cloud9 doesn't like fundamentals. They like going to maps like Labs, Lair, Bank. They like going to Consulate, and obviously all those maps are off the board. So we're going to go to a completely different map in Border, which Cruelty played at last stage. Cloud9 also played at last stage. Cloud9 doesn't necessarily have the players to match the aesthetic of Border in firepower. We've established that. But you also don't have to worry about IGLing so much so, because you can go for a lot of minimals, you can go for a lot of isolated picks. So that's the strength that Cloud9 will have on this map.
So predictions real quick, are we more leaning towards Cena? What's that face?
I think there's a clear discrepancy here in who
you
we're
could
going to go for.
pretend, that it's a little bit closer.
Can I predict the casters to win?
You can predict the casters to win, because the casters are actually going to be winning, because they'll be the ones covering this game. So Extroika and Lynx, take it away.
Ginny, Fox, Lax, we are always winning here on the cast. Can't wait to get stuck into our third game here of the night. A little bit of a different change up in the pacings of things, though, I'm sure you will agree, Lynx. Cloud9 versus Cruelty. Now, all good battles have a name, and as mean as it might be, this one might be Battle of the Bottom, but that's not where the similarities end between these two teams.
That's what I was going to say. You could also call it Battle of the Roster Moves, because we got two of the only teams inside of the North America League that actually made a roster change. Those three teams are Cruelty, Envy, who's not in the game, and C9. And who's winning this battle over the course of the whole stage? Well, neither of them. Cloud9 are 8th at the moment, and Team Cruelty are 10th, all the way at the bottom. Cloud9's only point came out of an overtime loss to Dark Zero on the first day, and since then the losses have only gotten worse. 7-5 loss to Envy, and then the 7-1 loss they suffered to Shopify yesterday. Things don't get better for Team Cruelty. You started off on a 7-0 and haven't picked up a single point since. Both these teams are switching things up, and I think Gabe's point, that's Laxing, I call him that because we're friends. Gabe's point might be the most important. When you're making roster moves in a best-of-1 league, they need to be intentional and they need to be careful, because it's only one map, and there's already enough variables that can go wrong in a one-map game that can make things go against you. And roster moves that aren't gelling in the case of both these teams, at least through the first 3 games, that's just another big factor that makes best-of-1s even harder.
Yeah, if you're going to make changes, they need to be good changes that really sort of hit the ground running. There isn't a lot of build-up or warm-up time inside of the stages, especially when they are best-of-1 games. Of course, you get the benefit of best-of-3 if you fight through the best-of-1s, but it's kind of a cruel world that way. You've got to do the more difficult bit to get to the bit that some teams will find a slight bit easier, or at least they feel as though they have more chances in a best-of-3. But as we know, inside of stage 2, it is one and done, baby. You've got to make every single game, every single round count. Now, to come to Border for the first map between these two teams is it's a very high preference map for Cloud9. It's top of the tree in terms of preference for them. Not necessarily the most favored in terms of win rate for them, though.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. they're not often winning a lot of these maps, but with rushes like this, maybe they could find something. No, everyone from Cruelty actually just backs off immediately. It's difficult to have a really strong record on maps when Cloud9 have kind of been outclassed by the opposition as they were in Stage 1. But I do recall, I know the desk mentioned Kobilax struggling in this stage. I recall some of Kobilax's best performances happening on this map, especially when he's allowed to play that Dokkaebi and kind of roam around with the SMG-12. Ooh, nice C4 by Pyrox to start. Also trying to fire some shots against that Ram, playing around the bunker position, or the half-wall position inside of Armory. Half the round gone, though, and unfortunately Cloud9 already down to quite little drones and one less player.
They do have a little bit of information going for them at the moment, but they do need to find a pick through this vert. It's going to be fairly impossible to make their way and transition from that top floor down without it. But quite rightly, Cruelty are saying, well, why should we stay in the site? You've taken away our ceiling. We quite liked our ceiling. We're going to go to where there is some ceiling. And I think that that is what they have done. They've got themselves into customs, got themselves into supply, areas that they can watch the site from without being too pressed. A hop in from Dream, maybe a chance to get a plant down. Some smoke canisters are going seriously awry right now.
They try to smoke both plant spots, and the first one just goes so far wide, it doesn't even matter. They tag him up a little bit with the shots below. Oh, no. Dream, unfortunately, pausing a little bit before he hops out. Will go down in the process, but a lot of the damage has already been done. He's outside the window for the moment. The guns are all trained on main door, and any positions where these defenders will flank. Took Cloud9 a little bit to get there, but they set up well, and at least at the moment, in a good spot to close out this round. At least somebody should check on Fatal. Somebody should check on Fatal. Please check on Fatal! That comes so close to the line. But Tumbo tries to hop on and reclaim some of that progress, but of course it resets, my friend. Cloud9 take the first one, but a night of very, very late stops of the counter defuse.
It's a good job we're not playing another game that has a slightly different diffuser mechanic, because that could have been a little bit closer for comfort. You've got to be hitting some of those shots. I think there was a bit of a serious whiffage from Pyrox as he was caught inside of Small. Eventually, Gitty put an end to him. It just goes to show you can get the plant down and you can win the round, even if the first man count hasn't gone your way. Did a very good job there of transitioning that take. And I think Kobilax in particular really just commanded that top floor. There was no one that was going to get past him. Sure, he only gets one kill, but he managed to keep himself alive despite a couple of players flanking up metal stairs. Cruelty kind of did what they were meant to. The only criticism that you could throw their way is that the smoke canisters weren't great, and you can't always rely on those to deny a plant, especially if they get thrown just a little bit late. Dream had more than enough HP to get that plant down, and the fact that he gets downed outside of the window at the end, it's of little consequence to the result in the round. Cruelty gonna go for the top floor instead this time, hoping that that workshop ventilation pick would net them a quick round right off the rip. That not being the case, they now need to try and defend this top floor. But again, quite a similar lineup here from Cloud9. They really do seem to be liking that Amaru. Potential for a Gara hook in through sandwich window again, and something with a little bit more explosion and heat behind it.
Would a nade meet your definition?
Of explosion, yeah.
Well, we had 6 of them. Now down to 4, of course. Plenty of explosives in the lineup for Cloud9 trying to destroy this utility. And if you want explosive at the pace, well, you'll have to hope for another round. And a different attempt of the Amaru rush, as that part hasn't exactly been all that well received by Cruelty's defenses. But everything after that, well, it goes perfect. As while the Amaru is dispatched in quite comedic fashion, Cloud9 push in off the back of it and win every single fight.
I think that still hits the definition.
I think it does. I think that passes muster.
I'll accept. I mean, I didn't say that the player playing Amaru needed to get loads of kills. Just a bit of a distraction. You go, oh no, someone's trying to Gara hook up the hatch underneath me. I must kill them. Bang. Hat's dead straight away.
To be fair,
then, oh no, I've given my position away and I'm immediately refragged.
To be fair, some guy flanked the Amaru, I think. I think there was a defender down below who shot him.
Was it not the guy inside of small?
I'm 90% sure there was a guy in workshop that came in behind the Amaru.
Then it's worked even better because you've managed to take someone off site.
Shut up. Shut up. Actually, shut up.
It's genius.
I hate you. I hate you.
He's like, guys, I've got an idea. We're going to have a 4 versus 5 on site. All I need to do is Gara hook up, and that's going to pull somebody downstairs.
And it's worked even better. Shut
and then watch
up,
the flank.
man. Shut up.
5 seconds to go.
Cloud9 are looking good tonight, though.
Yeah, they are. They are looking good. It is a high preference map for them, as you said. I think this is a map that just kind of simplifies things for Cloud9 generally. I think the IGLing last stage and this stage has been a struggle so far, which you would expect when you have, you know, like a bit of still a newer system as Cloud9 was developing last stage, brand new roster, and of course you have an IGL change this stage. It makes sense why things would look a little shaky, but Borders map where it's a lot more on individual play, a lot more on pre-made rushes like that. While the Amaru isn't working, things generally are going quite well. You know I love this. You know I'm all...
I love that even more. That's the best thing ever. When somebody's like, we've seen this. This is old news. We watched Lynx's TikTok about this. We know how to counter it.
Okay, to be fair, I did not make a TikTok about that. Somebody else did.
I thought you made a TikTok about it.
No, I've not made a TikTok in a while.
Oh, I thought it would be the kind of thing that you would make a TikTok
No,
about.
that absolutely would be the kind of thing I'd make a TikTok about. Just to be clear, by the way, great counter. That's actually a very easy C4 to pull off. Dude, Hat's really having a rough go of it. 0-3 so far in the opening kills. He's not even a Maru this time.
Yeah, he's actually got no excuse now, has he? Like, it's actually quite crucial that he's fallen on the thermite as well.
Wait, has that nade got the Banshee? No, it didn't. That nade got like stuck on the... That nade got stuck on the lip of Fountain and got caught. Anyway, we just got 2 shields coming in. Didn't draw metal. That's fine. Don't need it. Still a 3v3 is Kobe. On for the double. And he has been quite a good border performer for Cloud9, even when they've lost the series or lost the map. So player you want to keep your eye on. 3v3 on customs as Cloud9 have established top floor.
The advantage maybe leans in Cruelty's side right now. There is still a full minute to hold on, and Fatal's just been tagged up pretty significantly. C4 does get sent and blown. No damage and a chance for Silent. He's going to try and chase this player down in customs.
2v2. Might have favored Cruelty for a bit, but with Fatal on such low health, just swing around metal stairs, and that's an easy find. How will Kobe and Giddy reset? All of these Bs will flood into customs, but Matumbo's found the gap, can hold this line before players cross. He's got 2 1v1s, while Kobe makes it past. He's got the information. Only 9 HP, peeks around, but Kobe's on top of it. 3 in a row for C9, though this one a lot closer than the others.
Kobe having a trademark good border game at the moment. Made a comment a couple of rounds ago. With his contribution, border can be a very good map for Cloud9, and he's hitting his shots here tonight. You kind of feel like Cruelty should have won that one. They had the C4s, they fluffed it and blew it too early, or too late, depending on the outlook. And then there was live information as to where that last player was. I mean, for my money, you've got to think about disengaging from the fight at that point. You can easily sneak your way out of customs and just rely on the information that you've got. You had red pings feeding that info. Instead, you choose to sit and fight. I just think it's a little bit of a risky one, especially knowing what Kobe likes is capable of. Knowing what anyone in this league is capable of. The time running quite low as well. Cruelty are going to use some time at the moment to stabilize themselves, see if they can figure out just exactly what it is that isn't going their way at the moment here on border. Cloud9 are moving with a lot of conviction and a lot of pace here tonight. They're not really wasting much time.
No, they aren't. I mean, I think some of the super quick plays we saw in rounds 1 and 2 probably won't happen again, but they have been very eager to take control, and I think that decisiveness against a team like Cruelty, just shock and awe. Don't let them get comfortable. Don't let them even feel like they have a chance. This is just rough. Good counter by Cruelty, we'll say. And you can clearly see there are still some gaps between the Blitz running in, not aware of the off position held on Metal. You clearly see that they are exchanging time for information and still losing out in that exchange in some way. There are a lot of gaps Cruelty can take advantage of. Just Cloud9 are at least winning on all the other fronts that it's working out very well. Also, it's been a multi-frag every round, but from different people. Giddy 3K in round 1, then Silent and Kobe 4Ks in round 2 and 3, respectively. So even though the kills are all even, it's like rounds being won entirely by one person.
That's no bad thing. Kind of reminds me of the SR game yesterday.
Yeah. Or, I think it was the Liquid game you and I casted on Sunday, where it was like...
most games of Rainbow Six Siege, one person playing really... Yeah, it was Cyber, wasn't it? It was the El Clasico.
Oh, shut up, dude. You're really... Oh. I don't know why. Tonight's the night you're trying to push my buttons.
They're just so easy. They're like lighting up, you know?
I'm like one of those reaction machines.
You ever play one of those like bop it things? With like the bop, the twist, the pull?
Yeah, we just call that bop it.
Yeah.
Well, it's not
like,
you said one of those bop it things, so yeah.
It's like a bop it. It's called bop it, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just called bop.
Yeah, it's literally like playing that tonight.
Yeah, you twisted me right now.
See, now that's a position that I would consider NJR. East stairs.
Ooh, that is a good point. I'd consider that NJR. I'd consider like the office triple wall over there. I consider that Pambazoo.
Okay, I see it.
We have a nomination process for all these names. By the way, it's just been an East stairs clear on an Armory Archives defense, so not a lot to talk about. Just some utility placed by Cruelty early on. Soaks up some Cloud9 utility. They back up to their secondary positions, or still some of their primary positions being held, as you can see Caden right on break door. Gotta be careful as C9 have moved into East. Renegade activated, backs off. That's an aggressive fight by Caden, but one that works out very nicely. Cruelty get a 5v4, and they can still play in some of these spots.
I'm very surprised that Caden's gotten away with a kill there. I think if you see that laser gate reactive, you've kind of got to question what's done that. Bit of a lack of info right now for Cloud9. You can see that Silent's got plenty of people available on the tracker with the death marks to dish out there, but I didn't see one used in anger just yet. Instead, it's a slow and steady circle round the site. Dream very likely going to try and tank this laser gate with only yokai drones for denial. There it is. Immediately gets himself through. He's going to be fairly safe right now.
Ooh.
Oh, it missed.
No, I don't think it missed. I think it gets caught on the desk. I don't think the angle's favorable. I think he's right on the money, but it's blocked by the cabinet, and as a result, C9 just reading a very brief opportunity in the operator lineup, have completely stolen a defense away from Cruelty. Rovey on the retake runs into some trouble inside of Fountain. Fatal still struggling, reconciling himself with that failed piece of utility. Nice shot onto one. Second down. It's just him and Giddy in the 1v1. Just sit outside a vent window, only 3 seconds. You gotta burn. A flashbang you can use as well to burn that gate. He opts in, but he's got no time. Giddy plays it just about as well as you could hope, and Fatal, nothing but air to hold on to as the clock hits 000 and nothing concrete for Cruelty on border.
That's probably the best plant disabled position that you could possibly go for. I can't believe that Giddy falls into that trap.
They literally won the round.
It was genius, though. Like, did Cloud9 know that that was... I mean, you can't account for the yokai drone making that sort of mistake, can you? Like, how do you account for the yokai drone making that sort of mistake? Like, it's... Yeah, such a fine margin. Yeah, Giddy really playing the clock quite well there. Cruelty, kind of got to feel bad for him.
I mean, 4 opening kills in a row, by the way, no conversions.
Yeah. They're the kind of rounds that you win, honestly, as Cloud9, and you go, yeah, today's our day. Like, they'll watch that back and they'll realize just how close that was, because, you know, I understand you can see, right, they've not got any throwable denial, they've no smoke, they've no Chanka, they've no C4s, but they have got an Echo. Still, to try and go for that plant in with that man count sort of knocking around and available, still pretty risky stuff. But they found a gap, and credit to them, they were able to exploit it.
Well, we'll see how Cruelty's retry of customs will go. No tellers of defense brought up by the defense this entire game so far. Not really wanting to worry about holding into office. I mean, still going to have a vertical hold. It's just kind of the nature of border, but a lot of focus on the Armory and CC side of things at the moment. Spotting one player, deciding to get a little aggressive in that position, but Kobe, nobody there for the trade. I mean, Hat and Silent doing quite well, and there's the follow-up. There it is! Knocked Pyrox down the hatch, finish him off. The Kobe entry was not ideal, a little bit ahead of the rest of the team, but once they get there, the setup is very solid, and C9 got a minute 45 and a 4v2. This would be a troll and a half if they don't close this one out.
Yeah, it really would. No C4s left either. Now the death marks start to come in. The site's going to get quite uncomfortable quite quickly. Although there isn't too much vert available for C9 right now. They do still have to be cautious. Hat, Dream, both taken out. Silent, super low. Eventually finishes Mutombo off. Fatal's only got to land a couple of shots here. And he's got a bit of information again, but it isn't going to be enough. From the hatch. Baited in by the information. Twice now that we've seen info kind of kill Cruelty inside of customs. But they've got red pings and know where players are, and Cloud9 are like, I don't care if you know where I am, we're just going to be better. We're going to shoot straighter.
5 opening picks in a row. 0 conversions. Like, Kobe definitely made some chaos there, but like, he was kind of ahead of the play. Either he was ahead of the play or the team was behind. One of the two. Because there wasn't anybody in that immediate trade. If the Malusi wanted to, he could have killed Kobe, then immediately fallen back and would have gotten away safely. Like, the follow by Cloud9 is there, but in a lot of these rounds, it's been just staggered enough where the defender has an opportunity to fall back and would go unpunished. So it's like clearly intentional and planned, but it's just like a little bit of a gap, right? And yet Cruelty are failing, 1, to get away, and 2, well, actually 2, the follow-up from Cloud9 is generally pretty good. But 3, you've got a 5v4 in 5 rounds in a row, and these rounds are coming close, and you're not able to close out 1. You're in last. I just feel bad. I just feel bad.
I mean, C9 could have been making it much easier for him going into every round 4 versus 5. Who's it going to be this time? Or do we break deadlock and does C9 get the opening pick? Thing is about the way that they're playing, it's not even like C9 have gone, we need to sort this out. They don't even care about that. And they're still winning rounds regardless, so why sweat it? Why worry about it so much?
Mutombo making a direct eye contact with Dream on the Blackbeard. I don't think it'd be very NJR to play Oryx in this position, but...
I mean, what's he going to do? Run away from the nade? Yep.
The old Oryx for the rotate. Ooh, hello, wait, Pyrox. Sees the floors around the corner. That's a very easy 1v1. We got 6 opening frags in a row. Surely we don't lose this. Those trades are quite nice. I'll give them that another 3v2. No way we get 6 opening picks in a row. And we don't get a single round out of it, right?
It's not over yet. There's a minute and a half. Like you say, a couple of low players. There is some info, but we've kind of seen what info does for Cruelty. It's not always the blessing that you think it is. Silent, if he's able to convert onto this player upstairs, could be devastating. You'd hope that Rovi gets himself to some safety, or at least keeps moving and doesn't present himself as an easy target right now. Of course, you know where the Deimos is as well in this position. What you don't account for is where Kobilax and Hat are. They are going to be creeping around. Another deathmark used onto that Aruni. Kobe, Hat, couple of kills apiece. Another round that C9 are able to convert despite going a man down. You know, they could almost have just had one of their team could have literally just said, guys, really sorry, can't make it tonight. You know, it's the partner, they booked in dinner, like I can't do anything about it. And they've just gone, yeah, no worries. We'll play the game and win anyway.
I mean, what do you even say? There's been such a weird 6-0. It's cruel to get the opening pick every time and then just like collapse in the immediate engagements afterward. Like, I mean, credit to the setup for C9, I guess. They clearly got a good understanding of border, but like, Jesus. 6 opening kills and you can't get a single round? Sorry, I didn't mean to start yelling, but...
I think Cloud9 have got a good understanding of border, granted. It isn't that good. Like, if they were losing opening picks like this against any of the top teams inside of the league, it would not be than it is right now. It would not be 6-0.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Cruelty has got no ability to punish. They can get an opening pick, yeah, sure. But then off the back of it, it's like they don't know how to use that advantage.
How funny it'd be if it was overtime.
I'm not sure I'd laugh.
You'd have to at that point.
I mean, I've seen 2 Goyo canisters stacked up on the top of the little bookcase inside of site. It's not going to be an overtime. There's literally 2 Vulcan canisters there. There's no way.
Well, okay, but hear me out. Sandwich window.
These guys want it.
And to be fair, down at one point, they kind of need it.
They both need it.
Well, I mean, but Cruelty's not 6-0 up right now.
That's the difference between need and, you know, want.
Which, by the way, if Cloud9 get all 3 points from today, they are still in 8th.
Yeah, it's not a great
look.
look.
They obviously need it, and it is very desirable, but they are still in 8th. Just want to be accurate.
Okay, so we're dealing with the laser gates. Now we can start to move through and get some drones in. I'm seeing a dangerous amount of utility right now. Like, I do worry about Mutombo. Is he going to send it?
Are we aware of the Vulcan packs? Is the game just going to end? What is happening?
Opening pick for Cruelty, by the way. Quickly,
No,
a 4 versus 2.
What, dude? What is happening? We've just watched Mutombo the whole time. Well, I don't think he's winning this one. 7 opening picks. 7 opening picks in a row. And they lose 7-0. No, Silent got the opening pick. What are you talking about?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he did.
It must have come through, like, almost at the same time, because Dream went down super early as well.
You lied to me. Well, this has been
a better story.
It would have been a better story. It would have been a funnier outcome. Well, this has been a weird game, just going to be honest with everyone, but it's done. 7-0 for Cloud9. They are still in 8th place. Team Cruelty still in 10th. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Yeah, not the best week for Cruelty. These guys need to do some soul searching because this standard, it is not going to net them any points here inside of the NAL. Cloud9, guess what? They played the game that was in front of them and they put on a good show. Those attacking rounds, they were good to watch. Yeah, they could tighten up that opening pick, but let's be honest, they're the ones walking away with 3 points. We're going to hit the desk after a break.
I'm gonna go play Armory, okay?
Triple.
He saw triple armor.
You could swing it. You could swing it.
Hold the rest on me.
Nice. Good game.
Good job.
Way to close it out.
We needed that, boys.
On God, we did. On God, we did.
Sure, guys.
Let us get one.
A late 7-0. You should.
And then now 7.
A light 7-0. A 7-0 from C9 against Cruelty. We said this was going to be probably one of the matches that we're seeing today where both of these teams are closely matched, but put my hands up, we were wrong. C9 coming out on top very dominantly, and we have Dream to tell us all about it because first off, congrats. A 7-0 is definitely a statement to be making here at the NAL. You guys had the roster swap and it hasn't necessarily clicked up until now. So what do you think has been the biggest hurdle that C9 had to overcome?
Well, before I answer that, I mean, closely matched. I mean, that's like a hot take, I think. But, I will say, like, the hardest thing we've had to, like, go through, I think, is just switching IGLs. Obviously, I don't have a lot of experience in the role. Yes, I'm an experienced player, but inexperienced, like, controlling the team, but all the moving pieces, like, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, of course. I mean, so far, look pretty good today. That being said, you as a leader, right? Obviously, you've IGL'd before in the past, but now, do you think, like, what are the key characteristics that you need to, I guess, tighten up or make better in your own role?
I mean, for me, it's just keeping the whole team on the same page. I think against, like, SR, we definitely were on different pages and, like, people were doing different things at different times. And obviously, like, when you let a guy clutch a 5v or a 1v5, I mean, you're doing something wrong. So we just gave him 5 separate 1v1s, and I blame myself for that. Like, well, I should have said something in the round. Like, we should have done something different. And obviously, but yeah, it's just keeping us all on the same page and making sure we're, like, working together. And that's something I, like, focused on today is, like, hey guys, this is our goal. This is what we're gonna do. And then just taking that kind of step by step.
For sure. Well, Dream, obviously, congratulations getting the much needed points that you guys needed to get today. Even in the comms, I mean, it sounded really clean. It sounded like you guys had control of the game through and through, clearly with a 7-0. I mean, is that really what you're shooting for every game to be like, no matter the opponent it is, just calm, concise calls, no one getting too over-aggressive, over-calling? Because like I said, when we heard in that last little bit of that round of the win comms, it was just very clean cut and understanding where the win was going to come from, how people were still playing the position. No one was getting overzealous.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? Is just to establish our win cons and, like, not have anyone, like, freaking out or swinging what they're not supposed to. I mean, we almost let them clutch a 1v3 on us because me and Hat were peeking like dumbasses, to be frank. Like, we can't let that kind of stuff happen. Just keep it calm, like, no one freak out. Just play the game.
I am curious, what does the prep kind of look like outside of game? Like, what are you guys doing in scrims, VOD reviews? What's Vivid cooking in the back? I am curious what kind of everything looks like in terms of preparations for these matches.
I mean, against Cruelty, there wasn't a lot of prep to do. We knew if we just played our game and, like, played our style, like, we would win. But against some of, like, the other teams like SR and, like, DZ that we've played, like, obviously we go back in the match replays, we watch stuff, like, go over, like, tendencies, like, everything. I mean, like, what every team's doing is just getting as much info as we can and then trying to use that and see what we can, like, abuse, right?
For sure.
All right. Well, thank you so much for the insight. And again, congrats on the win, getting some points, which were much needed to kind of, like, get out of that bottom side of the standings. We're going to see you around again. So best of luck for next week and the upcoming matches. Take care.
Bye, Dream.
Bye.
Bye.
I love Dream.
7-0 though. I think that's definitely a statement to be making.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a statement. I mean, I think that's something that we highlighted was the preparation from Cloud9's always been good. Obviously, it's against Cruelty, but a 7-0 kind of, you know, evens out the playing field of, like, you know, it is Cruelty, but it was a 7-0. So I'd say right where expected for Cloud9. I think it's just about, you know, still some growing pains on the late game that they need to be able to tighten up. That's the main goal for C9 right now.
I mean, I think just getting a win obviously boosts the morale, boosts the momentum, obviously gives confidence to everyone, especially in a player like Dream himself being the IGL, knowing that everything worked through and through on those attacks, having a clean half, and then just only needing to do one round on defense. But for me, again, I mean, looking at Cruelty, I don't really know what to say. I'm not going to even say anything at this point. I'm not going to be rude. I'm not going to say, like I said, it's just plain and simple. Getting 7-0 twice in a stage is absurd.
I wonder how
to say
many
the least.
7-0s has one team faced in
I don't know.
their stage.
I don't know. And
You
it's,
guys ever get
3.
7-0'd?
I think one time.
Back to the game.
It's just, yeah, I mean, for Cloud9, obviously this is great. Even in their win comms after that, I don't think anyone was super excited that they got a 7-0 over a team like Cruelty. I think obviously still growing pains to be had. As for Cruelty, again, not going to say too much about it, but Cloud9, I mean, far better performance, what we've seen recently. Yeah. As long as this continues to go through and through, and like Dream said at the end of that, getting comms together, get everyone to understand the win condition, maybe we see more life from Cloud9.
Exactly, because it is against Cruelty, but the way that they were playing, so much more confidence, as opposed to how timid they were in yesterday's matchup in week 1 as well. So obviously the confidence, the communication was calm. If they can just take those fundamentals and realize, hey, we did this against a team we know we can beat, then we can take this and apply to every single team going forward. So obviously, you know, they should have quote unquote easier games to come because they have played SR and DC. So, you know, keep those factors and keep moving forward.
Yeah, I think as well, definitely hear alarm bells ringing like crazy for the side of Cruelty.
Yeah.
A lot of, okay, stop with these side eyes. A lot of questions in terms of what we can be expecting from them, or what should we even be expecting from them at this point in the stage. But we still have 2 more games coming your way today. 2 more best of ones. DZ against M80 and OXG Wildcard. I mean, the 3 games that we've had so far today have been so quick. Surely these are gonna be.
I think this one's gonna be a pretty. I think the last 2 are gonna go to the end.
Sure.
To the end, like OT, like we're going to. OT.
I think there's a good chance both these last 2 games go overtime for sure.
Let's analyst cursed it.
Well,
is that like maybe the opposite, where he's like he's gonna go OT so it doesn't?
Yeah, exactly.
Quick 7-1 from one of the teams.
Oh no!
We'll see what happens.
Early. Oh. Either ways, we're gonna be coming up with the 4th best of one of today, which is Dark Zero against M80 after the break. So make sure you stick around.
Hey, this is Wildcard, and these are facts.
Oh, I know who it is. I'm very sure it's Baby Shark.
Yeah, 100% it's Shark. He is the only one here who watches soccer.
I've seen his dribbling skills.
It's not me.
Yes, it is.
If it is me, all of you guys are giving me $10.
What? No, I'm not giving you $10. You're giving me $10.
Bro,
oh,
what?
Bro,
You
no,
don't watch
impossible.
soccer.
Yeah, you
don't
don't
watch soccer.
It wasn't me.
Why would I want to be anyone but the GOAT myself?
Because you don't watch soccer. Okay, well, there's 2 people it could be.
I think
it's Dash.
It's gotta be Shark.
It's 100% Baby Shark.
No. I don't think he would have asked us, to be honest with you. I think he would have just admitted that he didn't know how to say it.
Yo, Dash, say chicken
What?
parm.
Chicken parm?
Shark, say chicken parm.
Kitchen parm.
It's Shark. It's Shark.
It's Shark. It's Shark. Shark, what is chicken parm?
It's chicken with cheese and parm.
And parm. I think it's Dash. Shark doesn't sound like he even knows what it is.
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah, it's so obvious, bro.
I feel like that's a Spiker thing to own.
That would be a Spiker thing.
Man, no, it's not.
My final answer is Spiker. I don't even know why I'm on the team, bro. I can see.
It's you.
Why is it me? Why is it me? Why is it me?
Because you think you're like in the real life of Assassin's Creed and you like to throw.
What? Bro, what?
My final answer is Spiker.
Yeah, it was me.
I got you.
Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Passetto. Passetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened. And Philippe wants to Genius! Steal that round for Furio!
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me? With a 3rd getting taken down, and then the drop right below, and it's just to the face! Penta are going to the grand final!
This could be difficult. If the swing Mason a 2nd, Mason a 3rd! Ryder! Oh my god! Wow!
Pre-day, holding up for the blood!
It's a 1v5. Attacker. They had everything going! 1v5! For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out! Solotov's down! Pre-day's off!
Available now.
After some pretty quick one-sided games so far today, we are hopefully entering more of the back and forth territory with DZ going up against M80 here on the fourth playdate of the NAL. Hi guys, I'm Ginny, joined with Foxy and Lax. And for this one specifically, DZ, M80, I mean, M80's got something to prove, and the question here is that winning streak gonna continue?
I think this is definitely a good rivalry. Should be a good matchup. Now, these two did meet last stage. DZ did absolutely blow the lights out on them, winning a 7-2 on border, but I think this is a completely different M80, especially the time given to be able to recoup, reform, and actually just perform better as a whole. And as for Dark Zero, there's still a lot more question marks, especially after EWC, them reevaluating their playstyle. It's not to count them out by any means, but overall, this should be a good matchup, statistically speaking.
Yeah, DZ specifically in stage one, something that we kept referring to them was like they are the Swiss Army knife. They're able to do a lot of different things, and we're still seeing that, even though maybe some of the games are not necessarily going the way that they would like them to.
Yeah, I mean, they talked about at the start of the stage needing to switch stuff up, coming from EWC. Now they're trying to go back to just the bread and butter, what works in the NAL. And obviously, we saw it yesterday. I mean, a big part of that was gaining initial control, getting for that opening pick, and then maintaining that control. They have such good position holders, so once they get them set up after that initial pick, that's where DZ thrives.
Yeah, Nath and NJR as well specifically had some really, really good moments in the last couple of play days as well.
Yeah, you can see their whole ideology and exactly what they were doing. I mean, Nath using the shield to take position. This is when they were playing Cruelty yesterday. They attacked basement. They'd end up losing the round, but taking this shield, taking this position, I'm trying to paint the picture for you of how DZ plays every single round. So they use utility to go for that execute. It doesn't go their way this round, but immediately round 3, they bring the Monty again to go for a Rafters pick. They push him all the way out. They get that initial pick. They force the players in Rafter to have to jump down. And once they get this pick, they have Rafters control. That is their foothold. It's all about DZ getting that foothold. Once they do it, they are very comfortable. They are very methodical. And immediately after, they pretty much win this round. And then we go to see them in Master, the NJR clutch. And this is what we're talking about. When you're in that foothold, once they get the position, they get that execute. Who better than NJR to be in a position to hold it? He almost never loses situations like that. They was such a problem that the Monty ends up getting banned, but again, same ideology from Dark Zero. Instead of shields, they use the utility. They nade onto the main stairs. They isolate this individual pick, force him out. They get it. Look at them. There's 4 DZ members posted up there. Once they get that pick, they set up the rest of the team, and that's the execute for Dark Zero. As old as time, that's the old Dark Zero that we played against. Once they execute, once they're set up, it's very difficult to push them out of it, and you never want to let DZ set up. So they're going back to the bread and the butter. It works so far, but now they're going to try it against a team that's not Cruelty, a team that's a higher echelon, similar in skill level. So we'll have to see if they stick to that, or if they get in their own head, try to throw in some more aggressiveness to it.
Yeah, you're talking about them going back to the bread and butter and just in general being a very consistent team. They also have players that have always been very consistent, and NJR is one of the players that so far here on stage 2 has been able to keep that going.
Yeah, he's arguably one of the best players in the NAL, time and time again. He doesn't seem to be showing any type of slowdown, and this is all 3 play days up until yesterday of him just consistently being there. He's almost like the silent slayer on this team. You aren't really noticing him every single round, but he's impactful every single round, because once he's put up in a spot, you're not getting it back from him, especially on the rappels. Every player knows how devastating NJR on the rappel is. I don't know if anybody's ever killed him off a rappel, to be honest. But that being said, when you have that system of setting up NJR, taking the position, as long as the start goes smoothly, the rest for DZ just follows suit.
Yeah, they have a system that works, and M80 also has a system that has been working, because this roster, we've seen them in stage 1, didn't necessarily reach the heights that they wanted to achieve, but they stayed locked in, they were staying consistent, and it's looking like it's paying off.
Yeah, they're off to a great start so far. I mean, 3-0 easily today, could possibly be a 4-0. And the biggest thing for me is they just need to tighten things up, because that's where we really have seen them struggle throughout this, or not have as convincing of some wins, especially even in their game against Wildcard in specific. A lot of rounds where they get that opening engagement, which I want to praise them for. They're doing extremely well off from the first game to now. They're getting those opening engagements and getting these man advantages, but that's where they're losing some of these rounds as well, is when they are in that advantage. So it's really just about slowing down. But overall, M80 as a whole has made tremendous strides of improving from their last stage to what they're looking like right now. And I got to commend them for it.
Yeah, I got to also commend Kino for yesterday's performance specifically, where that one round just changing the balance of the scales completely in their favor.
Yeah, and realistically, I did say I thought Wildcard looked better on their attack, but the defense from 80, it's always been a good stronghold, and especially when you're now slotting Kino in these positions to just be this foothold, as Foxy was saying, just that foothold, locking himself in these positions. That round 12 right there was really the difference maker with how close this game was. Getting that momentum shift off of Kino's backing and being able to clutch that game is what propelled them to even get over that hurdle, win that game against Wildcard, get those much needed points, and still setting them up for success here. And again, this was the one change that they added into this stage, was removing Kino off that flex role and allowing him to just play a more static support role. And due to that, it's allowed everyone's forthcomings to be just more enjoyable on their role, to be able to get their role down better, knowing, like I said, that someone is going to be that centerpiece, someone's going to be that pillar, and that pillar has been Kino. And in that last game in particular, he definitely showed through.
Yeah, and as well, just seeing the fact that they are in the same gaming house together too, that also is going to help a lot when it comes to rosters and just being able to, get used to each other IRL and off the server. But on the server is where they're going to have to play today, and with the map VODs coming through, this should be an interesting one.
I was going to say, let's maybe not go back to a border, because I don't think Amity was ready for that border when they obviously played up against one another. But I do think, I think it might be a lair. Nope. Okay, we're getting rid of lair. I was going to say maybe a shot in the dark, we're going to see a lair, but it's going to end up on console. This makes sense. This is a comfortable map for both these teams. I think the big thing when we saw M80 play against a team like SSG on it was really well-tamed aggression. They knew when they could play aggressive. They knew when to fall back. I assume that's probably going to be the exact same scenario here with Dark Zero, is just knowing when to get aggressive on their attack and also knowing when to fall back off that. And also, if DZ is going to be using these shields, I have no doubt on their defensive side, they are going to make it an absolute hellhole for Spears to try to make his headway to force any bit of control for the side of DZ.
Yeah, if they're leaving the shields up, that'll be the factor to watch. I really think it's going to be a shield versus shield game. And if all the shields are taken off the board, it really will come down to Kino versus Spirits. If they're not playing shields, will they be playing the Ying? Will they be playing the Glass? I mean, we saw Kino be able to flex a lot in yesterday's matchup. That being said, on a map like Consulate, it is a lot slower paced. M80 has historically had issues when it comes to getting into the building of Consulate just because of how slow paced it is. So that'll be the biggest question, is will M80 just be able to first get into the building and everything else can go from there?
So my question then is, do we have a prediction that we want to put out there? So far you guys have been pretty accurate, I would say.
I was wrong last game.
You know, I'm still going to stick with M80. I am confident in this pick for both of them. Like I said, it's a comfortable map for both teams, but just with how M80 has been playing as a whole and been progressing as a whole, I think it's pretty clear for me the vision that I see M80's going for. And again, I'm confident that they're going to take it here.
Spice it up and throw in a round?
This should be a good one. I will say it's going to go overtime. But I can't say like an 8-7. I think maybe an 8-6. And if it's not an 8-6, 7-5.
I have this feeling that DZ is going to win, but I feel like based off of paper, momentum, how M80's been playing, it would be a disservice to switch my vote. So I'm going to stay with M80. I believe in him, but I got this feeling. I have this inkling that DZ might turn up today just because it's M80.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see because we're ready to head into our game as well with our casters. So Ollie, Lynx, let us know who you think is going to be taking this one.
Well, apropos of what Fox was just talking about, there's a very good reason why he probably has a feeling that Dark Zero might come away with it, Ollie, because in the past, year and a half or so, this is a pretty one-sided rivalry, if you want to call it.
Yeah, it's certainly building to, rivalry level, isn't it? Obviously, M80 and DZ have both been orgs inside of NAL for some time now, but it hasn't been going too well for M80. The last time that they beat Dark Zero inside a stage play, or just in general, was actually stage 1 of last year. Since then, it has been fairly convincing for the side of Dark Zero. And, I mean, there's a few factors that sort of can get thrown into that. Obviously, both of these two teams have made roster moves in and around that period, so it isn't strictly speaking correct that these 5 players versus these 5 players have played each other this many times and this is the result, but that is the sort of overarching storyline between these two somewhat veteran orgs inside of NAL at the moment. Looking toward the map of a consulate, it does come in as very high preference for M80, but that being said, I don't know that it's a super high preference map for everybody else. And it isn't the map that, if you'd have asked me what's M80's top preference map, I don't think that I would have picked a consulate. It isn't a map that sort of strikes me as theirs. Maybe a lair or maybe even a Nighthaven Labs more specifically, yes. But it doesn't really strike me as a map that they love too much. But that's what the stats would suggest. On the flip side, for Dark Zero, it comes in a little bit lower. And again, it's a team that we know can play this map, but I think the map is sort of second fiddle in this matchup because these two teams, they need to get this dub tonight. We've already spoken about how the standings is a little bit topsy-turvy, particularly for M80 and Dark Zero. I mean, M80 not doing too bad coming into the day. They were in second place. Dark Zero, 6 points, but it isn't the record that they started off stage 1 with.
No, certainly it is not, though objectively it'd be quite difficult to beat that record. Your best hope is matching it at this point. Can't get better than what they had We'll see how Consulate goes, though, as you said. Whether or not you would have found this off the top of your head to be an M80 favorite, it is a map they did play quite a bit last stage. Wildcard, Cloud9, 2 games they played on Consulate, like right out of the gate in stage 1. Then, of course, a couple more times throughout the course of stage 1 of this year. And I am not particularly shocked we will see a Glass ban come through. And I imagine when we swap sides, we'll see a Glass ban from Dark Zero. Both of these teams are honestly 2 that I think run, or at least have been running Glass the most, or at least on this map where I can remember them running Glass a lot. In particular, M80 have a couple strats that, similar to what you see on a map like Lair, you know, throw the smoke down, say when you're attacking one of the first floor bomb sites, not this one, the other one. When you're attacking the first floor bomb sites, throw the smoke down, look up through the smoke to challenge the vertical. Seen them run a lot of Glass on this map. Seen Dark Zero run Glass on quite a few maps. It's an operator that both teams love quite a bit. Then, of course, the Ying gets banned from M80 to follow up. You've got Spirits and Pamzu on Dark Zero, some of the best Ying players we have in North America. Not all that shocking. Mute's kind of interesting, though.
I was going to come on to that. The Mute is the shocking ban of them all, and Dark Zero choosing to remove that. Now, you got to ask yourself, for what reason? Now, there's ways of dealing with Mute Jammers, yes, granted. But when you start thinking about roaming, particularly on that top floor of Consulate, there are so many good Mute Jammers that you can place. Consulate also is a map where elevated Mute Jammers really come into play as well. And what I mean by that is that you can place a Mute Jammer on a table or on a bookcase, and that's actually gonna, because the Mute radius works as a sphere, not just as a 2D sort of outline, that's actually gonna provide you a little bit of benefit as well. So the drone game should be a lot easier here from Dark Zero. It, of course, frees up all sorts of other bits and bobs as well. Flores drones, even blitz shield. You know, you can't flash with a blitz shield if you're in a Mute Jammer. So there's tons of little bits and bobs that it is going to benefit right now. And well, already speaking of the blitz, Spirits isn't wasting any time, given that that is one of his favored operators.
Ooh, just waiting for the smoke to go down, runs on in. It's something I've noticed that kind of separates seemingly some of the top teams from the bottom teams, is trying to use this shield to make space. And, well, fortunately right now, what's separating this team in the lobby is who can get a value out of it, and Spirits fails to do so. Might take immediate control of the site, both him and Nay fall. And so M80 retained control of both A and B site. Dark Zero forced out and trying to calm in the mid game to figure out what they can do. NGR has a position quite close to the site, but might as well be a world away from the diffuser. Both him and Pamazu down below. But control of the objective, what actually can facilitate the transition to a post plan, is in the hands of the defense and stuck inside of Archives.
Yeah, that case being on the floor is a big problem. And to be fair, Dark Zero did a very good job with it. It wasn't as if Spirits had the kit. It was Nath that actually had the diffuser. Spirits was trying to push through and make that space. Now a recovery mission is afoot. I don't think it's going to be an easy one. Diffuser, close range with the super shorty. Just needs to bide his time. He'll need all 3 shots, but it will take NJR down.
Bit of soft destruction done in the process. As Pamazu checks the hole made, loses his life in the process. Round kind of given to M80 there. Not given in terms of Dark Zero didn't do anything, but once Spirits, the Space Maker, and Nath, the planter, goes down, and nobody from Dark Zero's really in a position to trade effectively, that's kind of the ball game there. M80 all rotates to focus around defending not only the diffuser, but also making sure that they've also got redundancies around these various positions. Diffuser probably the weakest link there, just because he's got to watch his left and his right, but still has that shotgun around the corner and still so much that Dark Zero would have to clear. Being able to repel those 2 early engagements and probably find the 2 most important operators you could have in that 5v5 makes that round really easy for M80, and they start things off with a win on the split site to start.
Thinking back to that round, if NJR was 5 seconds sooner get into his position, I think that's successful, and I think that's maybe what Dark Zero were going for. And either NJR's got caught up on the way, or Spirits and Nath have gone a little bit too far ahead. There was some sort of desync, wasn't there? Because NJR's position was brilliant for watching those stairs, and if he'd have been there, he'd have very likely picked up the kill, and it would have been very easy then to transition into getting that plant down and to hold the site in a post, but wasn't meant to be. Just like this spawn peak. You can see that Gunnar is searching for nobody. There is somebody on cameras, top left of the screen, but immediately there is Nath. Should be able to make his way back to site safely. Gunnar would have to be incredibly patient indeed to watch a spawn peak for 30 plus seconds. Never mind a little 15 at the start of the round. It is going to allow these DZ players just to get in a little bit safer. Nath immediately looking to try and give his drone a little bit of security getting through. Little pop stunt sent out. Pamba already on the rappel as well. This top floor looking free for the taking right now. DZ going to get themselves in. It is going to be a full map clear though, as we are looking toward the basement site.
That's Gunnar all the way on the opposite side, now creeping back down the Visa stairs. Spirits charging in. Who spots Gavini playing pretty deep inside the top floor. Immediately runs into Panmazoo, and what a tricky position you have found yourself in. Gunnar also going down. You can see M80 give the call to try to support this Azami, and NGR ready for it. Big kills to start for Dark Zero, matching M80's early success of round 1. A minute and a half, you can get all this vertical destruction. You've also choked off a lot of the rotates as well. C4 wasted. Things could not be going better for Dark Zero.
Yeah, DZ have done a great job there, and they've still got spirits to try and space make and bully some of these defenders around. Kino going to be the next player in his sights. Might try and recover that smoke canister or just double checking that it's still there. Should be able to pop that.
Ooh.
Better placement that time. He's going to just push spirits off.
They can play this dance all they want. Spirits is just burning utility. Nice. It's the kind of off angle you need to hold in the 3v5. Try to claw back that man count, but also a tricky position. You can see Dark Zero realized and cut him off. They even try to open up vertical above him. Quite greedy for this castle at the moment, and you always have to be weary of these kinds of gunfights, but they work out for NJR. It's a 4v2. Time well spent. Utility well burned as Kino is completely out of toxic canisters. Hot and Cold uses C4 a long time ago. That's uncharacteristically sloppy given the time that we're at, and with the Blitz running in by himself, Dark Zero started to let things slip entirely. Panmazoo's covering from up above, but quite low HP, created their own rotate, slipped their own way in, and they get the kill on top? That is highway robbery from M80 and one of the craziest throws I've seen in the NAL.
We've got questions. Citizen and Pamba, please report for questioning.
We need alibis.
What? We need alibis. At 12 British Standard Time on the 13th of the 9th, what exactly were you doing? And what exactly were you watching? Because, let's be honest, it wasn't Kino who was freely able to get a kill onto NJR, despite the fact that he was dancing with spirits on the Blitz only moments before, and you knew exactly where he was. Like, how is that allowed to happen? 4 versus 2, by the way. DZ, that is a round you should be walking away from. I'm kind of surprised to not see a timeout called there, just to try and steady the ship. They might be waiting to take it at the ban point so that they get a little bit longer to discuss, but round 1, fair enough. M80 played well. Round 2, that wasn't M80 playing particularly well. Dark Zero did a great job of punishing Castle, caught inside a small. They knew that that Castle could not go anywhere. It was one cheap kill, and that was all it was going to be. Pin from the hatch, pin from the vert, brilliant pincer movement on him. And then that kind of was where the teamwork stopped inside of round 2 for DZ. Really strange.
Yeah, I don't really know either. And you know, it's console attack. You know, insert kind of boilerplate language we always say when we're casting this map. But you can't be dropping rounds like that, especially if you get, if you get one right out the gate. You're feeling really good. It is only the second. It is only the second round, so let's see if Dark Zero can recover. You can see in terms of the momentum, they're not shaken whatsoever. Spirit's literally running the exact same pathing he had in the previous split round. loses almost all his HP as I believe somebody top spiral just fires a bunch of shots through the smoke, but Panba. Two players feed themselves to the R4C. NJR on the opposite side with one. It's another quick 2v4 for M80, and perhaps we were a little too harsh on Dark Zero, or maybe not harsh enough. As in this moment, Gunnar is riding just outside the site. Spirits' back turned to the Valkyrie, and so he creeps forward, just right behind the Blitz. But oh, NJR watching. If there's ever a man who's watching flank at a moment like this, it is the mayor himself. Diffuser lets the Blitz pass. No good angle, unfortunately, and that is it. Could be 2 attacks for Dark Zero, but the ship is righted in round. No timeout necessary as they get their first attack.
I think we've just witnessed a crank round from DZ, which is a little bit of a rarity. Typically, you'll get a crank round out of Space Station. You'll not get one out of Dark Zero, but that was it. Pamba, brilliant use of Ram's Boogie. Now, that thing makes a lot of noise. And when you hear it, typically you start thinking, oh, they're above. But instead, he just used it to immediately gain pressure into sight and create a load of noise, a load of chaos, and it opened up. Gap finding, found himself 2 kills. NJR the same. Obviously not using the same kit, but still finding that gap. The final kill, I mean, it was anybody's really. Spirits just running down. Diffuser only ever going to end one way. Final round of bans through for this half. A Valkyrie and a Blitz removed. So M80 really going for the jugular. But Spirits is so versatile. You can't pick everything.
It's just, you can't play that game.
You're always going to leave him with something that he's very good on. And now he's on the Dokkaebi.
I mean, it's like what we said last day. It's like you just can't play that game. Like, ultimately, Spirits is a really good player.
Yeah. He's a Swiss Army knife.
Yeah. The only way to win is by not playing.
Oh, you need a tin opener? Yeah, I've got one of those on my Swiss Army knife.
5 seconds left.
You know, I've not found a Swiss Army knife with a tin opener.
They all have one.
I've never been able... Really?
Yeah, but it doesn't look like it's like you're expecting something with a handle on it and stuff, aren't you?
They've got hard breach charges on the can opener? No, I messed up the joke. God damn it. God, that's the worst feeling on the planet. God. Oh my God, I'm angry now.
It's okay. In like 2 weeks when everyone's forgot, I'll set you up for it again.
2 weeks to the day.
you can rehearse it.
See you back here September 26th before the broadcast. I'm like, oh, the thing about the Swiss. Oh, shit. No, that's not it. Not it. Yeah, the thing about. Oh, no, that's not working. Anyway, back on the shield. A shield. There are multiple. Could play Monty if you wanted to, or Fuse. It's Blackbeard instead. Very standard position held by Gavini right there. Honestly, kind of a lineup that we've seen before on the CEO sites. It's always like, this is a site with a lot of set permutations, you know. Are you going to bring in a Maru? Are you going to bring a Sens? Are you going to bring a Grim or a Shield? It's admin take this time. No quick repel and quick hop out like we see on the CEO sides of these rushes. And it always means we'll kind of have the same boxes we'll check. Okay, they'll have to deal with vending at some point. They'll have to fight long desk. They'll have to fight the connecting hallway. Then also get control deep. Make sure that that smoke and that Tachanka are minimized because that utility is perfect for stopping a plan on this side.
Hot and Cold's got some great kit, as you mentioned there. Those Shumika's brilliant job of denying some area. Sensewall will go out.
Oh, wow.
Citizen's good for one, but it's all he'll get. Doing his best Spider-Man impression as he's repelled down the main skylight. Gavini taking it out there, so that should allow players to push up. And yeah, you can see they're already at vending. So getting rid of the Azami there was crucial, and I think Citizen's maybe done his job, at least sufficiently for them to start pressing a bit further onto this site. Often vending can be a very difficult area to cross, but now you've still got the small problem of not only the diffuser being left inside of admin, which Pambazoo will rush back and grab, but you've still got 10 Shumika launches in 35 seconds. This plan starts going down. There's not really too much stopping those Shumikas from going, and there's a player below. Pamba wins a very important engagement, but the Shumikas are probably going to do all the work here, Lynx.
they're probably going to do all the work. That's still such a good heads-up play from Panba, but you're right. What do? DZ make the call. They realize they have to start pushing deeper. They've got to go for these picks. They've got to cause some uncertainty in the minds of Hot and Cold and Kino. It's not uncertainty, but a bullet that causes the most issues for Hot and Cold. But look at the time. Solo remaining, and M80 have the kills. Dark Zero try to go for a plant, then try to pivot, and M80 hold on as best they can, slowly dragging them deeper and deeper into an inescapable quagmire.
It's such a good example of the whole Tachanka versus Smoke situation there, because it was never to deny the plant, but look at how you funneled those attackers exactly where you want them. You've just given them a rock and a hard place and put them slap bang in the middle of it. Forces Dark Zero into a less than ideal take and a horrible pivot at basically no time remaining. DZ taking their time out here. Kenny trying to bring a little bit of stability to the roster at the moment. Recognizing where they're going wrong. I think DZ, I believe they're spending a lot of time. When they go quick, sometimes they go too quick. And when they go a little bit slow, sometimes they're going a little bit too slow.
I mean,
that last round was a really good example.
It's always difficult to strike a balance with Consulate, right? Like, I envy them. Oh, sorry, opposite. I don't envy them. Do not envy them attacking on Consulate, just to be clear. But it's a difficult balance.
I get it, but like, it's best of one. They've ended up here. Like, they could have banned it.
No, fine. No, I know, but like, I'm not saying they should have banned it. It's just like, you know the map you're going in, you know the problems you're going to deal with, but it's a different thing knowing the problem and then having to deal with it. Especially when it's an ever-present factor on the map, whether you're playing M80 or... Okay, maybe not if you're playing Cruelty, but like, if you're playing M80 or if you're playing Wildcard.
Yeah.
By the way, the reason I say that is not because, like, you know, mean-spirited joke against Cruelty. They did play Cruelty here, and it was a 730, so... Last stage, I mean. Not this stage. Because Dark Zero have played Cruelty, but it was on Clubhouse, and it was a 7-2 this stage, so... That's why I had to clarify Ollie, just in case you were curious.
No, I get it. I think it's good to have the context.
We praise accuracy.
We don't want to be called cruelty haters, do we?
No, that'd be cruel.
We just want to be accurate in our criticism.
Speaking of accurate,
what were you going to say?
I don't know. I didn't.
What's accurate about this?
I didn't know. I was just kind of hoping I'd set you up and then you'd you know what to do with that.
M80, you can see that the confidence is starting to swell a little bit, and I always think when you get a Vigil coming, when you get a Scopos coming, that's when
it's an indicator.
You know that the team's feeling himself, right? You know that they're winning a lot of gunfight. I mean, Diffuse is 7-2, like he can do whatever he wants. You know it's a good feeling. DZ have read into it. They've gotten good information in the drones, and they've brought great tools to try and deal with slippy roam operators. Got the Deimos. You've got Nath on the gridlock. Speaking of, will get an opening kill onto Gunnar the Castle. They've also got the Dokkaebi. Now with that opening pick, so early on into the round, you'd hope that gives DZ a little bit of space to work with here. But once again, I'm a little bit concerned because I am seeing players a little bit solo. Like,
well,
hello? Panda's just walking through admin and Gavini's just there. Like, no one knows about him. We've even got Diffuser in admin, like,
what?
maybe he's Scoposed up, maybe he's switched up, but where's the Dokkaebi calls? Where's the Deimos tracks?
It's a bit strange. Easy Citizen might be finding something bottom spiral. By the way, if we want to be accurate, we want to be even-handed. That is now 5 opening picks in a row for Dark Zero, and they've only converted one of those rounds successfully. It is quite a distinct parallel to that Cruelty game. So let's be fair here, because it seems we might be careening towards number 4 for M80 of recovering these 4v5s. To put Dark Zero in another deficit, NGR and 8th in deficits of their own. It's great that Spirits is the one with full HP. He's got the Vendetta and 3 trackers. Kino just walks right into his crosshairs. That's an easy one to find. What do they do now? A 55-second pivot is possible. It certainly is. But what information are they finding? Diffuser and Gavini still up top. They might have vertical angles to look down and contest anybody trying to plant in a site. So again, Dark Zero back up. Hot and Cold getting aggressive. Shot in the face. And so are Diffuser and Gavini still up top because of that kill? No, Diffuser back down. But it's 2 1v1s that Dark Zero can take against these M80 defenders at the moment. And so Gavini and the Scopos will need to pick their engagements, time their shots just right, and ideally land them. That last bit that Diffuser struggles with as Nath just crosses back into the A site. Gavini's able to take down the flanker and start focusing on the players down below. Him and Diffuser can converge while the Scopos is just fended off. Gavini finds his moment and closes another on time. M80 always finding a way back.
You can't count this team out today, can you? They are overperforming so much against Dark Zero here today. Dark Zero should be winning these rounds with time to spare, with bodies to spare, almost utility to spare in some cases. And M80 are just fighting to the bitter end. Interesting fun fact, by the way. 2 minutes left on the clock. Spirits has 3 death marks. 3 seconds left on the clock. Spirits has 3 deathmark trackers. He didn't use any of that utility. Like, okay, you've got the Vendetta, it's a great gun. Okay, you've got the AK, it's a great gun.
It's a great gun.
But use the utility. Like, you need to know where these players are. You've got 2 really slippy defenders there in a Vigil and a Scopos. The Scopos can switch shields, the Vigil can turn the tracker on and evade the drones, and you know that there's one nearby, but you don't really know much than you did before. Deathmark? Like, even just for the mental side of things, even just to be like, oh, damn, I've been tracked. Like, he knows where I am now.
Or
just seems a bit strange.
Do the thing where you activate, get the info, and immediately deactivate. Like, okay, Gavini's still up there. Still on the 3rd floor. Got it. That's something we can work with.
If you know where he is, you know where he isn't.
Matey just recovering 4 of these defenses now. Oh my god.
It's over. We've got hot and cold running out of main.
Okay, well, it's over for the first half, maybe. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves now. But to your point, it's the first time M80 start the round with an advantage, and if recovering has been so easy up until this point, surely converting won't be complicated. 2 players on site, 3 up top. Now Dark Zero have to clear the setup of 4, or have to clear the setup with no shield being brought by Spirits, which was very important last time. And a man down. I just don't know if I see it.
I mean, NJL can at least watch cameras, so he can perform a little bit of duty there, but it's not going to be as effective as it really needs to be. Some of the kills that NJR finds are very important indeed. Another kill on a run out.
He's been here the whole time, by the way.
Spirits eventually gets a refrag Citizen. Is he just going to burst in and try and make something happen? Nath finds one as well. Okay. The tables have turned a little bit, but it's still advantage M80.
I was about to say, though, a little bit doing a lot of heavy lifting there. It's still a 1-body lead for M80, which is what they started this round on. And Spirits and Nath just 1 bullet away. Had to be a pretty big throw. Spirits is making good use of those deathmark trackers. As you see, tries to get some information, I believe, on Gunner. But obviously with the ERC activated, that makes things a little tricky for the Deimos. Nath just around the corner, clearly aware of it. Gunner's just playing his life right now. Be careful about moving. Oh, he just hops up. Gunning for 4 at the moment. SMG-12 can always be tricky at these long-range engagements. But not when Gunner is on one today. How about 5 defenses to 1? As M80 get a half, by all metrics, should not have taken off.
I don't think I've said this yet, this stage, but that's my fantasy pick right there.
You've not said at this stage. You've actually been very good about that.
It's Gunner season, baby.
Hey, if it's Gunner season, that'd be great. He was one of the standout performers in NA for quite a little bit of 2024, but then has fallen off for M80. So if he's back, M80 will be feeling good.
Well, M80 are feeling very good at the moment. A 5-1 split. Okay, it's defensive consulate. It's expected to be a little bit attacker-sided. But with what we've just watched, there were definite and very clear possibilities and chances for Dark Zero, and they have thrown them away. They've given themselves an extremely tough time of things now, moving into this defense side. And with the confidence that M80 displayed in that last round, like, I love this calculated aggression. We actually got a great view of it there. You mentioned that Gunnar was waiting outside that breach with it already like prepped and open for like the longest portion of the round, and just took advantage of it. And it's like, no one runs out for the whole game, then someone runs out of main door and you think, oh, well, okay, that's it. And the next thing you know, you've got Gunnar doing exactly the same thing, just one story above. A brilliant time to use those, let's be honest, kind of ranked and sort of ratty strategies that when you're in the flow of things, you don't always expect it.
Well, and when you're in the flow of things, you don't always expect it. And also, you've been conditioned to one set of circumstances for about 5 rounds.
Yeah.
And so when you're getting deeper into a game like that, you know, whenever a human being gets used to a situation, some of the things that are concerning them initially, as long as they happen consistently, you kind of automate it. Like, okay, this is going to happen. I know that. I can, what's the word I'm looking for? I can ration my brain power more efficiently by spending less focus on that, more focus on other things. So then when a team changes it up like that, all of a sudden this thing that kind of became a given, an assumption you're making, gets challenged in a very key moment by switching things up, whether it's changing the pace, getting aggressive, or slowing down, playing more passive. It's just a little thing that takes advantage of human nature. That is not something unique to M80 or a Gunnar. Every, I would say, good team knows how to play with the pace like that to take advantage of kind of the way the human cognition works. But it's great to like, specifically turn up the pace that late in the game for that reason.
Yeah. It's kind of like the first time you watch Cruelty get 7-0'd. And then the next time you kind of conditioned for it, so you come to expect it a little bit more.
That's crazy from you.
Let's see if we can see any stark differences here with M80 and their attacks. Dark Zero started off their attacking phase moving very quickly. This has already been a much slower start to an attacking round. And Hot and Cold is going to be leading somewhat of a charge at the moment. Now, he does have the diffuser, and he is on Deimos. Going to get himself into a bit of a skirmish, but does need to be cautious. He might be getting pinched right now. Vendetta, maybe more favorable at these sort of ranges. But he's still playing pretty loose. And so far, no one's punished him. It's going to be Gavini to pick up the first kill onto NJR. NJR not having the best day of things at the moment.
No, I mean 6-6 is all right. It's certainly
He's just
good.
been first blooded a few times, hasn't he?
2 times in a row now on defense and attack. Or attack and defense. We want to be chronological. So it's just Dark Zero feels like having a rough time at it. Able to get the lead, but nothing succeeding after that. Gavini playing very patient. As Pambazu looking, not necessarily to flank him, just to open up his options, try and destroy that air jab. So now M80 rotate down. They've got to worry about this vertical, but M80's solution to this on this site is always ignore it, hold the angles, try to find a way around. But unfortunately, Gunnar's own firebolt is caught. Forces Hot and Cold into a different position and into the crosshairs of Dark Zero. Gavini's able to get the next kill. But whether that's the Vulcan pack or the Capital Bolt, I don't know. It's fire that forces Hot and Cold off balance, and Dark Zero that pushed them onto the ground. Diffuser and Gavini now looking to recover, but Dark Zero have stabilized, kept hold of the site and its extremities. And so Gavini, the only one of M80 to find success, falls just the same. Dark Zero with their first round since the third.
Really nice play from Dark Zero, kind of just letting M80 in. M80 seems to be moving quite carefree through the map. You know, we look at where Hot and Cold found himself. Bottom of those Visa stairs, happy to sort of challenge on up, not really too worried about anything that was going on over in Spiral, able to walk through, get toward main, and into meeting. It kind of felt like M80 were trying to just slip and slide their way through with some of the same sort of frictionless behavior that they had on that defense side, but the friction came quite severely toward the end of the round. DZ almost letting them in and letting them counter that very play. A little bit unfortunate with the Capital Fireball and the smoke screen.
Was it Capital Fire? I'm pretty sure it was, but
I think it was the Capital Fire. I think, like you said, it got caught on something.
Because I heard the sound cue right as he started walking through the fire, which is why I thought that.
I'm not sure if the sense wall was just a little bit confusing or it was just got caught on a corner or something like that, but I don't even know if the plant spot was different. It would have been, you know, there wasn't a lot of setup for a 5v5 plant or like a 5v4 plant. You know what I mean? Like usually you need a lot more setup going into one of those. And I just didn't really think that there was that much setup that had been done. But you never know. It may have pulled off under slightly different circumstances. M80 aren't going to be worried about it too much and can move instead onto round number 8, where they are going to go quite heavy on the shields. Both a Monty and a Blackbeard. Now, we saw plenty of shield uses from Dark Zero. It didn't really do them very good, let's be honest. Will the same be said for M80?
Depends on which part of the round. If you're just talking about what happened immediately, did great.
Oh, great space find him.
Yeah. Then, like, right after the first 5 seconds of them running in, not as great. These things happen. Different shield ethos on M80 to be sure. Obviously you have Hot and Cold who can make the space, but Kino makes spacing in a different way. Wow, Citizen just bobbing and weaving as shots being fired all around him. Oh my god, Hot and Cold is just down on the side at the moment. No diffuser, as that's where Kino is over on yellow, but the whole team is rotated. Think they found an opening inside of Archives, and by all metrics, it looks like they have. Kino gets into a safe position with nobody on the bottom floor. You've also got Diffuser and Gunner as well, keeping things level to make sure nobody rotates. And M80 have just worked themselves in with very little response or knowledge or foresight from DZ. First of the 2 mid-floor gunfights goes the way of Dark Zero. The second as well. It's just on these thieves in the night who are protecting the Diffuser and trying to shepherd M80 onto match point. They've got all the right lines. Gavini with a long angle down the hallway. Hot and Cold with the immediate close quarters combat right on the opposite side of the barricade. And while everyone from M80 falls, that's the only first gunfight they've won. It's the time that's working out best. But Pamazoo might still win it if they just keep Gavini locked down. What a call, and look at how much time M80 had. And in the nick of time, Dark Zero snatch it back.
I mean, is this DZ's strategy tonight? Like, are they just letting M80 in and then playing retake? It's incredibly risky. And by the way, Consulate, very small map. If you can't hear anything, if you can't see anything, and everyone's sort of wandering around wondering where everyone is, there's a very good chance that they're already in the site. If all of you defenders are off site and you can't see it or hear anybody, take a wild guess as to what's happening. Because the plant's going down and you need to wake up. Now, fortunately, DZ not only woke up, but they also dealt with it together. There was none of this one-by-one rubbish that we often see on retakes. It was very well calculated. There was a lot of redundancy there. There was players stacked up. And let's be honest, there were some great shots here. I think Citizen hit a couple of bangers. Now, fair play to Dark Zero. But I don't know. And on the flip side, M80, what are you doing planting with in a 5v5 again?
Well, it's...
Unless you can guarantee and hold that thing, there's no guarantees that you can hold that retake. It's not like they had some secret source or some really powerful position.
Honestly, for me, I think the thing that is more important was the coordination of the Dark Zero retake. There are essentially just a bunch of 1v1s from M80. Diffuser separate from Gunner up top, so that's 2 1v1s that Dark Zero can take. Then you have Gavini holding with the DMR down the side of the electrical hallway. Another 1v1. Nobody to trade him in that position, so Dark Zero just double up, swing him. It was just 5 1v1s.
It does kind of come back to the old, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. And I think from M80's point of view, if it seems too good to be true that you can walk and get the plant down, in that instance, it definitely was too good to be true because Dark Zero had a very good retake planned. There's a danger of them coming back into this one for M80 as well. They're only 2 rounds away at the moment.
The security of match point after round 8 would have been very, very nice. Losing that it's not game over, of course, far from it. But 6-2 feels a whole lot better than 5-3, and 6-3 feels a whole lot better than 5-4. Suddenly, Dark Zero are fully back in the race. Pamazoo dropping down right in front of that barricade. But neither him nor Gunner fire shots toward the other. Wow! Spirits just with a slight peek around the corner, takes Gunner's head clean off, and that's a full retreat. 4 defenders all over by Archives. Like, nope, back to the site for us because, Ollie, I don't know if you're counting, we only have 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
They know exactly what their win condition is, don't they? And at the moment, it's those Vulcan canisters. They've wasted the time, and now all they've got to do is let their utility do the rest. Hot and cold. Looks a little bit uncertain as to which avenue to take right now. Vini's playing Ram as well, and none of this vert has been done. You can see now as Kino starts to move through. I mean, yeah, the Ram boogie drones can make the vert, and they can make it very quickly, but you haven't got loads of time to capitalize on it if you only start at 45 seconds. DZ, not going to be too concerned now. This breach should get opened. There's still a couple of impacts knocking around, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it tricked. You can see Kino, he's trying to sort of body block that and stop that from happening. Smokes in, wall open. Kino trying to get that plant down. There isn't a lot of denial, as we've said, but there is a bit of information.
Ooh, there is information, but no C4s. All 2 have been used, so again, M80 have an opening. They have an opportunity, but the conversion of post-plant to victory is not certain. There's opportunity for Dark Zero to fight back and fight these 3 players with guns in their hands. Kino on the full shield, that's a player you can work around. He's going to be giving intel to the attack. It's the other 3 that you have to concern yourselves with. Pamazu's worked himself up, retaken the vert, shot diffuser in the back, and while there's a trade, that's the more important gunfight. Gavini's neutralized Nath, hot and cold shut down Citizen, and while Spirits is getting active, only 1 gun on 1, there's still that second player. There's still that 1v2, and there is no time remaining. That could be game over in our third 7-2 of the day, but instead, M80 finally move us to match point with their first attack coming in round 9.
That's one of the dangers of letting the plant go down. M80, they knew that there was not really many options. Vert started to get open with 45 seconds left to go. DZ, full retreat, entirely gave up the top floor at around the 1 and 10 second mark, recognizing, hey, we've got a bit of utility, we can sit behind it. But they'd already spent those 2 C4s. And interesting, the Valkyrie actually brought a couple of impacts as well. Now, I imagine it was, if we'd have seen a little bit of a different round in the mirror window, we could have had a couple of impact tricks thrown out of it. But we never, the players were never in position to really take full advantage of that. And at the time that was left, 30 or so seconds, you've kind of got to concede and you've got to go, well, you know, it's not worth dying to throw an impact to stop the breach getting opened. We're just going to let the breach open. Well, the Monty turned around, shield on their back. It's very difficult to stop when you've only got bullets to do it. If you've not got a C4 or any explosives, any smokes or anything of that nature, you are going to struggle. Weirdly now, M80's timeout. I feel like they've got kind of good momentum after that last win, but obviously they're not going to be able to go and just assume that they're going to be able to win the next round so easily. It's taken them a couple of rounds to find success on the attack. They're obviously going to want to discuss how they're going to approach not only that top floor, but also the mid-floor bomb site, dependent now on what DZ pick.
This has been an interesting time, as I feel like normally when we see like tactical timeouts come after a round when it's like, okay, we just barely got that one over the line, right? Which, to be fair, don't get me wrong, there were definitely some warning signs for M80 in round 9. But the post-play was actually pretty clean, all things considered. They're able to deal with their retake from Pamazu and I think Citizen. Kino and Hot and Cold had the diffuser lockdown. All things considered, that was a generally pretty nice post-plant and a pretty nice immediate follow-up to it. So there are things to talk about. I'm not critiquing the timeout, just to be clear. I just thought it was interesting. Normally when we see it after a win, it's a lot closer than that, a lot more of a nail-biter than that.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to use it because you don't want to give DZ the same 45 seconds to discuss at maybe a more critical point in the game. At the moment, it's not critical for M80 to win this next round, but if they leave it a couple, it maybe gives a bit too much time over to DZ to stabilize. So I can see the logic. I kind of like it. And if M80 come out now with a super clean round, then, you know, GG's. It doesn't matter anyway. It'll be a 7-3, but we'll have to see if that's what happens right now. Drops the shield. Instead, they're going to be favoring that flank watch protection. Kino primed and ready, waiting for that wall, or waiting for that barricade, excuse me, to get opened up in front of him. Does have the 612 as well. We've already spoken tonight about how the 612 is much more viable now the machine pistol exists. The way that M80 have been playing, I kind of don't know what to expect, because I wouldn't be surprised if they just try and start getting the plant down. Because again, we've seen them do it a couple of times here tonight, where they've kind of paid little to no attention to the defense and what the defense want to try and do. Previously, when we saw this site, hot and cold, he just kind of walked in.
I think we'll see another hot and cold walkabout. He's on the Deimos again. Could happen. So I suppose
at least it'd be a bit of a later walk in this time.
And also at Lack Ascends might make things a little different. But Lack Ascends inclusion of the Ying. You can see him on repel, so it's an opposite-sided take from what they did before, coming in through a main lobby back in round 7. This time, at least at the moment, more on the art yellow side. Gunner firing a lot of bees up on the top floor, likely preparing for that retake. Yeah, just causing as much chaos for these vertical angles as they can. Gavini will move up. That's a great shot by Pamazoo. This whole plan, oh, it's fallen to pieces for M80. Pamazoo doing the entire defense's job with one vector. 3 kills plus 1 from NJR, plus who will get the last? Who else but Nate? Flawless for Dark Zero. Timeout ineffective.
I don't know what the take was. Like, that wasn't even the site. There was so much used to try and take control of top floor when we've seen them previously just kind of walking through admin side and do it. I think telegraphing yourself and throwing the kitchen sink and utility and then trying to rappel in off the back of it or have someone walk in, like, it just doesn't work. You need something coming in from that admin side at the very least if you're going to try and make that happen, because otherwise players can just tuck up and watch windows, or if you Pamazoo, you can just hit a few headshots. I mean, we can't all do that, Pamazoo, unfortunately. Some of us just have to tuck and pray and hope for the best when we can finally see after the Yin Candela's worn off. But, like, jokes aside, it felt like a very soft attack from M80 and kind of not what we've seen them do so far tonight. We've seen them be quite plant-focused, quite bold in their intentions, and we've not really seen a 3-2-1. And the first one that we see really doesn't work.
I got a couple more chances, but really just one more to close this out. Oh, 2, actually. There we go. Math wasn't mathing. Got 2 more chances to close this out and get the full 3 points from today, just to give a little bit of a quick highlight over the standings. M80 currently at 8, also flawless. Only team alongside Shopify without a loss so far. Dark Zero losing in overtime to Shopify. And so M80 to keep their spot at the top of the standings would be very nice, especially as a team that had a lot more struggles over last stage than I think we and they expected. Missing out on EWC, especially a bit of a gut punch, I think, for a team that we still have very high expectations for. Now looking towards CEO against a team that has just as high of expectations placed upon them by us and themselves. It's a quick entry. Diffuser moving into Visa very fast. Kino bringing the shield back into play. The Blackbeard since the Monty's banned. But a full admin side take at the moment. Remember that play-by-play we gave earlier? Vending to long bar to connecting hallway, pushing deeper if you have to. It's gonna be the same damn thing here.
Gavini just getting his Flores Rosero drone shot there on that main desk. Gunner can hop in and get that wall open and then go and use his utility elsewhere. Might actually be able to get this small wall open as well. That is going to be the play. It's not often that you see an attack sort of base itself through this, but it's a great little angle to get open. Spirits, those ADSs aren't going to save you, my friend, and one of them actually gets taken out as well. He's got some Kiba barricades coming in from that long desk from Pamazoo just to provide him a little bit more safety, but even that's going to get destroyed. You can already hear Shumika launcher of NJR getting sent through, and
no.
through the drone hole. Pamazoo. He goes, you know what, Spirits? You've done a great job there. I'm now going to retake it, and I'm going to retake it on the Azami. It's going to be even more egregious to deal with me.
it is really looking like M80 missed an opportunity with that Servers Tellers defense, because everything afterwards has not only been Dark Zero, it's been all Panbazoo. 15 and 7, only Impact only stopped because he's down on the floor, but that might be all you need. Gunnar works his way into the cubby, finds a brief gap, and it's a 3v3. Stable for the moment, but somebody spirits on Jaeger. Posturing at the main desk, and M80 think they found their opportunity. Again, hot and cold, looking very far. They're covering all these angles. They're all lining up for M80. Panbazoo's best efforts, his best intentions gone to waste. As a Deathmark tracker buzzes defeat in Nafe's ears. It seemed like 6-5 was all but certain when M80 is stopped at vending, but they pull it back with just a regular old 7-4. Remain undefeated in the NAL Stage 2.
Well, that's the first time that M80 have beat Dark Zero since Stage 1 of 2024. A very good sign for this M80 roster. And let's be honest, they had plenty of opportunities prior to this scoreline to convert it into a full win. Dark Zero, I think they will be looking back at this day with fairly critical eyes, because they too had a lot of opportunities on that attack. Let's see what our desk has to say about it just after this.
Wonder, please, Matt.
Trust me, I have it. He's probably like Batman right now.
Yeah,
You have a tracker now.
He's in pro. Swing you, Sean.
No!
I
got drone hold. I'm retarded. I mean, I'm dumb.
Fucking go, baby. Fucking go. Yeah. Well, fucking.
Welcome back to the NAL, where we've just seen M80, as per your predictions, take out DZ. We had some questions whether or not the roster was going to be able to do it, and they have proved us that they are capable of doing just that, and they have proven you guys right. Congratulations. I don't know why that's like something you're excited about. But we also have Hot and Cold ready for the interview to kind of give us a little bit of the rundown as to what the prep looked like for this game specifically, and if there was anything you guys did a little bit more different considering it was DZ.
I mean, honestly, the prep really didn't help us because, you know, they haven't played Consulate for a minute now. Hey, shut up.
That's the IGL I know. I respect that.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really much prep on them, to be honest. We just had to focus on ourselves. Yesterday, obviously, it was a very shaky game for us, so mainly focusing on our defensive late rounds, you know, this time around. I mean, Consulate's a better defensive map in general, so, I mean, it's a little easier, but just mainly focusing on ourselves.
Oh, yeah. I definitely noticed that. Your guys' defenses, a lot of the situations that you were in, you guys displayed a lot of discipline, just holding back, waiting for DC to go for an execute, forcing them to do an execute. Was that a part of your guys' game plan going into today, is let's make DZ execute because it looks like they're kind of struggling throughout the weeks, going aggressive? Was that the whole game plan, is just stalling them out? What was the game plan, essentially, if you don't mind sharing?
Like I said, we didn't really have a specific game plan for them. We just wanted to play our own game and just react based on how they're playing. In my opinion, they were playing like very sporadic in that. Like it was a little weird to say about DZ, but they were like playing super sporadic and their attacks just kind of fell all over the place. So I just told, you know, Sean, Gav, D to just start fighting these guys on the entries because like they were just all spread out around the map.
Well, Matt, congratulations on a win. 4-0 streak going hard right now. I want to ask, with the one change that you guys did make throughout this stage was putting Kino more on that structured support role, not being able to flex around. Do you think that has really helped everyone else just be comfortable within their own role? I've talked about this numerous times on the desk now, but when you have one player that you know is going to be in said position, not going to be moving around too much, is going to play that one secure area and be that pillar, do you think that is allowing everyone else on the team, and even including yourself, to kind of just set up, especially on those attacks and defenses, to say the least?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, I was kind of known as like a Monty player, which I feel like I probably am like one of the best callers on the Monty, but I don't think like I'm necessarily the best mechanical shield. Like, I think Kino clears me in that regard. So, I mean, that was a reason for making that move, but also just like giving me the options to flex around my ops and do whatever I want based on the attack I'm calling, I feel like helps. I think it's added a little more frag power, surprisingly, but you know, like I know Lau gets it done when he has to, so I think overall it's been, I mean, it's obviously been good so far, but
it's been good so far.
We gotta keep improving. I mean, our big focus since coming off of stage 1 is just the fundamentals. Like, we easily should have made, you know, EWC or whatever. That slipped through our fingers by, you know, the littlest of clutches, and that was all due to just our shitty fundamentals. I'm gonna be honest. Like, so many rounds thrown, and you know, just minimizing the thrown rounds is, you know, our goal. Obviously, it still happens. Yesterday is an example of that, but you know, we're working. We're just slowly inching.
For sure.
Yeah, and it's working. I mean, you guys had a phenomenal start so far to stage 2, so I'm excited to see how the next couple of weeks are going to be unfolding for you guys. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you. Yeah.
Amazing's looking good, man.
They are.
This is a huge improvement. And I mean, like he just said, Kino being on that position allows him to flex roll and be able to move around his pieces that he's playing, and also being able to be that IGL. And I mean, I think he said it best, and it's something that we were looking at with DZ. They're looking a lot more sporadic than we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
And I think, again, it goes back to the initial point where they said that they were, you know, looking back at their own style of play and changing it based on what happened at EWC. I think they got to go back to basics, if I'm going to be completely honest with you.
I mean, I agree with you. The whole highlight before this match of DZ was essentially that. Go back to basics of taking a position, locking it down. The Consulate's a weird map in that regard. It's not as easy to just take a position and lock it down. There was a lot of times where they'd take a position and go for the execute, and Hot and Cold was being very humble. A lot of these situations, like the round we're seeing on your screen, it was just M80 waiting for them to go for the execute, and then there would either be a C4, some piece of utility, or a flank coming through to pinch Dark Zero. And Dark Zero didn't have a response to it like we normally saw, despite Panba's better efforts of trying to get as many rounds for Dark Zero as possible. That was definitely the downfall. Is it looked like they were trying to do that, but it wouldn't work. So then they try to get more creative and faster and more aggressive, and that wouldn't work because everyone was on completely different wavelengths for DZ.
Yeah, I mean, there was one round that X was talking about where they had the Deimos, they had the Dokkaebi, they knew that M80 was roaming, but they didn't use any of that to try to even clear any of the roam, and they were also losing out to the roamers. And you were just talking about it today in the pregame of just saying, you know, they are playing back to that old DZ way, using the utility, forcing players out of position, where then again today, we didn't really see that too much. And then to even have Hot and Cold be like, oh, it's kind of weird, they're playing a lot more sporadic than it typically is. Again, I think it really goes back to what we talked about during the first play day or the second play day, is I think they're looking too much into their own play style of something that happened internationally that clearly wasn't an issue in their previous stage at a regional level.
Yeah, overcomplicating it for sure.
Absolutely.
I agree. I definitely think they need to go back to basics. That being said, I mean, I like the game plan from them, banning the mute so they could run the Blitz Dokkaebi very quickly, but then Spirits, 2 of the 3 rounds where Blitz was up, overextended and got picked before he could actually have use of it. So I don't know, just felt like one foot in front of the other, and every single player was just in a different positioning or different headspace. So yeah, just trying to rally it all up together.
Yeah, back to the drawing board for DZ side of things, whereas M80 has done really well. But speaking of Rally Point specifically is going to be starting September 19th, where there's going to be game nights every week from Friday to Sunday. Individual participants will be queued into teams, and you're going to be able to get some points, get onto that leaderboard based on your own performance. But there's also going to be a team participation aspect for it, which is the Rally Cups, and that's going to be every 2 weeks from Saturdays specifically, with the Rally Point final being on December the 12th. So 2 teams are going to get the top 10 players that have got onto that individual leaderboard during the regular season, playing for a $10,000 prize pool that's going to be distributed across the Rally Cups and the game nights and Rally Point finals. If you want to join the Discord to get a little bit more information, or you just want to head over to the website radiant.gg/R6 Rally Point to make sure if there are any questions you got, or just, you know, find out what's going on, participate. Do your thing.
Don't worry, I'm not going to say.
Yeah, no, not right on cue. Love that.
Yada, yada,
Yeah,
We're used to it. But that was a great segue into it, though.
That was a good segue, yeah.
Yeah, you set me up for success there. Thanks, appreciate it. Either way, we still have one more best of 1 coming your way this evening, and that is going to be OXG against Wildcard coming up after this break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifbo. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
It's game time, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it in fact. No time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, I'm firming the stacks. Game time, game time, game time. They got to step on a landmine. Like a landmine. It's game time, we on the way.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
Welcome back to the final game of Playday 4 here at the NAL OXG against Wildcard. The games so far have been pretty quick, so we'll see whether or not that is the curse or blessing that we're going to have to be dealing with for the rest of today. I'm Ginny, I'm joined with Foxay and Lax. At OXG, Wildcard, both these rosters incredibly hungry for success, and this is their chance to prove themselves once again.
Yeah, I'd like to say it should be a lot closer. It should be maybe the closest game of the day. But so far, we've been wrong about that every time we've said it. And also, the way OXG played yesterday, phenomenal. They looked amazing. Completely revolutionizing team. Wildcard, on the other hand, still having their ups and downs. Feel like, you know, game yesterday against M80 should have been a little bit closer, or should have been theirs. But, you know, they blundered it away. So one team's inconsistency, and the other team is very consistent.
Yeah. OXG, though, they have been doing quite well, and this roster has had its ups and downs, but it feels like they've found their footing.
Yeah, they've definitely found their footing. I mean, in comparison to the start of the stage and to where they are now, their attacks yesterday were extremely well done. I mean, I question a lot of what Forest was bringing to the table here, whether that was on the shield, whether that was the lack of depth, but what we saw yesterday in that matchup against SSG completely made me put my foot in my mouth in terms of what we saw from out of them, and I'm expecting that to be the exact same thing. I can do that, actually. I'm expecting the exact same sort of play that we saw from Border now going into this match versus Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, OXG in general, they looked so good as well against SSG. I think a 7-2 scoreline was not necessarily something that we have expected at all. But there are also individual players on this roster that have really, really stepped up that we can kind of like credit this success to.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam and Gomez, those were the two players that really stepped up their performance yesterday. More so on Gomez's end, but both these two did a very good job at causing chaos in that SSG camp. They were entering essentially what Forest's job has been. They were doing that, doing their due diligence and being able to open up the sites. And one thing I really appreciated that was really stuck out to me in that game, not only just them being able to have that presence on attack, but once it got to that mid to late round, you would immediately see them slow down and find the win rate, find the winning round that was going to be able to set them up. And again, that's something that we haven't seen from Oxygen, where they would get that far ahead, but then they would immediately stumble over themselves. But this time, they're being far more thorough and closing out these rounds.
Yeah, and they're going up against Wildcard. And this roster has actually had the exact same scoreline against SSG, 7-2 as well earlier in the stage.
Yeah, and that game, Wildcard performed exceptionally well. It looked like they had a beat on SSG, but from what we saw yesterday against M80, it looked like Wildcard got a very low number if they picked one out of the deck yesterday against M80, because they looked pretty good starting up. But once things felt awry and went the wrong way, we didn't see any diversity in Wildcard's play. They looked to just play very scared, very slow, and it felt like they were so close to the finish line that they didn't want to mess up.
Yeah.
So they didn't take any risks, and they played too passive and lost it for themselves.
Yeah, and sometimes also they kind of are their own worst enemy. Like when we saw Kansan in that 2v1 situation a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Kansan's kind of the standout player for Wildcard, and obviously it's not all on his shoulders, also Spiker's involved, but this round was super embarrassing because they had everything in the cards. We had a man advantage, they had the case planted at a perfect opportune spot, they had Archives control, they had Teller's control. They abandoned both to go play the elevator hall, which if you can't tell, Kino has perfect cover behind a wall and the money bags to be able to avoid any type of push from the players. So they were in a very bad position. So the choice to go there was not something that we would expect Kansan to put himself in, to give up the position into the site. And obviously, again, it's not all on his shoulders, but being the best player for Wildcard in last stage, coming into this stage, he's found a little bit of struggles. And so obviously, yesterday was a decent showing from him, but we need a lot more. We need that consistency. Wildcard needs that spearhead, and so far, nobody's really been showing up. Not Dash and Baby Shark. Bay was one of the players that we highlighted in week 1, and he has been quiet this week. Kansan's always been old reliable, so obviously, if you're Wildcard, him personally, if he's performing well, Wildcard is following in suit.
Yeah, we need the map, to know where we're going to be heading over to and whether or not there is a little bit of an edge or an advantage that either one of these teams is able to get under their belt. So when it comes to the maps, when it comes to what these teams are comfortable on, Lax, what are we expecting?
Honestly, I could see us being a rematch. I mean, Cafe, we're removing that out the way. I think Wildcard, I think that's a little bit of a misban, in my opinion. I think they're kind of looking too much in what happened last stage. Oxygen does have the overhead on top of these guys, beating them throughout the stage, beating them in playoffs, knocking them out to stop them getting to EWC. But I really think losing out on Cafe here actually is a big blunder for Wildcard, to say the least. Not to say that they wouldn't ban it later on for Oxygen, but we maybe could see a
Lair.
Wow, we're getting rid of Consulate? I was hoping it was going to be a Consulate. Okay, Lair, this is going to be interesting, to say the least. Oxygen, the old roster, I would say, enjoyed it to some level. I wouldn't say Oxygen is by far like the best by any means on this. This is a map that I think maybe is at the lower end of their pool in terms of like finding success on a map, whereas like I think, again, Consulate, I would have rather seen both these teams end up on Consulate. Wildcard, I'm not too sure what this is going to look like in my personal opinion. I think Oxygen might have more comfort here, but what that comfort really entails, honestly, I don't really know. I'm really going to have to see how they're adapting to one another in the map to really see who's picking apart and dissecting the site and approaching these defenses at a far better rating on their attacks.
I feel like the one thing that sets both teams apart is the fact that OXG has the momentum on their side, and obviously if they're feeling good and they're shooting good, that's all you really need, because both teams have the shield presence, right? Obviously we got Force, and we have a bunch of players on Wildcard that have been bouncing around that shield besides Baby Shark, from what Spiker said. As for the X factor variable when it comes to Ying or Glaz, both teams have that as well. So the only really deciding factor is that OXG has amazing entries currently, minus the shield, whereas Wildcard right now has been struggling on that entry.
So then when it comes to predictions in regards to how we're expecting this to go, OXG is looking to be maybe a little bit more in a favorable position here, considering this map veto and just how they've been performing.
Oh.
Well, that was before I knew the map.
You went Wildcard?
Do you want to swap it?
Yeah, honestly, I might swap it. It's hard because, again, they're starting on attack, and that's where they really excelled yesterday in yesterday's match versus SSG. It's just a matter, are they going to replicate that same sort of success? Is, Force not going to be on that shield? Because that was also something that really stood out, is Force basically saying that we don't need the shield, which they did find success off that if Gomez and Adam are going to be the one to open up a site. But that does then lead me to question, is Lair so condensed? Not to say that Border isn't by any means, but I think Lair just as a whole is still a very unfigured out map yet, and for a team like Oxygen, the reps that they do have it on, I'm gonna give it to Oxygen. I'm just gonna see what happens here. It really comes off to the attacks.
Yeah, in my opinion, I don't think it's gonna come down to anybody but Gomez, in my opinion, because Adam is always reliable when it comes to that entry, but Gomez is someone that we saw explosively do well yesterday, and I would love to see him just sit right in that position, be that good secondary entry, and continue to find success.
Well, hopefully we are in for a treat or a final game of today with OXG against Wildcard, heading on to Lair with our caster, Extroika and Lynx.
Thank you very much, Ginny. And where we began today, Ollie, I think we began today on Lair. I think so, right? Yeah, we did, because it was Shopify standby. We end today on Lair, though I have to think we are both a little bit more excited for this one and a little bit more eager to see if it ends up being a close game.
Absolutely. Oxygen and Wildcard, always a good matchup. I always feel like they're two teams that are going to be vying for a similar spot in the leaderboard when the stage starts to wrap up. So you could often look at this and call it a 6-point fixture. Over the head-to-head of the history of these two teams, Oxygen has definitely had the upper hand, with Wildcard only being good for one win versus this team inside of the NAL and regular stage play. That isn't accounting for international events or SI qualifiers or things of that nature. Just looking at what goes on inside of the stage. Something else that's a bit of a fun fact for this fixture is I can't actually find record of Wildcard playing Lair in an official. So this is going to be new ground and new territory for them here tonight.
And if it ends up being bad, you could say that they have ended up being trapped inside of OXG's lair.
Or did OXG lure them into this map?
That's not even really a slant rhyme. It's got one letter in common. Okay, two letters in common.
Listen, it didn't work, okay? Sometimes you shoot and you miss.
Listen, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and let me tell you, I miss a lot.
5 seconds remaining.
First sight, basement, not R6 here. Often requires a lot of legwork for the attack to get control of the building. One, because, well, they have to move through a lot of it to get vertical control. But also just because it requires a lot of effort. Especially when you look at what Wildcard are bringing. Castle barricades, mirror windows, electro claws. We've got some barbed wire and a BP. And the Yokais. You honestly just spend 30 seconds of siege rattling off all the utility you have to think about in a given game. It kind of makes your head spin sometimes when you actually consider that this game we love, how much it makes us keep track of. Why don't you make it easier on us, Siege? Let's cut all utility in half.
I enjoy it, though. It tickles my brain.
No, it does tickle my brain, too.
There's a lot to focus on, and I don't know, it makes me kind of happy.
It's always like...
Something that I'm sort of tunnel vision focusing on at the moment is the Tachanka ban. Like, we're finally there.
Oh, true.
Tachanka's actually getting banned.
Okay, well, we saw it a couple times last stage. Do you remember when there was a Tachanka ban and I started ranting about the NGR being his most played op? He wasn't even in the game. You were like, wait for it? And there it is, once I realized. Poor Boogie Drone.
Didn't last long, did it?
No, it didn't. Got a little bit of the floor open. Kanzan kind of was like very equitable with it. Get a little bit open, then destroy the rest. First kill for Forest. Taking on Baby Shark, coming off a 7-3 victory against SSG, by the way. Really strong showing on border yesterday. Not so much from Forest, but 7-5. It was a whole team performance, though Gomez, as the desk highlighted, definitely stepping out front and center. The player that obviously new on OXG, but very journeyman player inside of North America, but we've always kind of been waiting to see really step up. He's had like some bits and pieces, but never consistent. And if Gomez can start popping off, OXG could look real scary and look even more improved than they've been. Ooh, Dash trying to get aggressive, battering Yaga's shield consistently. But all it does, puts Gomez on the floor, get him back up. It's a 5v3. Make that a 4v3 as Grixer hits a nice flick, puts Kanzan low. While there's still utility on the board, it's Oxygen with the lead.
Nice little Dokkaebi hack there as well. It's going to let them know that there is, in fact, Yokais, if they were wondering, although Kanzan has been in a gunfight, so you'd like to think that they know that. The more important thing is they know where they are now. Floor still getting ripped open with only 25 seconds left to go. Despite the man count advantage for OXG, they are going to have to collapse, and they're going to have to do it together in this final 20 to make something happen.
Can't always go wrong, but Forrest doing quite well for himself so far. Not on for an ace as Spiker takes him down. Huge retake of the excuse me, that's just OXG. It's a huge retake on the bottom floor as Bait nails Yaga to a post. We're still miles away from getting this diffuser down. And oh no! Spiker just finds protection at the last second. A nail biter to start, but one that wild card just barely slip over the line.
I don't know what it is tonight with attacking teams and just losing all momentum and will to win in the final few seconds. OXG had done a load of difficult legwork there, and I just don't think they leveraged the utility that they had to bring that round to a satisfying conclusion for themselves. Wildcard shouldn't be allowed to win in that sort of a, not only man count situation, but time situation as well. OXG need to be really punishing that. And I just feel like they let Wildcard get off super lightly there. Wildcard's positions, they were known. OXG, they had the vert, they had control. I was really anticipating that to just naturally end in a plank going down, post plan, advantage for OXG, and they're able to clean up a couple of kills. Really not the case. Wildcard fighting right down to the bitter end. Great way to start things off tonight here on Lair. We can now move over onto that ever so popular top floor for this map. You can see there are a lot of different ways that teams like to go about trying to sort of mount an attack. And I'll be honest, Lynx, have we seen a successful attack of this top floor here tonight? I'm not sure if we have. We didn't really get too many reps in on the SR game. I guess one of their attacks will have been successful on this top floor, I imagine. But
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure they did. I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, it doesn't like stick out in memory as like that was a great round of Siege. Hopefully Oxygen can show us one.
It was, so remember, it was the last round of the game. It was the one where they dumped all the utility top floor and perfectly in concert with it. Canadian went in on the bottom and Planet. It's one where like Rexon was holding it all down from like the single door. It was the last round of the game. Which makes sense why I might forgot, because it was literally the last round of the game.
No, I remember it now. Are OXG going to be able to operate with that level of finesse? You've got some nice Denari trips kicking around.
I like that finesse.
That looks like it's going to be a bit of an awkward one to deal with. I'm not sure if the nade gets that. I wonder if it goes like all the way over the top of Rocket or not. Oh no, it's not that extravagant. It was very easily dealt with a nade. That's a shame.
Wasn't that complicated at all. Nice little cross by Adam there. I was kind of using the slipstream of the ROU projector to sprint up top Rocket. Dash makes it easy for him. Always a tricky position to play. Oh my God. They're giving out him these 1v1s, but thankfully he's so focused on the utility. Bay just literally just wide swings. Dry peeks that angle. It takes down Adam. Good trade. Y'all got a little delayed, but not off the mark. It's not as, I suppose, cathartic a release as we saw when Shopify just immediately pushed in through all that utility. But it is progressive control this top floor being established with an advantage at that. We had 4. Now we have 2. Obviously, 1 down below playing the vert. But do OXG have a way into sight? 1 toxic canister, make that 0, and yeah, that's the spark that they need. Kansan going down 2 is icing on the cake. Baby Shark should get the C4. Yeah, he will, but that's unfortunately, in the 1v4, that's the best you got out of that utility. Now you have to march upstairs with 2 Deathmark trackers to figure out your position. Not even enough time to get to Top Rocket to summit this hill. They've got direct intel on Baby Shark. They've got the diffuser down. OXG fight back quite well in the second round of regulation. And will tie things up very early, unless they keep quick peeking like this and Baby Shark decides to hit us with some style points.
Stranger things would have happened, but they are not going to happen here today. I think that Grixer wearing that hat is maybe a stranger thing.
He wore it
OXG going
last
for
time.
the... Yeah, but, well, they're not... Sometimes they all do it, don't they?
Well, it kind of depends, right? It just depends on like how much control Forest is exercising over the roster on a given day.
Maybe it's some sort of like fine or some sort of bet.
What bet would be involved?
I don't know, like... I bet that you don't get a kill this round. Doesn't get a kill, has to wear the hat.
Is it really that much of a punishment to wear the hat?
I don't know. I don't know what Grix's feelings are on it. He looked fairly happy.
Well, Grixer like Grixer's worn the hat even going back to like Sonics and Shopify, I think.
Listen, if he wants to wear the hat, I'm all for it.
Are you not down with these deep cut bits of North America lore?
I can't say that I am, to be honest.
I'm
not clued up on what players wear on Playday.
Or in SSG's case, what they don't wear on Playday.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, like, I'm sure that we're going to be, I don't know, is treated the right word to that at some point during the stage?
Depends your persuasion.
Yeah.
Depends if you like dudes being guys. Depends if you think dudes rock.
Ooh, look at Baby Shark.
Probably the most
right position.
The most Oryx we've seen in a day of Rainbow Six in a long time today. Between this and the cruelty game.
Is this the 3rd time?
I think it's the 3rd time. I actually think it's exactly the 3rd time.
There's 3 times too many.
Oh, Spiker. That's unlucky timing. Adam just
I mean,
walking in.
Is it unlucky timing or like... I mean, if I'm dying there, I'm screaming, why is he there? And there's somebody already in top floor.
Well,
like, there's no control here for Wildcard.
For Spiker. I will say, it's also, by the way, just to point this out, because it's kind of been a recurring talking point over the night. This is a Bunk's defense, correct? Or is this second floor?
It's
no,
yeah,
it is Bunks.
No.
Yeah, it is.
It is Bunks.
Sorry, my brain short-circuited for a second. Normally, we see a really, really strong hold at the top floor. We do not have that from Wildcard. How often have we talked about that as the standard? And all the... Sure, Spiker died in kind of a silly, quick way, but that's all the defender presence that's really up there. Wildcard instead trying to hold the staircases and New Bridge. But the actual site we see teams fight tooth and nail for was taken by Oxygen within the first minute because it was barely even held. What is that guy doing?
That's maybe one of the reasons why you don't try and hold it like that with a shield. Because that can happen.
What was Bay doing? What was that?
I mean, they were seriously lost in the sauce. Wildcard eventually, they're going to get a kill back onto Gomez. But this has been a very strange round because typically you expect the vert control comes with getting the plant down, but OXG are struggling to open a breach right now. So regardless of the control they've got upstairs, it doesn't really mean too much. Eventually, this breach will open, but it will be fairly scuffed, given that there was a mirror window placed on it. So it's a crouch through. Not ideal, but still definitely workable. Now you start to look and think, okay, they've got the breach open, they've got a bit of vert pressure. Now they've got to try and deal with these players in the site, and Dash is just going to give himself up. Oh, just plant the diffuser and get the round over at this point.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think he was getting pressured by Adam up top, so unfortunately, just I think a good pinch from OXG. Yaga just pops up, takes down Kansan. Yeah, this is a 2-0. This is a 2-0 in a row, if not 2-0 in the score, obviously. Nice little pre-fire. We'll give that one for Baby Shark. That at least makes it a 2-2, not negative anymore. That's why you pick the Rima dash. Look at that cross. Straight across the vert. Solus, get out of here. Don't need it. 2 in a row for OXG. Getting already a strong start on their attacking side.
Yeah, sometimes you just don't need to reinvent the wheel. And I think that's one of those occasions. It's a nice try. And, you know, maybe sometimes it works, but there's definitely a reason why defending teams put a lot of focus, energy, attention, whatever it is you want to call it, into the top floor. Because if you don't, something like that's going to happen. It's an impossible site to retake. If you lose that top floor, and you can't very well defend that site from being inside of the site when that breach gets opened. It's a requirement to hold the top floor, and I mean, that just wasn't it. Bit of a shame, but you know, I'll never shout down someone for trying something new, but I just hope that we don't see it again. Because in that iteration, it didn't really work very well.
Well, it's also trying something new against an opponent that you very likely could be competing against by the end of the stage for the 5 and 6 spot. If last stage is anything to go off of, because it was kind of, I want to say it was, what, M80 wildcard and OXG fighting for kind of the bottom 2 spots, or the bottom 3 spots, I guess, technically. I can really check this right now. I don't know why I need to equivocate like that. Yeah, it was wildcard OXG M80 in the bottom 3. Obviously, you know, wildcard more so tangling with C9, but if this ends up being a bit more competitive of a stage, you know, if we see Envy end up kind of mounting a more convincing effort or C9 bouncing back, wildcard was in direct competition with OXG as the only 2 people in playoffs with a losing record. So this is a game that, even if head-to-head isn't necessarily the first tiebreaker, it could be very important.
I'd still classify it as a 6-point game, just because of where these 2 teams are more than likely going to end up come the end of the stage. And yeah, is it the time to be trying a brand new map that we've not seen you play before and try kind of weird strats on it?
Whoa. 3 rounds. 3 rounds in, Ollie.
Oh, no, like, no, there's no beef yet. I'm just saying that last round, let's nip that in the bud.
We're just on beef watch.
But that's fine. It's still in the freezer. It's not even thawed yet.
No. Ooh,
I'm sure I've ever seen a boogie drone used to open up that particular angle.
But also, again, no vert hold on a first floor defense. I get, you know, it's a different first floor. Oh no, basement defense. Excuse me. I'm really bad with the outlines right now. I think I do need to get glasses. Depth perception all messed up. I will say though, I am kind of curious how this clear is going to go, because we don't really see OXG with a lot of great tools for making space or causing chaos. I mean, you could have Gomez slip in. Obviously, Adam will give an extra angle on the vert, but he used 2 boogie drones attacking the roam with 1 minute 20 seconds left.
I mean, it deters the roam, I guess, but oh, that was nearly a really nice lineup. Brixer, he might get greedy for this. He's got loads of targets in his sights, but eventually it's going to be Dash to take him down. A little precautionary shotgun pump as well. Because when it rains, it pours. Only Yoga able to gain anything out of that first and only exchange out of this whole round. He's going to have to get an ace if he wants to keep his team in it. I mean, this was a round where OXG, it felt like they were kind of chasing shadows and maybe overcomplicating things a little bit. They were doing a lot of, like, they were throwing a lot of utility down to where these defenders weren't. And then there was a Splinter Cell that was attacking the site, which was way ahead of where it should have been.
It was very, very oddly paced in that it was never really quite clear what OXG's win condition was. I mean, they clearly wanted to go for the roam, but then all of a sudden, Grixer's pushing deep into sight, swinging the door. That obviously loses that fight. We got people losing fights on the roam. I don't know if it was a 3-2-1 that went awry, or if it was never really a countdown that even got started in coordination. Tie game again. Oshi wildcard 2 apiece at the moment. Now, as we have tried basement again, I imagine we will maybe like to go back up to R6 room at this point. Maybe try first floor again. No, it will be going up to R6 room. Very logical option. This was a bit of an odd one where we saw OXG, I believe, pressuring the op side. Gain a fair bit of control progressively over the course of the round by Rocket. And then just, it was a pretty rapid collapse by Wildcard where then Yaga just sends it in, starts getting control behind the desk. While Baby Shark was down below with a good condition or good contingency, going that C4, denying the plant. OXG were just able to set up very nicely around the site, cast their net, win all their fights, and close out the round afterwards. As we move here, Candela's in 6-12. 2025 Rainbow Six.
Oxygen should have an easier time attacking this time because a lot of the denial has disappeared. The Shank has never been a factor. The Goyo's gone. Like, it should be a lot easier to try and move through, and there's a lot less debate. You've still got a couple of C4s to worry about, but realistically, there's nothing that's going to deny a great deal of area. So gaining space shouldn't be too much of a problem. Forest certainly isn't wasting any time. Already into that sky bridge, and the whole of OSG posturing for this sort of backsided take. Oh, a narrow chance there. Spiker needs to be super cautious. He's the only form of denial that Wildcard have got right now. He can't afford to fall in the first minute.
Very important operator right now. Very important player with that utility. Using these smokes like this feels like a risky allocation like you were talking about. But maybe it'll pay off. Especially as OXG are rotating entirely to a new bridge side take as opposed to their operations rocket take last time. I do like this more conservative position from Spiker. Can fall back behind that reinforcement if he wants to. Great C4 by Dash. Just blows up the gridlock. Adam taken down, and OXG with no good options to try to push forward through this shotgun, dumping utility onto Spiker, so they will push him back. It's a lot better than it was before, but I don't think they have an opportunity to close off this reinforcement. Maybe they do based off time, but no, Yaga sitting beneath it with the shotgun. This rotate will remain open for the rest of the round.
It's going to be a big window into the side right now for OXG, and they're not going to waste too much time capitalizing on it. Selma onto that wall as well to ensure they've got all the angles they need to work with. Gomez knows he's got a player pinched. He's waiting for Grixer to come in through display. Do worry about Yaga below, and there it is. They're the Candelas. That's what you need to burst into sight right now. Off the back of Gomez's gun, is it going to be enough?
It might be. With Bay and Spiker both low, you always hate it when you see a team just try to win this off face checks, but OXG have decent odds to do it. Bay and Spiker just don't have the time, don't have the surplus of HP to react well enough. Force doesn't have the diffuser rotating around to try to provide an additional angle. Unfortunately, it's Gomez who falls. Baby Shark not low HP, but Force not even checking the door. He's so focused on top rocket, he just completely avails himself to the site. Big shot by Grixer. And I'm not going to say that's a throw from OXG, but definitely felt like there was a much better chance, or much better comeback in there than that.
Yeah, I think that OXG should be walking away with that round. Wildcard have done fantastically, by the way. They brought 2 C4s, they got 2 C4 kills. They held on for as long as possible. Spiker playing inside there on the smoke. Brilliant job of pacing out his utility. Even had a Toxic Babe canister for toward the end of the round as well. For me, the question mark is Yaga below. I understand the need for a player to play Vert below, but why have you given that job to the Ying? Like, I know that Ying has a shotgun and I know that it's viable to do, but that Ying Candela would have been so good at bursting in through the site.
It would have been.
And I don't think we ever saw Grixer getting into that display window position either. I think we needed that display window hopping to delete the player that was tucked and further the round a little bit more, because if you're going to go for that sort of Newbridge style push, you do still need that display window player. It's really crucial. And Yin Candela's it's a brilliant way of trying to make that happen. I think if you switch Grixer and Yaga out in that position and I mean, Yoga can play whatever he Grix can play whatever he wants for that below player. There's got to be a better way of doing it than having your Ying just downstairs, not really impacting the round.
Well, I really think as well, it's actually good that we can like look at this lineup. Like, if you really want to do that same thing, because I like what they were doing with the shotgun specifically, and it's rare that I kind of recommend this just because it's a perfectly fine style play, but it's not my favorite. Bring the Deimos with the shotgun, have the Ying do the same thing.
Yeah.
Because, like, it's not like they were just, like, hunting for vertical angles, right? They were very specifically trying to control that rotate hole. So bring Deimos below with the shotgun, maybe, like, take out the sentry, you know, just have him, well, actually, Grixer probably, I don't know. Grixer doesn't really strike me as somebody who, like, really wants to play shotgun. But, like, put Forrest down there if you want. Put, like, Grixer on the Flores, so that way he can, you know, use the Rotero drones and kind of lurk the rest of the round if he wants to. I don't know. Because I like the vision. I just think that maybe there's a bit more of an efficient allocation of resources.
Yeah, that was exactly the word I was going to use. I just don't think that the players were allocated in the best positions, or the operators at least. You can have whoever you want, playing wherever you want. I just think you need the better tools for the job in those positions.
See the vision at least.
Yeah. Wildcard are going to take a narrow lead, though. This is going to be their last round of the defense. Maybe, just maybe, they're able to stretch it to a 4 to 2. But time will tell. Instead, going to be going for the mid floor. But not the bunk site that we are used to. Be slightly different. OXG, I wonder if they're going to go for a similar sort of avert clear, or if they are just going to go for a much more direct approach, because we didn't really see the direct approach work too well for them. Nice little Dokkaebi call. It's going to call that the path is clear ahead of Gomez walking through. Something that OXG have done quite well tonight is they haven't really wasted too much time getting into the building, and it hasn't really caused them too many problems. It seems very well calculated, these sort of early pushes that they're making.
See knowledge acquired of Kansan's forward position behind that shield. To your same point, nobody just barreling headlong into it, giving it some respect in the early game. A lot of utility being spotted by Grixer, playing the Brava operator he loves, has been playing for a while. Obviously brings that important utility with the clutch drone, but also just allows you to kind of get your impact early, lurk with the para late. I'm not exactly seeing a lot of solutions for OXG at the moment. That's their second and final Dokkaebi call. And they got the initial map control to be sure, but what are they getting off this second one? What more control are they getting? What pressure have they acquired and applied? I don't know if I really see any at the moment.
Sequential breaching activated.
I don't like...
going to get some Selmas out, but...
I don't like how recklessly he just threw that.
I'm not keen. He doesn't know that Kansan's there.
Well... He knows now. Oh. Grixer just drive by, stabs him in the back. Look at this gap he's found. It's like I'm watching Herds at the moment. Transported to NA has found an opening at site door. They're all just sprinting in front of him. Dash drops down the hatch, and that's the site giving up. He's got the Yokais at least, but they spot the utility quite nicely. Spiker domes Gomez, but a lot more work has to be done than that. 3v2, a lot more workable than the current man count might indicate. There he goes. Adam officially canceled out of this round. But 2 players from OXG have moved up top. It's only 1 on the middle. And Dash and Spike are both very low. This is a tough hill to climb for Wildcard. Looks like a tie game is what we'll get at the side swap. Nothing really for Spiker to do, and Yaga confirms that with a clean double. 3-3. No one with a lead at the half.
Not much separating these two teams at the moment. OXG coming through there for their final round of the attack. And again, quite a well-calculated play, but if it hadn't been for Grixer just finding a huge gap and 2 kills, I do worry that that round would have just petered out into a bit of a stalemate, because that's kind of where we felt like we were.
Agreed.
Kansan, there was no one that was able to deal with Kansan. The only player was Grixer, and I don't even know where he got the kill from. He just walked in through sight. Shoots 2 people, well, shoots Kansan definitely in the back, shoots the other player unawares and unprepared, rotating through the sites, because guess what? That they expect that they're going to be able to do that because they know the positions of their teammates and everything was happening so quickly. I think without that play, it's almost a surefire round for Wildcard. Yeah, he was literally just able to. He did actually shoot 2 players in the back.
Literally just walk right and shot 2 in the back, and then put Dash to 1 HP because Dash was sprinting in front of him.
Being defused by attackers.
No, really well played there from Grixer. Yoga with the cleanup as well. Oxygen 3-3 right now. I guess they've kind of thrown the gauntlet down a little bit there and gone, you know, 3 attacking rounds on Lair. It's not bad pacing. Especially with the way that these bans have happened. Double denial ban, like a Cade and a Bandit. And I understand that that's kind of important, but opening the walls on Lair is pretty much a given.
10 seconds left.
I mean, it's not Night Haven, right? It's not like double hard breach ban's so good it's become meta. But I don't know. I don't know if I'd say it's a given.
I kind of feel like it is.
I think part of the time we often think it's a given is because we see hard breach denial bans, especially Cade.
I'm just looking at the tools that Oxygen have got to play with, and I'm thinking this is a nice lineup.
No, it is a nice lineup. That is the thing. I do see your point there. I mean, like, Tachanka and Smoke for denial, you got a zombie to extend a little bit. Oh, actually, Goyo's for denial, too. And Adam Duarte down for C4. Okay, well, how's Gomez just died?
He ran out?
Dude, he went for the marathon run out.
He took the, I'm Goyo, I can place my utility and die very literally.
Well, that's a classic run out, to be fair, but not working out. Good issue spotting from Wildcard. Just keeping an eye on that. Can turn with the rest of the attack, knowing it's a 5v4. Like you said, Goyo already placed all of his utility, but it would be nice to have a 5v5, especially if things get dicey come the execute. Things can get dicey. We got Deimos and Ying. Deathmark trackers and Candelas can always make things a bit better for the attack, and actually, I don't think really want to fight out of a 4v5 when one of them is marked for death and the other 4 are blind.
Bit of a stall out from Wildcard considering that they've got that man count, but kind of does go to show that it doesn't really matter initially. It's probably more going to be felt later on. Spiker. Trying to get a couple of nice Candelas out there, but Bay is entirely locked out right now and finished off by Yoga. That's the thing with having the Azami available. You've so much flexibility.
Wow.
Forest doubles down. Still equal 3 versus 3 with a minute left to go.
Bit of a gasp for Wildcard as they move in, then immediately get forced out. Dash hops in the window, but not only spotted on the cam, kind of by himself on this side. You can see one player on the roof rotating over. I don't know where Spiker, I was about to say Spiker last time I saw him was on the roof. Okay, catches Yaga off guard, gets hopped through that Kiba. That seemed like incredibly narrow of a jump, but he makes it across. Forrest not really in a position to throw these Shumika canisters. Oh no, that's a big miss. Forrest so far afield, walking up the bathroom hallway, beyond out of position, gets one, but you really would have wished that either that C4, but especially those Shumikas were in the right spot to stave off that plant. Instead, Wildcard get it and their first attack as a result.
I'm very surprised that that plant actually went down. You look at the amount of util that OXG had right there. We saw players dying with C4s in the pockets, Shumika launchers unable to be used. You kind of know where they're going to be coming from, and as soon as that Azami dies, you've just got to flood that area with Shumikas. Not give any opportunity. That was the kill there from Yoga, or the death, should I say, from Yoga. As you mentioned, it was a very narrow angle. I think he probably thought he was pretty safe there. Definitely a bit of a lack of info on the Oxygen side of things. Not entirely sure where those final 3 players were going to emerge from. And I guess they bet that it wasn't going to be the breach. But unfortunately for them, they were wrong. Wildcard did manage to scrape it by. Once the plant was down, it was very clean. The early portion of the round, there was definitely some level of stall out. But they did make good on that opening pick that they were able to get very much for free on Gomez.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
I mean, speaking of toys and lineups, it was OXG that brought all the fun toys last time, and I think this time it's probably wildcard. We've got the Roarer, we've got the Monty. We don't always get to see too much Roarer when attacking this basement, but I mean, when you think about it on the balance of things, there are a heck of a lot of doorways.
You don't think Fenrir and Goyo are fun?
I mean, I think they're quite boring, actually, which is a good thing in some ways. No, boring doesn't sound good, but I would categorize Fenrir as a very boring operator.
I'd agree with that. And I would agree that Wildcard probably bringing more of the fun ops this time. You see the Monty very likely about to come to blows with the OXG defender, specifically Forrest at the top of yellow stairs very quickly. Hold off for the moment, but Forrest got to play his cards right here, I was going to say. Maybe start falling back, but you can also see Baby Shark ready for the cutoff. Honestly, that's a win. Even though you don't get the kill, you put the smoke down to 1 HP, you push a little deep later, or an errant shot goes wide. Obviously, you'd like it. And you also get a toxic canister out of it. You'd like to get a kill, but that's not bad.
I always think it's a mindset thing as well. When a smoke is low, they definitely use all the canisters because they don't want to die with them. So there's like a tendency to sort of waste them in some ways. Because, like you say, a lick of an explosion and you're out of it. Forrest already expending one there immediately to sort of cover his retreat. This mid floor very firmly in the hands of Wildcard, and they've got a good amount of time to try and work with it. They do have the sledge to rip open the floor, which in this day and age isn't the most ideal tool, but fortunately for Kansan, there aren't going to be any C4s that he's got to worry about, so should be allowed to rip that floor open for free. Spiker can now start knocking on the door of the site. The Monty and the Roarer both teamed up right now. Spiker does have the kit, but it's those Roarer doors that we're really interested in.
I mean, I'm just interested in what they'll do generally, because OXG's idea is very clear. Wait for them to push, then Adam hits that flank at the right time. Right as Wildcard are committing. And that's a big threat with how much lower this time can go. Baby Shark opens up a couple different entrances or exits depending on his decision. Auger gets the first kill on Dash, and here comes the defused plant. Spiker able to get it halfway off. Sounds like a smoke went wide, but the Yokai right on its mark. Baby Shark's lurk shut down by Forrest. It is just all collapsing. Adam's flank didn't even have to do anything. He gets the last kill at least. But that attack just falls apart at the seams for Wildcard. They get in the site, and that might have been the biggest mistake they made.
That was a flawless round as well. I've got so many questions. Wildcard just threw caution to the wind and expected it to pay off. They paid no attention to Atom on the flank. I don't know, just, it's been a very strange game. All level again, 4 rounds apiece. I mean, we kind of deserve it after the night that we've had. We've had some very quick games of Siege and some fairly one-sided matchups, to be honest, that have been, I don't want to say difficult to watch, but it's never nice when you just see teams making the same mistake over and over. There's been a little bit less of that in this game because obviously it's been quite back and forth. There's still been some small recurring mistakes, but it's certainly been more competitive than the other games we've seen this evening. But again, some rounds coming out of nowhere that are just a little bit weird, a little bit flat. And the desk made a good point earlier, and I think it kind of translates across more games than we think. Is teams overcomplicating things. I think it was Fox talking about DZ and how it feels like they're overcomplicating it because they're just kind of not playing their own brand. There feels like there's sort of smacks of that in this game, of teams just maybe trying to overcomplicate things a little bit too much.
It's possible. Not for OXG, at least on this defense right now, just keeping it about what it was on the previous attempt of R6 room. Though I think maybe some moments in the round where people were getting a little too overzealous with their positioning. Some Shumika is out of place at an important moment or two. We'll see what Wildcard opts to do. very operations focused in the early rounds, spotting those Kivas. Baby Shark will get down below with that diffuser. And it seems like a lot of pressure to be placed on ops at the start. Very logically, Yaga's like, I don't want to deal with any of that. I got a bunch of Kivas being generated at the moment. 3, actually, right as we hit a minute 45. I don't need to stay here all that long. So, he falls back. Wildcard fill that space. We're kind of back to the same game. Where do you want to end up? It's looking right now, like, especially with the presence of the Sens, get some ROU projectors on top rocket, inside the site, moving off the back. That's at least what this lineup and these positions are calling to me.
Yeah, I think it's you've got the Monty, so you should be able to facilitate that crossover. Baby Shark's got a lot of work to do here, and if he's given some space, should be able to pull it off. Got a couple of people that he can track as well. Nade going to get sent up, hopefully to deal with some utility. Sense ROU just getting lined up there. Dash is going to come across a couple of obstacles, though. Those goo mines are a nice addition this time from OXG, and there's plenty of fire and brimstone to deal with, thinking about trying to get that plant down. Shimikas are coming out. There's also a Vulcan pack just on the floor, pointed the right direction. Yoga, he will open things up with a kill onto Bay. We do still have Baby Shark below, but maybe the plants are down.
Love that communication between the Deimos and the players up top, but it's still causing a lot of problems. At the moment, Dash is cold. Dash has no cover. Baby Shark so focused on the death marks. Well, how is he going to figure this one out? They're creeping up from behind. Dash, you still have to plant! I understand you got to cover, but Dash, you still got to try. It is a difficult spot, but OXG winning some incredibly important gunfights. And around that was undecided with just seconds remaining.
I'm really uncertain as to why he didn't just try and stick the plant there. Like, there's literally no downside. If you don't do anything, you lose the round. If you plant and die, you lose the round, but you could also plant and somehow win. Bit of a strange decision there. I think OXG just showed beautifully the power of the Tachanka there in that position. I understand that it wasn't quite enough and that there was a window of opportunity toward the later portion. But the amount of just... the thing for me, one of the really nice angles that a lot of these players that play Tachanka find is it's not only denying the plant spot, but there's also a way that I think they must knock it off the door frame and it goes to the top of rocket and you've just got fire in front of the door. And how many times do we see people with the diffuser on the wrong side of that fire? Like that's more really toward the 90 corridor underneath the default. It's so common. And I don't know why it is, but we so often see players that are quite literally just cut off and they can see where they need to be. There's nobody there stopping them, but there is just a raging inferno at their feet. It's one of the nicer angles. And for some reason we see it so often. I'm anticipating that it's intentional because of how frequently we see it.
That's a really good point. I had noticed the same thing banking off the door, but it also just, every player, it seems, always goes right. Always kind of ends up walking into the fire. You see that. Yeah. Everyone hits it, and everyone seems to kind of fall to it. That's such a big play by that Legion right there. Creeping up and taking down Spiker. Pushing very, very deep, I have to say. I just don't know if Spiker had to push that far, I wonder. Either way, it's a game of small moments like that at this point, and what will definitely be our closest affair of the night. Even if OXG win the next 2 rounds, they'll at least tie the Dark Zero M80 game with a 7-4. But I feel like there's a lot more going on here, especially as we take that tactical timeout. Wildcard look to reassess what they can offer on these attacks. Excuse me. Oh, and oh boy, it's Baby Shark on Nook.
Yeah, color me shocked. It is. It's not pretty. It does tend to gravitate toward, but I feel like he's kind of found out at this point. I don't know that it's going to catch OXG off guard. We know that he's a player that does like to walk in.
He's also just spotted there. I don't know if they were looking at it, but they might have just seen the Nook.
Wasn't it? Yeah, you can see Yoga's flicking the cameras, so... In fact, there's a couple of them flicking the camera. So, yeah, I guess it's to be expected. Obviously, Nook does have the ability to somewhat hide from the cameras, and it isn't going to deter Baby Shark in getting himself in. and seeing if he can just find a quick entry. He does have quite a bit of info right here. I don't know if he's going to go for the wall bang through that soft, but could at least lurk around and try and get himself into a good position for later on and cut off anyone that does try to make a little rotate.
Ooh. Creeping forward, still aware of that Valkyrie. Dodging the camera at the moment. But Baby Shark will just hold the cutoff. Grixer 2 also on the middle floor. Obviously this being the site. But it's Gomez that has to worry about that Nook the most at the moment. The rest of the attack around this lurk is moving quite slowly. And perhaps worryingly not focused on that top floor. Not trying to clear it whatsoever. Wildcard in their attack and their defenses. Not paying any mind to the second floor. It bit them on the defense, and will it bite them here? As Kansan pushes in, knows the players to his right, and still loses it? Baby Shark doesn't even trade? We spent 2 minutes on this Valkyrie, and we can't even get a trade?
It's not the finest hour for Wildcard, especially given that that's 2 players that you would back in a gunfight typically. Doesn't stand them in good stead here for round number 10. Atom,
no.
He's going to add on some pain right now. Yoga eventually falls, but it is likely too little, too late. A double for Atom, a double for Gomez. Can either of them hit that third? Ooh, Dash, you're going to need some bullets. I'm afraid you need to reload. And Forest with the C4 finisher. Atom, pretty happy about that. Knew that he was in a very winnable position there once he got himself into that little pseudo 1v1 in the larger context of it. He had a lot of his teammates ready to back him up, and a C4 getting sent from Forest to confirm that kill and to put OXG onto a map point. The timeout, not good for anything here, and Wildcard have slowed to pretty much a dead stop since getting on this attacking side.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's a shame, as it really was turning out to be a bit of a weird game. I think we could both agree, but still one that was quite close, and just a lot more mistakes being made in these past couple rounds, or a lot more, at least small moments, that OXG have really taken advantage of. Especially thinking that Legion working their way up deep on the top floor, finding Spiker, who decided to push deep himself. Then that run, obviously, I mean, just Kansan and Baby Shark kind of out of sync. Gomez able to get both. Ends up being at least the top frag for the moment. Desk really wanted to see a huge standout performance for Gomez, and I don't know if it exactly meets their metric, 9 and 6, or maybe 9 and 5. I can't quite tell, but only 3 kills less than what he had yesterday, so it's at least closely mirroring that meritorious performance on Border yesterday. See what they have to offer here. This potential final site will be a basement defense, and will, as always, feature a roam with quite a lot of intel.
I think something that stood out from Gomez for me tonight is that he's had multiple occasions where he's picked up not 1 but 2 kills. It's been very quick double kills, whether it's been on the attack or whether he's being pinched on the defense like the previous round. It's not only that he's been winning his gunfights, he's also been sort of fending off multiple opponents at the same time. Wildcard. They can't afford to be making those mistakes again. They are going to get in and start to rip open that mid floor. Dash on the Monty does have the kit. Forest, happy to play a little bit further up and a little bit more aggressively right now. Knows he's got the Toxic Babes to fall back on. Knows there's a chance that he will be able to rotate back. There's going to be a bit of kicking around, though, that he should be cautious of. And, well, Yoga might need to use some of those keybers to enable both his and Forest's escape, because at the moment they are pretty cut off. That vert continues to be held. They're not really going to be able to move too far.
Be a line in the sand, so to speak. Yoga trying to land a pre-fire after the destruction of that Kiba. Also looking to be a bridge back for that roamer playing aggressively on the staircase. That's Forrest, again, holding that spot. A little bit of a tussle between him and the Monty at the moment, but they're still very easy for him to rotate back. Oh, Bay! Almost losing his life, but Forrest dashes in afterwards. Yaga's got plenty of time to fall back. Gets the reinforcement off, too. Still some time for... Well, still plenty of time, actually, for Wildcard to kind of chill out and examine this 5v4. And also to get the vert down as well, with plenty of utility to spare.
I think that's kind of worth from Forrest, honestly. They soaked up quite a good portion of time. Yeah, and it didn't cause any... There's no domino effect, was there? Yoga was able to reinforce the wall. Yeah, they're a man down. Bay's pretty low HP. And from what we've seen, have Wildcard got enough bite to try and get this kit down? It looks like they're going to go for a rotation here with only 25 left.
Yeah. Well, you might be onto something there. Baby Shark CQC making a hole in the wall for Dash, though that rotation is spotted by OXG. While they can't get the kill, they've got that information, and that's at least half the battle. Big trade by OXG. They're still fighting from the deficit, but what can Adam do? 7 seconds left. Got the diffuser, got one kill, the one behind him can't land the flick. Bea gets the closer, and we will need all 12 in what is now officially our closest match of the day.
I enjoy the duality between those 2 points of view there. You go to Bay and he's screaming. You go to Kansas, he's got 2 hands on his head and he's just mega chilling. Wildcard. That is the first step in what is going to be a much longer journey here on Lair. That late rotation did pay off. I think they just recognized that they were really going to be banging their head against a brick wall if they tried to make anything happen. Because of the hard breach charges, it was always going to be a hop-in. And a hop-in for a Monty is pretty much a death sentence. So I think the rotation at that point is it's kind of mandatory to make anything happen. But you saw how fine the margin was. And Atom's already had a couple of clutches here tonight where he's been playing with low time. So you can't count him entirely out of it. It really did come down to only a couple of seconds. But Wildcard got it done. Can they do it again and take us to an overtime? They're going to be attacking this top floor. It is a site we've seen them struggle with. It's a site we've seen them unable to get the plant down in despite having both the time and the space to do so. The previous attempts at this site falling with a pretty anticlimactic end, if I'm being totally honest. But it is a very different lineup. OXG showing or wanting to show that they're not just a one-trick pony.
Not just the Tachanka Goyo team, or Tachanka team we know them as, at least so far in our 6 room. Still got Yaga on the Azami, and if there's honestly anything you're going to be a one-trick on, I think Azami be a very valid option to select. He'll do his thing where, as we've seen many times at this point, he'll flirt around ops for the first minute, then likely back up once he faces enough pressure. Wildcard are going to take this slow as well. I mean, we got Rotero drones and shock drones. Likely need to see Baby Shark get in position down below to go for that vertical play. So it'll be a while before we see, I think, the full breadth of Wildcard's plan. And even though the operator's different, a lot of the steps we'll see from OXG, oh no, will not be the same. Instead of falling back, Bay decides to get aggressive, and as Yaga sends some parting shots, Bay domes him, and OXG in a 4v5.
That's a really big entry. The entry's been so important in this game so far. It's been converted all but 1 round, and that was round number 1. It's a big marker as to how this game has gone. Team that gets that advantage in the early portion usually does snowball with it. I'll have to see if Wildcard are able to do that. They're not trying to rush things, though. I think that's kind of wise, given the kit that they've got. They're really sort of pinning a lot of the hopes and dreams on that Candela, but it's not like they've got the Monty to rush in and bully people around this time. They do need to be a little bit more cautious about that. Great C4 from Atom to trade, but it's a late one. Coming in onto Bay. Takes away the ace. I think a lot of the hard breach will have been done by this point. There are still a couple of C4s in the hands of OXG players. There's a bit of info to go off. I won't put it past him getting another.
Oh, Adam with another one. SMG 12 on a dash as Baby Shark tries to push in deep. He misses his fight, and Spiker goes down too. It's all collapsed for Wildcard. OXG will not take us to overtime. They close it out in regulation. Just stringing enough rounds in the back half of their defenses to send Wildcard out.
OXG capping off a very nice week here. A big win yesterday against Space Station 7-3. A little bit more tricky tonight, it's fair to be said, against Wildcard, but they still get the result and they still get it in regulation. That's it from Lynx Night tonight. We're going to throw it one last time over to our wonderful desk.
Oh, hallway dead. Force dead. On the breach. You can't walk in though. Nice. Okay, one's outside the map. Dead. Nice.
Oh my god.
Play together, y'all. Play together.
Dead.
Guys!
Good fucking shit, bro. Good shit, go, man.
You're him, bro. Good composure, guys. Get ready for Lero the next week, Dizzy.
All right, they're fired up and ready. I mean, congrats to them as well. OXG managing to get some more extra points onto their tally, moving up on the standings against none other than Wildcard. This really was the test to see whether or not they have made, the right, I guess, changes in whatever system they had going on. It looks like it is working, but we have Gomez ready himself to kind of give us a little bit of the insider scoop on terms of what's going on over at OXG, because you guys look so good. You're coming in today against Wildcard. We were kind of wondering like 50-50 maybe, but like everything's, clicking.
Look at that beard.
Yeah, thank you, Lex.
That's what you heard. All right. Could you let us know what's going on with OXG? Like, what's the missing puzzle piece that you guys were able to identify to, like, really consistently be showing up the way that you have?
I don't really know, to be honest. They just wanted to play their worst map, so we just took the freebie.
Fair enough. I mean, you guys did take it. That being said, for you, Gomez, individually, because we don't get to talk too often with you specifically, how has your progression from stage 1 to stage 2 as an entry, how has that been? Because you've been playing amazing so far.
I think, I don't know, sometimes I have good stages, but sometimes I have bad stages, but I think this stage I've been doing better, so I'm just here to help my team and do whatever the staff tells me to, so yeah, just help my team any way I can.
Yeah, fair enough. And also, we noticed that you guys brought on a new analyst. Would you be able to just kind of break down why the coaching change happened? I know Kizi's the new head coach, correct?
Yeah, Kizi, I think Kizi was always supposed to step up for us. We just wanted his English to get developed a little bit more. And Kapan is really good with the analysis. Like, he's in every single match we play, just straight, like, getting all the info that we need. So it's just perfect for our stuff.
Well, it's good to hear from the end of not only the players performing extremely well, but same with the staff. I kind of want to ask you to further Fox's point. What we saw on Border versus SSG, your guys' attacks, I've said and I've critiqued it that, it lacked depth, where at least on that game specifically versus SSG, you guys looked very thorough, especially you and Adam, to say the least, on those entry points. And more so Forrest kind of taking a step back on, I would say, his shield role, where he can now kind of flex a little bit. Is that kind of the ideology that is now going forward with you guys, where we aren't going to see Forrest as much on the shield and more so you guys taking point and then Forrest being able to kind of be that voice in the back to then set you guys up for those mid to late rounds?
Yeah, I think the one thing we practiced a lot during the off season was that we started realizing that, like, we were kind of lacking without the shields, and a lot of teams are starting abusing the shield bans against us, so we just started practicing a lot without them, to be honest, and now we can play both play styles, We can play fast, we can play slow, we can play the shields, we can play without, and Foes is just always just calling, like, sometimes he dies, and then it's even better because he just calls everything, tells us to where to go, so it's just perfect.
For sure. Well, I love to see the progress from you guys.
Yeah, it's been very promising, and I'm also really looking forward to see how it develops throughout the stage. Last time, you guys had a top 4 finish, so what's the goal this time? You want that #1 slot?
I mean, sure. We don't really care about the NAL standings, though. Like, we just want to do good internationally, so.
All right. Well, looking forward to that. First, gotta get to Munich, and then we'll see how that goes. But thank you so much for your time. And once again, congratulations on a very successful week 2 here at the NAL.
Thanks, guys.
Aw.
It's always like, this is totally off topic. This is just related to player-wise. Like, Gomez, like when he first came into the scene, looked like a child. Now this guy looks like he's in his mid-30s, full-on beard. Just seeing these players just like grow up, I don't know.
Does it make you feel
I'm
old?
getting yes. That's what I was really getting at. I was like,
well, you are.
Oh, right. Yeah, I am.
I mean, yeah, you are, but...
Well, what's that have to do with growing beards, though? I've never grown
you
like
can't
a full
grow one.
beard. Yeah, I've never had to.
I mean, that's a bold
It's
statement.
just a genetic thing.
Do I look old?
No.
Okay. Well, you know who looks old? Wildcard, and the way that they played, because they look like they got some joint pains because, they have just been slipping slower and slower. I mean, it was a close game, but it feels like, again, similar story, different day for Wildcard. Obviously, they come out the gate, they do pretty decently well in some of the rounds early game, but obviously they just hemorrhage deaths, and that's the biggest issue, especially their defenses on layer.
Yeah.
I believe that is one of the more favorable sides, defender-sided layer, and the fact that they constantly were losing pick after pick to have a, 3-3 split is not where you want to end on a defensive-sided map.
I think they try to pull an ace out their sleeve here by even allowing Lair to go through, where, like I said, I would have rather maybe seen a consulate, maybe see, a rematch and where these guys played on a cafe, but they were getting rid of all those maps that they do find comfort in. I thought, again, they were trying to pull something out of this, But to have the performance that they were doing, I would probably say that this was probably the most lackluster I've seen from Wildcard. Yes, they did throw against M80, but I would say that game was a good back and forth, where this one I felt Oxygen really was in control for the most part. And again, like you were saying on those defenses, not being able to trade with one another, not being in position to be able to trade one another, it leaves me to question that I hope that, you know, this was kind of just a one-off from Wildcard, that this isn't going to then progress into the later into the stage, whereas, you know, on the exact opposite end of stage 1, they were slowly progressing and getting better. I definitely don't want to see them start to go in a completely different feat, because again, their performance yesterday and today, completely different looks from Wildcard.
Wildcard did turn up when they got to the playoffs, so hopefully, you know, if push comes to shove, they can at least make it and showcase it there. OXG's been extremely consistent, right? They've been getting better, and so obviously we want to see that going into week 3. For Wildcard, I feel like it's a common issue. Their map pool is very lackluster. There's like 3 good maps for them, you know, Chalet, Club, and I believe Consulate
for them.
And so I appreciate them trying to grow their map pool, obviously in practice. That's why they must have wanted to let Lair go through, it being one of their worst maps. But at the end of the day, I mean, they need to be able to get those maps on the same par as their solid 3, because those maps are just getting banned time and time again, and it looks like a night and day Wildcard, specifically for players like Bay, you know, players like Baby Shark that are more newer and need time to develop on those maps. They need to be able to put that into high gear and focus on their map specifically.
Yeah, that's something to work on for next week, specifically because this one is done and dusted, and today was the last play day of week number 2. And to refresh your memory in regards to how quickly some of these games, if not all of them, genuinely have gone today, we started things off with a 7-2 from Shopify against Standby LFO. SSG took down Envy 7-2 as well, a 7-0 for Cruelty. This is like the second time they got 7-0'd. M80 7-4 for DZ, and then the 7-5 game. I mean, we said this was going to be probably like the closest match one.
Yeah.
And we were right.
Yeah, we were right. I mean, my favorite game of the day was Cloud9 Cruelty, just because Dream got in the interview afterwards and said, "You said us and Cruelty were close." I mean,
hey, they were both towards the bottom of the standings, okay? Like,
we weren't entirely wrong with that, but I think one that really stuck out to me was the Envy versus SSG. I think that was the first time Envy really did get tested. And like you said, a big eye-opener for them, that hopefully going into next week, they do their VOD reviews, and they can understand that you need to be able, they need to be able to do their adaptations in those mid to late rounds.
And they hopefully will be able to do just that. Either way, we also have the Blacklight detail of today, and it is going to be going over towards Newers with that game-ending round.
Yeah, I mean, Newers is a player that has just been showing up for SSG since being able to get on the team, and obviously we said eye-opening. I mean, this was really eye-opening. Round after round, even if Envy had the man advantage, and you could never really count SSG out, but specifically Newers, I mean, just bouncing back and forth, trying to maintain position, trying to get a pick through the floor. Obviously, he needs to find some type of an advantage for his team. He's able to find one on the flank, and he knows immediately where the diffuser has to be able to come from, which is going to be on the other side. And so he gets both picks and plays the time.
What I actually really loved about that round, and X made a point of it as well, is Ashen was causing chaos in the site, not being able to allow them to plant, and also stalling time for Newers to be able to get that clutch, rushing the player outside tellers, delaying that time. Then Newers gets that kill on the flank, pressure taken off of him, and then it forces JJ to try to come in and force a plant down, and then to lose outright, and then Newers just playing it perfectly safe. It almost reminds you of what Jack did previously last stage in that exact same position.
Yeah, definitely a good heads-up play from both players, and obviously Newers understand that the flank was coming, and once that's down, he knows that everybody else is in front of him. Well played.
Yeah, and that's the way that SSG was able to close out the round, and with that, they get some points, which is going to be moving them up on the standings, especially considering the fact that Envy has just been handed their first loss. And immediately with that drop down to 4th, M80 is going to be clinging onto that top spot with 11 points, just a 1-point difference between them and SR, and then a 2-point between 3rd and 4th place. It is getting pretty top heavy at this point already, even though we are only into the 2nd week of the play days. And honestly, alarm bells going crazy for the 2 teams at the bottom. When we're looking at Standby LFO, when we're looking at Cruelty, you guys have already had a chance to play 4 out of the 10 teams that we got going on, and unfortunately, not a single point.
Yeah, like I said, when you're at Samurai and Cruelty, it's kind of slim pickings at this point. You are 2 games behind already, and that's to say you even get 3 points from either one of those games to even try to catch up to be in the top 6. So it's looking very dicey right now that going into this next week, they need these points desperately.
Yeah, and the next week, the schedule is ready as well in terms of the games that we're going to be looking at. Cruelty is going to be going up against SSG. It really does not get easier. LFO against Cloud9, DZ OXG, Envy Wildcard should be a pretty close one as well. And then M80 Shopify. That's what I'm looking forward to because the top slot.
That's the game of the stage for sure. Last stage it was Shopify DZ because they were both undefeated. Now M80 Shopify Rebellion. I think that one's easily going to be the game of the day. That being said, again, Envy fanboy, I'm excited to see if Envy can bounce back from today's loss and learn from it, from the SSG beatdown, to be able to go up against Wildcard.
Even though they didn't have a jersey with your name on it?
It's fine. I've always known JJ was like a lax, a lax, I don't want to say rider, a lax fan.
I always do.
We'd literally we'd do a desk segment and I'll break down something and then Lax will be like, nah, I think they look bad. And JJ was like, Fox, you were right, but whatever Lax says is better. It's like, all right, but it's okay. It's okay because I feel like Aiden's on my side. So because I picked him in fantasy. So I got Aiden, you got JJ, and hopefully MV gets wildcard. Oh,
all right.
That was good.
That was
clean.
Yeah, not bad. Either way, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and thank you both of you for your great analysis and vibes this week. It's been a pleasure. I'm happy to be back. We're going to be back again next week. Same time, same place. Drop a follow on the channel if you want to stay up to date. But that's it from us this week. We'll see you on the next one. Take care. Bye.